Chapter 1, The Chosen One. The Madness of the Nations. No one could have predicted that an ordinary evening would become a dividing line in human history. Times Square in New York, the giant billboards are displaying the latest Hollywood movie trailer. A blonde woman is holding up her phone, trying to take a selfie with the giant Coca-Cola advertisement behind her. As she flashes a yay gesture, her smile suddenly freezes. And she's not the only one. On the square, thousands of people, whether hurried Wall Street elites or leisurely tourists taking pictures, almost simultaneously look up at the same moment. All of them, yes, all of the electronic screens, in that moment, turn into pure black. The Nasdaq index, movie trailers, news broadcasts. All the noise of business and entertainment is swallowed by this pitch-black void, as if the entire square's power supply was instantly cut off. Silence, lasting only for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, on all the black screens, a line of text appears simultaneously. The mysterious realm live is about to begin. Is humanity ready to face the test? Tokyo, Paris, Cairo, Sydney. All cities with a population of over 1 million, all iconic landmarks, without exception. The eerie light screen, like a net cast down by God, envelopes the most prosperous nodes of human civilization. At first, it was curiosity and photo-taking. People thought this was a global synchronized marketing campaign by a tech company, or the bold move of a performance artist. Countless phone cameras were pointed at the light screen, and on social media, the hashtag global blackout climbed to the top of trending topics in just a minute. However, when a mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, echoed from those light screens, synchronized to every corner of the world, all the speculation and noise turned into a chilling coldness. The rules are as follows. 1. This live broadcast will randomly select a chosen one from each country around the world and bind them to the fate of the nation. 2. The chosen one will be transported to the mysterious realm instance to undergo a life and death challenge. The broadcast will be global, live. 3. Any rewards obtained by the chosen one in the mysterious realm will be manifested 100-fold in their represented country. Conversely, any harm, even death, suffered by the chosen one will bring unforeseen disasters to their nation. 4. This is a test, but also an evolution. Good luck to all. Bound to the fate of the nation? Death? The country will suffer disasters? What kind of joke is this? Panic erupted like a virus, spreading instantly. After the initial shock, the highest levels of governments around the world activated the highest-level emergency response plans as quickly as possible. Long-forgotten underground command centers were reactivated, with elderly political figures and top scientists sitting around the conference table, each face as serious as iron. The signal source cannot be traced. This is not any technology we know. Physical isolation is ineffective, it's like a ghost. A series of despairing reports came in, causing the air in the command center to grow even more tense. At that moment, the light screens around the world changed again. Individual livestream windows began to appear, each labeled with the names of various countries. Look! The player from Eagle Sauce Country has appeared, someone exclaimed. On the Eagle Sauce Country's livestream, the screen froze on a man with sharp eyes like a hawk. He was wearing camouflage military fatigues, and the Delta Force patch on his arm was clearly visible. A subtitle appeared at the bottom of the screen: Eagle Sauce Country's chosen one, Captain Michael Smith. Oh my God! It's Captain Smith. The legendary hero who single-handedly wiped out a platoon in the mountains of Afghanistan. Awesome. We're saved. Michael will tear apart this so-called mysterious realm. In the Eagle Sauce Country's livestream, the public's panic was quickly replaced by wild admiration. Unprecedented confidence surged. Next, the screen of the Bear Country lit up. A middle-aged man, with a sturdy, bear-like physique and a savage scar across his face, appeared on the screen. He was calmly inspecting a military dagger in his hand, his gaze unnervingly steady. Bear Country chosen one, Ivan Petrov. It's Ivan. The legendary veteran of Alpha Team. Yura. The battle cry of Bear Country's people seemed ready to burst through the screen. In the Sakura Country's livestream, a man kneeled on a tatami mat, dressed in a traditional kendo uniform, an ancient samurai sword laid across his knees, his eyes tightly shut, breathing deeply. Sakura Country chosen one, Watanabe Itu, 8th Dan Kendo. For a moment, the live streams from various countries were filled with confidence in their national elites. Special forces, fighters, top agents, those selected were all powerful beings at the top of the human pyramid. The eyes of the world eventually converged on the live stream with the most viewers, Dragon Country. Hundreds of millions of Dragon Country citizens were holding their breath, staring at the screen, their palms slick with sweat. They prayed, hoping their country would produce a super soldier like Wolf Warrior, or a peerless master from a martial arts novel. The screen's camera began to slowly move. It did not appear in any military base, nor in any highly guarded special institution. The camera actually stopped in the library of a normal university. The scene slowly zoomed in, sweeping past endless rows of huge bookshelves, sunlight filtering through tall windows. Finally, the camera stopped in a corner. A young man was leaning against a sofa, wearing a pair of black over-ear headphones, completely immersed in his own world. His fingers were slender and clean, casually flipping through a book resting on his legs. From the focused and calm profile, it seemed like he was unaware of everything happening in the outside world. Under the gaze of billions of global viewers, a line of subtitles slowly appeared at the bottom of the screen. Dragon Country Chosen 1, Jiang Che. A long 10 seconds of dead silence. The entire Dragon Country livestream seemed to have been muted, with the bullet comments stopping in their tracks. After 10 seconds, a tsunami-like wail and doubts instantly flooded the entire network. What's this joke? We've picked a bookworm? It's over. Eagle Country has Delta Force, Bear Country has Alpha Team, and ours is a librarian? I'm losing it. Are we supposed to reason with ghosts in the eerie realm? Check him out. Quickly check who this Jiang Che really is. He must have a hidden identity, right? At the Dragon Country's official emergency command center, the atmosphere was at its most tense. An old general, his hair graying and with a military star on his shoulder, stared at the screen, his fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the strain. What's his personal information? Quick! A rushed-up dossier was projected onto the big screen at the fastest speed. Name, Jiang Che. Age, 22. Identity, senior student in the history department, folk studies major at Jingnan University. Resume, no records of any training in combat, shooting, military skills, or special skills. Clean past record, excellent academic performance, enjoys reading. The resume was so simple that it fit on just one page. Looking at this information, the last shred of hope in the command center shattered. Despair spread rapidly, like thick ink, in the hearts of every person in Dragon Country. While the entire world was dispatching the strongest warriors, their country had sent a student with no strength to speak of. In the screen's glow, Jiang Che seemed to finally notice something. A soft but irresistible white light descended from the sky, slowly enveloping him. He took off his headphones, and the panic and chaos of the outside world seemed to finally reach his ears. But he merely furrowed his brows slightly, his face showing neither fear nor shock. A slight, almost imperceptible feeling of displeasure disturbed his reading. As his figure gradually became transparent in the light, the book that had always been resting on his lap gently slid down. The pages of the book spread open and fell to the ground. The camera zoomed in closely, precisely focusing on the open page. A bold, highlighted title suddenly appeared in front of billions of global viewers. On Folk Taboos and Avoidance Rules. Chapter 2, Welcome to Happiness Lane. The brief sensation of weightlessness, bringing a dizzying feeling, retreated like the tide. Jiang Che opened his eyes, and the first thing that entered his nose was not fresh air, but a thick, nauseating stench. He found himself in a narrow corridor. The only source of light was a flickering motion-sensing lamp directly above him. Each flicker of light felt like the last heartbeat of a dying person. The walls were the typical lime-white color of the 1980s, but large patches of the plaster had already peeled off, revealing the dark red bricks underneath. Jiang Che's gaze calmly swept across the surroundings. Unlike the screams of surprise from other selected individuals in live streams worldwide, his face showed no trace of panic. So calm, it was as if he had simply moved from one section of the library to another. His eyes paused briefly on the corridor floor. There were some discarded children's toys scattered there, a stuffed bear missing one of its eyes, some faded blocks, and a half-deflated old rubber ball. The ball lay quietly in the center of the corridor, as though someone had been playing here just moments ago, only to have the game paused at some point. At the end of the corridor was a bottomless darkness. On the wall, someone had smeared 4 large characters in crimson paint, "Welcome Home." However, the character home had been slashed through violently with a deeper, more sinister diagonal line. This scene, full of malice and mockery, was enough to make the psychological defenses of any normal person crumble instantly. In the Dragon Country live stream room, the audience's hearts were in their throats. Oh my god, this place is so eerie, just looking at it makes the scalp tingle. Jiang Che. Why is he not reacting at all? Is he scared stupid? If it were me, I would have peed myself by now, seriously. At that moment, Jiang Che moved. He did not, like the other contestants, immediately search for weapons or an exit. He simply raised his foot naturally and stomped heavily down. Thud. The clear sound of footsteps echoed in the dead silence of the corridor. The motion-sensing lamp above his head, which had been on the brink of dying, suddenly lit up as if it had been injected with a shot of adrenaline, still flickering but noticeably brighter. Jiang Che looked up, glanced at the lamp, and nodded thoughtfully. This seemingly meaningless action was enough to make the experts at the Dragon Country Command Center exchange confused glances. What is he doing? Testing the sensitivity of the motion-sensing light, one young analyst mumbled, his tone full of confusion. Maybe, he's checking how sound propagates here, another psychological expert speculated, though even he thought his explanation was a bit forced. In the light screen, Jiang Che made an even more puzzling move. He walked over to the wall where the plaster had peeled off, extended his slender fingers, and carefully pinched a bit of dark red wall dust, bringing it to his nose and sniffing it gently. Then, for the first time, his beautiful brows subtly furrowed. This minute change in expression was immediately captured by the ultra-high-definition camera and displayed for the global audience. Why is he sniffing the wall dust? Is he hungry? Surely not. I'm dumbfounded, I really don't understand his actions. The captain from Eagle Sauce Country is already using military combat techniques to scout, the samurai from Sakura Country has already assumed a defensive stance, and our chosen one is sniffing wall dust? Jiang Che's calmness stood in stark contrast to the chaos outside and the cries for help in the live stream room. It seemed as if he was completely immersed in the exploration and analysis of this strange environment, his focus making the viewers from Dragon Nation, who had already hit rock bottom, inexplicably feel a sense of suspense rising within them. At that moment, the cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang out simultaneously in the minds of all the chosen ones and on the global livestream screen. The Beginner Guide Instance Happiness Lane Building 14 has been activated. Beginner Guide Rule 1, after midnight, no matter what sound you hear, do not open the door. Violators will be considered improper guests, and the consequences will be at their own risk. The moment the rules were announced, faint door numbers appeared on each door in the hallway: 1401, 1402, 1403. Jiang Che's door was 1404. The rule was simple and direct, but filled with ominous premonitions, instantly making all the viewers understand the terrifying nature of this challenge. This was clearly a classic ghost knocking test. The livestream quickly switched scenes. Captain Smith from Eagle Sauce Country, almost at the same moment the rule was announced, showed his excellent tactical skills. He kicked open the door to his room, 1401, quickly checked the room for any immediate danger, and after confirming it was safe, immediately dragged out the old but solid iron bed and wedged it tightly against the door. After doing all of this, he leaned against the door, drew a sharp knife from his military boots, and kept a vigilant eye on the gap under the door. In the livestream from Cherry Blossom Country, the swordsman Watanabe Ito was even more direct. He entered his room, sat cross-legged in front of the door, placed the ancient katana across his lap, and closed his eyes to rest. His entire being seemed to merge with the sword, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. Their responses were the most direct choices of strong individuals facing unknown dangers. The hearts of Dragon Nation's viewers sank once again. They had no iron beds, nor katana swords. Their chosen one, Jiang Che, only had a mind that seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. The scene switched back to Dragon Nation's livestream. Amidst the confused gazes of all the viewers, Jiang Che pushed open the door to room 1404 and walked inside. It was a typical single apartment layout, simply furnished, covered in dust. The most noticeable feature was an old-fashioned wall clock hanging on the wall, with its hour hand moving in precise steps towards 12. Jiang Che didn't block the door like Captain Smith, nor did he stand ready like Watanabe Ito. Instead, he started searching through the room. He opened the creaky drawer of the nightstand, then rummaged through the dusty desk. The viewers in the livestream held their breath, unsure of what he was looking for. A weapon? Or something to reinforce the door lock? A few seconds later, Jiang Che stood up straight. He found a nearly dry ballpoint pen from a worn-out pen holder. He then tore off a slightly yellowed sticky note from the front page of an old book. A pen and paper? What was he going to do? Write a will? This thought flashed through the minds of billions of Dragon Nation viewers, deepening the sense of despair. However, Jiang Che simply took the pen and paper and walked to the desk. Under the gazes of millions of viewers around the world who couldn't understand, he lowered his head and began to carefully write something on the small sticky note, one stroke at a time. His expression was focused and calm, as if he were not in a deadly, eerie instance, but still sitting in the library of Jingnan University, making final notes for a folklore research paper. The wall clock let out a soft click. The hour hand and minute hand perfectly overlapped at the 12. Midnight had arrived. Chapter 3, A Directional Note. What the hell is he doing? Big brother, stop writing. Quick, find something to block the door. Can you learn from the captain of the Eagle Sauce Country? It's over, I feel like he has given up on treatment and started writing his will. Shut up. Don't you see? He's calm, too calm. This isn't normal. Inside the command center, the white-haired general's fist tightened even more, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Next to him, the master of Chinese studies, Professor Liu Zhenghua, stared at every movement of Jiang Che, confusion and inquiry flashing in his murky old eyes. In comparison, the other countries' live streams were filled with a chilling atmosphere. Captain Michael of Eagle Sauce Country blocked the door tightly with a bedboard and a table, holding a fire axe he had taken from the fire hydrant, standing guard behind the door, eyes sharp. The swordsman from Sakura country, Watanabe, sat cross-legged in front of the door, an ancient sword across his knees, his whole body as solid as a rock, entering a state of self-forgetfulness. They prepared in their own way for the most terrifying shock. Ding! Midnight, 12 o'clock, it was here. The world, at this moment, seemed to have pressed the mute button. All sounds disappeared. The wind, the hum of electricity, even the heartbeats of the contestants seemed to be swallowed by this deadly silence. The suffocating, extreme oppression made many viewers in front of the screen feel a physical discomfort. Then, the sound came without warning. Thud. 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 It wasn't the crisp sound of metal clashing, nor the dull thud of wood being struck. The sound was like a piece of soaked meat, slamming heavily, one after another, against the door panel. Sticky, heavy. The knocking sound synchronized with all the surviving contestants' doors. Then, a woman's voice, sharply and desperately, pierced through the silence. Help! Open the door, please. Open the door. The voice was full of terror and helplessness, with a hoarse tone after heavy breathing. Each word seemed to be shouted with all the strength left in her body. Something is chasing me. I'm injured, my leg, please, let me in, just for a moment. Please. The voice was so real that you could clearly hear a young woman fleeing in despair, finally exhausted, with all hope resting on this cold door. It precisely grasped the softest and most unguarded part of the human heart. The hearts of global viewers tightened in an instant. They knew it was a trap, a part of the rules, but the power of that voice was so strong that they couldn't help but be drawn into it. In the live broadcast, a contestant from a small Nordic country, a blond man famous for his gentlemanly demeanor, was now painfully gripping his own hair with both hands. No, this is fake, it's a trap. He muttered to himself, but his body involuntarily moved towards the door. The crying outside became more and more desperate, even with a hint of pleading sobs. I'm sorry. I can't do it. He trembled, twisted the door lock, and opened a small crack just enough to peek outside. However, this crack became the gateway to hell. Through the door crack, there was no injured woman. A pitch-black hand, as dry as a tree branch, with a strong stench, shot through the gap like lightning, grabbing Hans' face. Ah! A short, sharp scream suddenly stopped. Hans, like a puppet with its strings cut, was instantly dragged out of the door by the black hand. The door slammed shut with a bang, and the corridor was filled with a few bone-crunching and chewing sounds. Then, everything fell back into silence. On the global screen, the live window representing Hans' country. The moment dimmed, turning into a grayish blur. This scene sent a chill through the billions of viewers worldwide. They witnessed firsthand the cruelty and absolute nature of the rules. No matter what sound you hear, do not open the door. The consequence of breaking this rule is death. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, their gazes all turning to the livestream in Longwa. Because the sound outside Jiang Che's room was the most tragic, the most terrifying. That thud of knocking had turned into a frenzied scratching, the sharp creak sounding as though the door would be torn apart in the next second. The woman's cries had transformed into malicious curses, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Open the door. I know you're inside. Open the door. You'll regret this. You'll be trapped here forever, just like us. However, Jiang Che in the frame remained indifferent to it all. He had finally finished writing. He set down his pen, picked up a small piece of notepaper, and then stood up from the floor. What was he about to do? Under the suffocating gaze of the command center in Longwa and countless viewers in the live stream rooms, Jiang Che walked slowly to the door. He didn't reinforce the door lock, nor did he search for a weapon. He crouched down. Then, he folded the notepaper with writing on it, and slowly pushed it out through the narrow gap at the bottom of the door. This action overturned everyone's understanding. Opening the door meant death, and not opening it, guarding it, was everyone's consensus. But what was Jiang Che doing? Communicating with a ghost. The screen switched, focusing on the notepaper that had been pushed outside the door. In the dim light of the hallway, it was slowly unfolded. On it, a neat line of writing was done with a ballpoint pen. At the intersection ahead, turn left, there's a 24-hour convenience store. No need to thank me. Silence. The whole world seemed to fall into a strange kind of silence. Whether it was the screaming crowd in Times Square or the anxious experts in the emergency command centers of various countries, when they saw those words, their brains seemed to short-circuit for a moment. They had imagined countless possibilities. Perhaps Jiang Che would write a spell, maybe a scripture, or perhaps some words of provocation or pleading. But no one expected that he wrote directions. A completely ordinary, even somewhat polite, piece of advice. What was this operation? Just as everyone's minds were filled with huge question marks, the next second, the crazy knocking, the woman's cries, the sharp scratching, the malicious curses. All of it abruptly stopped. As if an invisible hand had pressed the mute button of the universe. The sounds disappeared, completely gone. Outside the door, there was no movement at all. The cold, resentful aura that almost solidified seemed to retreat like a tide. The world became peaceful. Only the Longwo live stream room remained in complete silence. The previously frantic rolling of comments vanished, replaced by a screen full of dense question mark. Chapter 4, He calls this asking for directions? Time seemed to freeze the moment Jiang Che pushed the note out through the door crack. In Longwo's live stream room, billions of viewers stared blankly at the screen. In the frame, the hallway's light, which had been flickering, was now steady, emitting a yellowish glow. The camera zoomed in on the note, which was sticking out from the door crack, for 10 seconds. It lay quietly on the dusty cement floor, the neat handwriting still visible under the dim light. At the intersection ahead, turn left, there's a 24-hour convenience store. No need to thank me. Then, there was no more. Outside the door, it was empty. The crying woman, the unseen thing, seemed to have never existed, leaving not even a trace of cold air. After a suffocating silence, the Dragon Kingdom's livestream chat began its performance in an unprecedented way. At first, it was a screen full of question marks, densely packed, instantly covering the entire screen, to the point where Jiang Che's figure was no longer visible. Am I seeing things because I'm too nervous? What did the streamer just do? My brain's CPU feels like it's burned out. Can anyone explain this to me? Did it freeze? It must have been my home network lagging, right? Yeah, that's definitely it. Let me refresh. As the viewers repeatedly refreshed and even restarted their devices, confirming that they had not seen wrong, that piece of paper indeed showed an address, and the sound outside had really disappeared, the sea of question marks was quickly replaced by an even more indescribable wave of symbols. It was a tsunami-like barrage of exclamation marks. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! I'm fucking dumbfounded. I'm totally dumbfounded. What is this operation? You point the way in a supernatural event? Is this the kind of solution a carbon-based lifeform can come up with? What happened to the supposed rule-based ghost stories? What happened to the supposed horror dungeon? Why did it suddenly shift to become Mr. Jiang, the helpful citizen of the city? Stop joking around. That was a deadly curse. The screams of that little guy from Europe are still echoing in my ears. Jiang Che, this is like rubbing my worldview on the ground repeatedly. The viewer's emotions experienced a crazy roller coaster ride, soaring from the abyss of despair to the skies above in just a few minutes. Just moments ago, people were nervously sweating for Jiang Che, fearing that he would be the next victim, but now their minds were filled with an incomprehensible blank and indescribable shock. This shock quickly crossed national borders and swept across the globe. Eagle Sauce Country, Virginia, National Underground Strategic Command Center. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could solidify the air. James, the intelligence analysis supervisor with a hooked nose, suddenly stood up from his ergonomic chair. His movements were so sharp that he knocked over the coffee on the desk, spilling brown liquid all over the top-secret documents about the Ghost Realm threat, but he didn't even notice. He stared at the replay of Jiang Che's close-up on the screen, repeatedly murmuring the same sentence, "Incomprehensible, this is utterly incomprehensible." Behind him, a dozen top psychologists, behavioral scientists, and tactical analysts from the CIA, FBI, and Pentagon were gathered around a huge tactical analysis board, urgently brainstorming. Is it some kind of code we can't decipher? Does the word convenience store have some special religious meaning in Eastern culture? We've already used the Deep Blue supercomputer to analyze the phrase left turn at the next intersection in all known secret codes and ciphers from ancient Dragon Kingdom texts, and the result is 0. Is it possible that this is a psychological tactic we've never seen before? By performing completely illogical, even absurd actions, to disrupt the ghost's behavior pattern? Like, the observer effect in quantum mechanics? Amidst the noisy discussions, Supervisor James suddenly slammed his fist on the table, interrupting everyone's conversation. His bloodshot eyes were filled with anger, and in an unquestionable tone, he gave the order. Raise the threat level of the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Jiang Che, immediately from level 3 watch to level 1 extremely dangerous. Shift the focus from individual combat ability to incomprehensible Eastern mysticism behavior. I don't care what methods you use, I need a detailed report on all the folklore, myths, and ghost stories from the Dragon Kingdom, now. Immediately. Right now. Meanwhile, in the underground command center of the Sakura Blossom Country's Prime Minister's residence, several elderly men dressed in traditional kimonos were repeatedly watching the video replay. They are the priests from various shrines and the descendants of the Onmyoto sect, professional experts urgently summoned. This phenomenon is somewhat similar to the night parade of 100 demons in our legends, but completely different. An elderly man with white eyebrows murmured, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee, "Our Tsukumagami or vengeful spirits require appeasement, offerings, or sealing with charms and artifacts. I have never heard of needing to ask for directions. He didn't use any artifacts, nor did he chant any incantations, another person added, just a piece of paper with writing. What kind of power is this based on? Has Tao from the East already developed to a level beyond our understanding? The expert groups from all over the world fell into an unprecedented confusion. Compared to the wild speculation and analysis from the outside world, the atmosphere inside the Dragon Country Emergency Command Center shifted from a previous solemnity to a more bizarre silence. Everyone, including the battle-hardened, star-adorned old general, stared intently at the screen, not daring to breathe. They didn't understand, but they were deeply shocked. In this silence, where even the sound of breathing seemed unnecessary, in the corner of the conference room, an old man who had been meditating with his eyes closed suddenly trembled slightly. He was Lu Jingwa, the master of the Dragon Country National Academy, a living dictionary who had devoted his life to folk studies and ancient text research. Everyone present were giants in the fields of military and politics and experts leading the frontiers of science and technology. He, a researcher of superstition, had no authority here, and even seemed out of place. But at this moment, the slightly cloudy old eyes of his shone with an astonishing brilliance. His breathing became rapid, his chest heaved violently, and his graying beard trembled slightly. He slammed the table, and amidst everyone's astonished gazes, suddenly stood up. The water cup on the table jumped, making a crisp sound. Yes. Yes. So that's it. He pointed at Zhang Che's figure on the screen, his voice changed pitch due to excitement. He didn't look at the chief commander beside him, but instead faced the main control camera, as if speaking to hundreds of millions of viewers nationwide, shouting the first sentence with endless joy and a sense of triumph. We were all wrong. We were wrong from the very beginning. Professor Lu Jingwa's earth-shattering words were like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the silence in the command center. Everyone's gaze shifted from Zhang Che on the screen to the excited, red-faced old man. Old professor, what did you see? The chief commander, the old general with white hair, asked in a tone of urgency and barely concealed expectation. Lu Jingwa didn't answer immediately. He first took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his stirred emotions, and then swept his sharp eyes across every expert in the room, those elite specialists in data analysis, high-energy physics, and psychological profiling. You all tried to analyze with supercomputers, logical models, and psychological portraits, but you were destined to fish in the wrong pond. His voice was not loud, but it was clear and powerful. Because from the very beginning, you were using the wrong worldview. You tried to measure a world that does not follow science with a scientific ruler. That is not the evil ghost in the traditional sense that claims lives. Nor is it some kind of energy body or spiritual pollution source. Professor Lu Jingwa's eyes, at this moment, were filled with endless admiration and pride for the young man on the screen. He spoke clearly, every word hitting the mark. In our folk legends and local records, especially in scattered records from ancient texts like Xinzhongji and Soxinhoji, there is a very special kind of ghost mentioned. They are called road-asking ghosts, or more accurately, lost path ghosts. These ghosts are usually formed from people who died far from home or had unfulfilled obsessions at the time of their death. They themselves do not harbor much malice, but because their souls were shocked or disturbed when they left their bodies, they became lost, unable to find the path to the Yellow Springs, nor could they return to their former homes. Thus, their souls are forever trapped in the scene from before their death, endlessly repeating their last act while alive, asking for directions. He paused, giving everyone a moment to digest the information. Seeing the disbelief and sudden realization on their faces, he knew he had unlocked the right door. Think about it. Professor Lu's voice grew louder. What is it shouting? Help! Open the door. This is a cry for help. What is it seeking? A way to survive. The brilliance of this trap in the game is here. Rule 1, no matter what you hear, do not open the door. If, out of fear, you stubbornly refuse to open the door, its cry for help will go unanswered, its obsession will grow stronger, and its resentment will deepen. Eventually, this will transform from a harmless lost path ghost into a truly malicious vengeful ghost, and by then, it will break through the door and take your life. On the other hand, if you, driven by a moment of sympathy, open the door, in its eyes, you become its kindred, the one who responds to its call, the guide who shows the way. It will immediately latch onto you, and where is it going? To the underworld. As a living person, what happens when you lead it? You are taken along the real path to the Yellow Springs. So, opening the door means death. If you hold out, you will eventually die as well. This is an unsolvable deadlock that preys on human weakness. After his words, the command center was filled with gasps of shock. Everyone had sweat running down their backs. It turned out that the simple rule was hiding such a sinister and deep logic behind it. Professor Lu Jingwa's gaze returned to the screen. At this moment, his eyes were not just filled with admiration but with genuine respect. But Zhang Che. That child. He saw through the essence of it all from the very beginning. He didn't open the door, thus preserving the most important rule passed down by our ancestors. Humans and ghosts follow different paths. He was showing, through his actions, that the thing outside was a ghost, and he was a living person. We are not the same, I cannot open this door between the worlds for you. But he also handed over that piece of paper with directions. This was truly brilliant. It resolved its obsession and gave it the path it desired most. It asked for a way, and he showed the way, the cause and effect were completed, and naturally, it would fade away. In the simplest, most unbelievable way, he perfectly adhered to the do not open the door rule while simultaneously unraveling the hidden deadly trap of not opening the door also leads to death. This is not a coincidence, nor is it luck. Professor Lu Jinghua shouted with all his strength, enunciating each word of his final conclusion. This is the great wisdom that our dragon country's ancestors have accumulated, condensed, and passed down over thousands of years through their long experience with nature and unknown phenomena, a wisdom that belongs to our civilization. His words struck like thunder from the heavens, directly hitting the minds of every Dragon Country viewer. After a brief pause, the live chat exploded in an unprecedented, almost frenzied way. Wow! Wow! So that's how it is. Wrote asking ghost. I remember my grandma telling me stories like this when I was a kid. I thought it was just a scare tactic. Awesome! I can only describe my feelings with these two words. This is no longer just a simple game move. This is a damn cultural downgrade attack. The wisdom of our ancestors. I'm crying. Really crying. What we used to treat as futile rubbish, at the most crucial moment, turned out to be the life-saving truth. I declare that from today, Jiang Che is my blood brother, though we have different fathers and mothers. Anyone who disagrees, I'll follow the internet cable and post finding the way charms all over their door. The great god of folk customs. This is the real hidden folk god. I take back all my previous foolish remarks, and I'll bow to Jiang God. All previous doubts disappeared in an instant. Countless young people rushed to their bookshelves, trying to dig out those dusty copies of Classic of Mountains and Seas, Records of the Gods, and Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, as if they wanted to draw a bit of strength from their own civilization from those yellowed pages. At this moment, Jiang Che's image, in the hearts of billions of people, completely completed an earth-shattering reversal. At this very moment, on the global screen, a dramatic scene occurred with the numerical bars representing the national fortunes of different countries. The numerical bars representing the Eagle Sauce Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and other countries with player deaths or mistakes were slowly dropping at a visible speed, emitting an ominous dark red glow. Meanwhile, the golden numerical bar representing Dragon Country, when Professor Lu's voice fell, unexpectedly moved up a small notch. Although it was only a tiny increase, in the context of all the other countries' values plummeting wildly, the single golden bar going against the current looked so dazzling, so uplifting. It's rising. Look. Our national fortune is increasing. Heaven bless Dragon Country. Jiang God is awesome. In the command center, the old general could no longer control his emotions. He punched the conference table heavily, making a muffled sound of bang. Tears of age streamed down his battle-hardened face, but he let out the most carefree and joyful laugh he had had in decades. And the one who caused all this, the center of the global storm Jiang Che, seemed completely unaware of it. While the whole country was already in a frenzy because of him, he simply yawned slowly, stretched lazily, as if he had just helped a neighbor downstairs pick up a package, a trivial matter. He looked around the shabby room, seemingly searching for a relatively clean spot where he could stay comfortably. Finally, he glanced disdainfully at the mattress that gave off a strong mildew smell and chose not to touch it. He walked to the furthest corner of the room, away from the door and the window, then leaned against the cold wall, slowly sat down, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and prepared to take a short nap. His calm and composed, even somewhat lazy posture, stood in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle outside. It seemed that to him, this mysterious and deadly challenge, concerning his personal life or death, was far less important than finding a comfortable place to take a nap. Chapter 6, The Deadly Fourth Floor. After Jiang Che had just finished that comfortable yawn, ready to find a relatively clean corner in room 1404 to rest his eyes. For the passionate viewers in the Dragon Country live broadcast room who had already worshipped him as the folk god, his calmness at this moment symbolized profound mystery. But to Jiang Che himself, it was nothing more than following the most basic rule. That so-called knocking door mystery, at its core, is being lost, its obsession is to find a way. If you open the door, you treat it as one of your own kind, breaking the boundary between humans and ghosts, and naturally, it will take you away. If you don't open the door, its resentment will accumulate, and eventually, it might break through the door and enter. And Jiang Che, simply using the most straightforward method, ended his obsession. Only by ending one's obsession can one find peace. This is the wisdom passed down by our ancestors. In the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, Professor Lu Jinghua was still full of excitement, replaying the scene of Jiang Che slipping out the note. He saw through the strange essence. This is not just knowledge, it's an insight that runs deep into the bones. However, this brief peace and pride belonging to the Dragon Kingdom was soon shattered. Click. A faint sound of a metal unlocking echoed simultaneously from the doors of all surviving players. Whether it was room 1401, tightly blocked by Captain Michael from the Eagle Sauce Country with an iron bed, or the door of the swordsman Watanabe from Sakura Country, quietly guarding with a sword, they all automatically opened inward at this moment. A draft, filled with the scent of decay, instantly filled the entire hallway. At the end of the corridor, above the elevator door that had been tightly closed until now, a red indicator light dinged and lit up, emitting an ominous glow. All the survivors, including Zhang Che, who had just been about to rest, were startled by this sudden change. They all stepped out of their rooms, warily glancing toward the only passage. They stood several meters apart, their eyes filled with vigilance and scrutiny. At this moment, a mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed again in everyone's minds. Phase Task 2, take the elevator to the first floor. Rule 2, do not take any elevator that passes or reaches the fourth floor when you are alone. The new rule hit everyone like two heavy boulders, sinking deeply into their hearts and stirring up waves of shock. To reach the first floor? Captain Michael of Eagle Sauce Country furrowed his brow tightly. He gripped the wooden stick he had torn from the bedboard, his sharp gaze sweeping over the floor display above the elevator. They were currently on the top floor of this strange building, the 14th floor. To reach the first floor, the elevator was the only path. But the second rule made everyone's heart sink. Do not take any elevator that passes or reaches the fourth floor when you are alone. A survivor from a small European country murmured, his face turning pale like paper. We're on the 14th floor, we need to go to the first floor, no matter what, we will inevitably pass the fourth floor. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted. This was a truly vicious rule trap. There was only one elevator in front of them, and to go from the 14th floor to the first floor, the number 4 was an unavoidable obstacle. In Eastern culture, 4 sounds like death, and carries an ominous meaning. And the rule clearly stated that passing or reaching this floor could never be done by one person. This meant that the path of taking the elevator alone was completely blocked. The only way out was to find another person and travel together. Hiss. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream room, the audience who had just been in awe of Zhang Che's brilliance gasped in shock. This rule is so sinister. Walking alone is a dead end, and the only way to survive is to trust someone else? Trust who? Among everyone here, not one person can be trusted. Who would dare turn their back to someone else? What if that person is a strange imposter? Exactly. This is not just a rule test, this is a test of human nature. In the command center, Professor Lu Jingguo's face turned exceptionally serious. He said in a deep voice, more terrifying than the strange is suspicion. Once the chain of suspicion forms, the survivors will fall into a terrifying standoff, where no one dares to move first, and no one dares to trust anyone. This is exactly the situation the strange realm wants to see. Sure enough, the atmosphere in the hallway immediately became tense. The survivors warily sized each other up, their eyes filled with fear and suspicion, almost becoming tangible. Captain Michael of Eagle Sauce Country pressed his back tightly against the wall, ensuring he wouldn't be ambushed from behind. Others followed suit, creating even more distance between each other, as if everyone were a source of a deadly virus. Time passed second by second, and the motion-sensing light at the top of the corridor began flickering more urgently, the light dimming and brightening, silently increasing everyone's mental pressure. At this moment, the swordsman from Sakura Country, Watanabe Ichido, made his move. His country had not suffered casualties in the previous round, but like Long Country, it had not gained a boost in national luck, which made him seem somewhat eager for success. He scanned his surroundings, and his gaze finally fixed on a Southeast Asian contestant who was crouching in a corner, looking small and timid. The contestant had a terrified expression on his face, his body slightly trembling, looking like the most harmless one among them. Friend, let's cooperate. Watanabe Ichido spoke in stiff English, his voice hoarse and determined. We will go down together, this is the only way. The Southeast Asian contestant froze for a moment, then, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, nodded repeatedly, even managing to squeeze out a grateful smile. Under the complex gazes of everyone, Watanabe Ichido took the first step, heading toward the elevator that symbolized the unknown. The Southeast Asian contestant followed closely behind, the two of them standing in front of the elevator door, one in front of the other. Ding! The elevator doors slowly slid open, and it was empty inside. Watanabe Ichido took a deep breath, tightened the samurai sword in his hand, and stepped inside first. The Southeast Asian contestant also followed in his footsteps. The two stood inside the elevator, looking back at the crowd outside, their expressions all different. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a sudden change occurred. The Southeast Asian contestant, who had always seemed timid and fearful, instantly lost his look of terror and gratitude, replaced instead by an unnatural, twisted grin that stretched to his ears. His facial features began to blur, his body melting rapidly like a wax figure scorched by flames, and in the moment the elevator doors closed, with a puff sound, he completely turned into a puddle of writhing black liquid. On the small LCD screen inside the elevator, the number representing the number of occupants clearly changed from 2 to 1 in an instant. No! Watanabe Ichido let out a scream of pure terror. He suddenly turned around and began to smash the elevator door wildly with the scabbard of his sword, but the cold metal door remained completely motionless. This scene was clearly broadcasted around the world through the livestream. The Sakura Country live broadcast room was instantly drowned out by desperate cries. In their command center, several officials collapsed to the ground. The survivors outside the elevator watched in disbelief, their hearts filled with rage, a chill shooting up from their feet to the top of their heads. They had witnessed a living person turn into a puddle of black liquid, and had witnessed the cruelty of the rules. The option to pair up was itself a deadly trap. Who knew if the person beside them was truly human, or a disguised strange being? The elevator's downward indicator light lit up, and it began to descend slowly. 12, 11, 10. Every number that changed was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart. Watanabe Ichido screamed like a madman inside the elevator, but his voice was completely isolated. Finally, the number stopped at 4. Ding! A crisp reminder sounded, but at this moment it seemed unbearably harsh, like the death bell from hell. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. The doors slowly opened. Outside, it was not a corridor nor a room, but a pitch-black darkness where one couldn't even see their hand in front of their face. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Watanabe Ichido's throat. It was as if invisible hands were grabbing him tightly, pulling his limbs in different directions. His body was being dragged inch by inch toward the abyss-like darkness outside the door by an irresistible force. The samurai sword in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp clang sound. The next second, his figure and scream were completely swallowed by the darkness. The live broadcast from Sakura Country instantly turned into a field of snowflakes, eventually fading into the dead silence of pitch black. Under the gaze of the entire world, the enormous light screen representing Sakura Country's national fortune visibly dimmed, its glow reduced sharply, like a candle flickering in the wind. In front of the elevator hall of happiness building number 14, there was a deathly silence. This bloody scene, like the sharpest dagger, completely shattered the last sliver of hope deep in the hearts of all the survivors. The chain of suspicion was officially formed. Everyone looked at the other survivors around them, their eyes filled with undisguised fear. Now, in their eyes, every living person could be the next Southeast Asian player, a creature disguised as a human, ready to devour anyone at any moment. Trust had completely collapsed. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone's face looked uncertain, shifting between dark and light. The oppressive atmosphere made billions of viewers outside the livestream feel suffocated. No one dared to approach the elevator anymore. No one dared to trust anyone. Jiang Che stood quietly, having witnessed the entire process. There was no fear on his face, no shock, only a hint of indescribable complex emotions flashing in his clear eyes. Chapter 7 Jiang Che. Is he going in? The heart-wrenching scream of the Sakura Country contestant seemed to still echo in the corridor. The eerie black liquid in front of the elevator had long since disappeared, as if it had never existed, but the slightly blackened floor tiles, corroded by the liquid, constantly reminded everyone present of what had just happened here. The shadow of death hung over the heart of every survivor. Damn it! Captain Michael from Eagle Sauce Country cursed softly, his thick arms bulging with veins as he tightly gripped a wooden stick that had been broken off from the iron frame bed in room 1401. One end of the stick had been sharpened with a knife, forming a crude spear. He held the weapon horizontally across his chest, leaning against the cold wall like a trapped brown bear, vigilantly scanning everyone in the room, his eyes filled with the unique wariness and fierceness of a soldier. Time ticked by, second by second. The flashing frequency of the voice-activated light above seemed to be speeding up, the flickering light cutting through the fearful expressions on everyone's faces, making the atmosphere even more suffocating and eerie. At the end of the corridor, invisible shadows seemed to be writhing, urging them to make a choice for death quickly. The deadlock, a deathly deadlock. Outside the live stream, billions of viewers around the world could feel the suffocating despair through the screen. Everyone was thinking, if they were in this situation, how would they break the deadlock? The answer seemed to be clear, there was no solution. In this almost frozen silence, Jiang Che moved. He had been standing on the edge of the crowd, leaning against the doorframe of room 1404, like an outsider observing. He did not focus all his attention on watching each other, like the others. His gaze was often more on the elevator and the weathered marks on the walls of the corridor. At this moment, he gently shook his head, the movement light, but it was like a stone thrown into a silent pond, instantly drawing everyone's attention. There was no fear on his face, no hesitation, not even seriousness. His expression was calm to the point of being excessive, as if carrying a hint of boredom. Yes, boredom. It seemed that the test of human nature, filled with suspicion, in front of him, was merely a dull farce in his eyes. Then, under the astonished, confused, and even slightly mocking gazes of everyone, Jiang Che took a step forward. His goal was clear, so clear that it made people's hearts tremble. It was precisely the elevator that had just swallowed a living person. At this moment, the death elevator, which exudes an ominous aura, was quietly parked on the floor. What is he going to do? The Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly exploded at this moment. The barrage of comments poured out like a flood, flooding the entire screen. Don't! Jiang Shun! That elevator is a one-man death trap. He's crazy. He must be crazy. The rules are clear, anyone who goes in alone is certain to die. Is he stunned by the death of the Sakura country player? This doesn't fit his character. Isn't he a folklore god? How could he make such a rookie mistake? Stop him. Is there any way to contact him? Panic spread like a virus among the Dragon Kingdom audience. Just moments ago, they had been proud of Jiang Che's asking for directions, genius move, worshipping him as a deity, but now, their god was about to walk willingly into a certain death trap. The feeling of suddenly falling from the clouds into the abyss was hard for countless people to accept. At the Dragon Kingdom's official emergency command center, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Quick! Analyze his intentions. Hurry! The old general, whose shoulders bore the star of a commander, shouted hoarsely. However, all the analysts and psychological experts looked at each other in silence, unable to respond. Professor Liu Zhenghua, the academic master of national studies who had been calmly interpreting every amazing move of Jiang Che, suddenly stood up from his chair. His murky yet wise eyes were fixed on the screen, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His hand, gripping the table, had turned white from the excessive force. This time, even he could not understand Jiang Che's intentions. Riding the elevator alone to certain death, this completely defies all known rules and logic. What exactly does he want to do? For the first time, there was a hint of confusion and trembling in the old man's voice that he could not hide. Jiang Che's shocking action was like a huge stone crashing into the lake of global live broadcasts, creating a massive wave. Almost at the same time, the Eagle Sauce Country, the Bear Country, the European Alliance, broadcasters from all countries decisively switched the main camera to the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. The attention that had been scattered among the various players now focused entirely on Jiang Che. The eyes of the whole world were on him. They wanted to see if the Dragon Kingdom person who cracked ghost knocks on the door with a piece of paper, this young man praised as a folklore god by Dragon Kingdom experts, would again perform a miracle that overturns cognition, or if he would fall because of a fatal arrogance. Under the gaze of billions around the world, Jiang Che's steps did not hesitate in the slightest. He walked calmly through the astonished, cautious, and pitying gazes, heading straight for the elevator door. Ding! The elevator door seemed to sense his arrival, making a light sound, then slowly slid open to both sides. Inside, it was not the bloody hell or endless abyss that everyone had imagined. It was empty, with only a dim yellow light casting a gloomy and oppressive glow over the entire cabin. That light seemed like the breath of a dying person, weak in its glow, full of decay, casting strange shadows on the cold metal walls of the elevator cabin. The whole elevator resembled a primitive giant beast, slowly opening its bottomless mouth, waiting for a sacrifice. Jiang Che stood right in front of this giant beast's mouth. He took a deep breath, his chest faintly rising and falling. Then, without hesitation, he lifted his foot and stepped inside. At the moment he stepped into the elevator, the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, from the old general at the command center to the ordinary people watching in front of their screens, felt as if they were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand and lifted up to their throats. Chapter 8, Excuse me, may I borrow some light? At the moment Jiang Che stepped into the elevator, the entire Dragon Nation, from the old general at the command center to every ordinary citizen glued to their screens, felt as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed their hearts, lifting them to their throats. Time, in this instant, stretched infinitely. Jiang Che's figure was frozen by the slowly opening metal door. This was a one-way ticket to hell. Billions of viewers around the world thought the same. However, what Jiang Che did next once again shattered everyone's understanding. After entering the elevator, he did not panic and frantically search for buttons, nor did he nervously scan the corners like an ordinary person. His steps were steady, not making a single unnecessary sound, as if afraid of disturbing something. His clear eyes calmly swept across the empty cabin. But that gaze was definitely not looking at an empty expanse. His eyes seemed to wander among the crowd, full of scrutiny and searching, as if struggling to find a place to land in the vast space. Finally, his gaze fixed on the left rear corner of the elevator. That was the corner shrouded in the deepest shadows, appearing completely empty, save for the cold metal wall and a layer of thin dust. In Professor Liu Zhengua's suddenly constricted pupils at the Dragon Nation Command Center, and under the baffled gaze of global viewers, Jiang Che calmly walked toward that corner. Then, he made a move that petrified the entire world. He slightly turned his body and politely inclined his body backward toward the empty air, leaving half a body's space. A hint of just the right amount of apology appeared on his face, his tone as natural as if he were speaking to someone blocking his way in a crowded subway in the morning. Excuse me, could you please let me through, may I borrow some light? His voice, though not loud, clearly traveled through the tiny microphone on his chest, spreading across the globe. That tone, that demeanor, calm, everyday, even carrying a hint of warmth. It was as if he was facing not an unknown terror, but merely a group of ordinary workers packed together after work. Borrow some light. These three words, in this situation, seemed incredibly absurd, yet also carried an eerie quality. After saying this, Jiang Che seemed to have truly received permission. He took a breath, narrowed his shoulders, and cautiously squeezed himself into that narrow corner. He pressed closely against the cold metal wall of the cabin, curled up his body, his posture humble and compliant, as if afraid his oversized t-shirt would accidentally brush against those invisible passengers beside him. He reduced his presence to the lowest possible level. After doing all this, he finally extended his hand, crossing over the crowded space before him, with fingers that moved with careful precision to lightly press the number 1 button. Ding! The button light lit up, emitting a soft white glow. The elevator door began to close slowly, much like the curtain of a stage play, completely isolating all the stunned expressions from the outside world. At the last moment before the elevator door fully shut, Lieutenant Michael from Eagle Sauce Nation seemed to snap out of extreme shock, letting out an unintelligible roar from his throat and instinctively wanting to rush forward, but it was all too late. The cold metal door closed entirely. In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments paused for a whole second before erupting with unprecedented density, countless viewers unable to distinguish whether their emotions were fear or excitement, only able to vent their shock with the most primitive words. What the hell? Who was he just talking to? Let me through? Borrow some light? My God. I'm losing my mind. What kind of divine operation is this? He's gone mad. No. He's not mad. We are the ones who have gone mad. We just don't understand what he is doing. In the command center, Professor Lu Zhenghua gripped the armrest tightly, his murky eyes bursting with incredible light. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. He vaguely guessed something, but that guess was so insane that he couldn't even dare to believe it himself. And at that moment, the live camera in the elevator gave a clear close-up of that small LCD screen. Billions of viewers around the world witnessed a scene that would go down in history and be unforgettable for countless people. The information on the screen updated clearly. Number of occupants, 12 people. Status, full. 12 people? Full? These two cold words struck like two bolts of lightning, smashing into the brains of every viewer worldwide, instantly shattering all the perceptions and logic they had just built. A global silence lasted for 5 seconds. Then, the sudden eruption of gasps, screams, and sharp intakes of breath merged into a spiritual tsunami that transcended language and borders, sweeping across the entire blue planet. My God. It turns out the elevator has always been full. Rule 2. Do not ride when alone. We misunderstood. Jiang Che is not alone. He considers himself the 12th passenger. He did not challenge the rules, he was following them. He followed the rules that belonged to them. He is not an intruder, he disguised himself as one of them. A late passenger squeezing into a full elevator. It's terrifying. What kind of insight and imagination is this? With one sentence, one action, he transformed from sacrifice to passenger. A bone-chilling cold surged up countless spines, reaching the apex of their heads. That seemingly empty elevator instantly turned into a con filled with 12 unknown beings in everyone's eyes. And Jiang Che was calmly squeezed in among them. After the fear, there was infinite admiration. In the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, the old general with a star on his shoulder leaned back, collapsing heavily into his chair, looking at the screen where the words full appeared, his facial muscles twitching, his eyes unable to hide the ecstasy and fear. He whispered hoarsely, repeatedly muttering. Folk customs, this is the folk wisdom of our Dragon Kingdom. Good. Good. The elevator began to descend steadily. 14, 13, 12. The dim yellow light did not flicker again, and even became a bit brighter than before. The elevator operated extremely smoothly, without any strange noises. When the red number jumped to 4, the hearts of global viewers reached their peak. However, nothing happened. The elevator only shook slightly and continued to descend without stopping. The fatal 4th floor was merely an ordinary stop in its journey. The camera focused again on Jiang Che. He still curled up in that small corner, eyes closed, his chest rising and falling steadily. His expression was so calm, even carrying a hint of fatigue and tranquility, as if he were resting on his daily commute. It was as if for him, this really was just an ordinary elevator ride. Outside the elevator, in the dark corridor on the 14th floor. Captain Michael from the Eagle Sauce Nation, survivors of the Continental Alliance, all the remaining individuals stood frozen, as if under a petrification spell, rooted to the spot. They looked up, staring intently at the ever-smaller red number above the elevator, their faces filled with confusion, as their worldview was repeatedly shattered. Jiang Che left, so what would they do now? Chapter 9, The Ghostly Lift. In the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, the old general with a star on his shoulder, upon seeing the words on the elevator screen status, full. His body heavily fell into the chair, his eyes unable to hide the overwhelming joy and fear. He hoarsely murmured, "Folklore, this is the folk wisdom of our dragon country." However, amidst the joy, there remained a hint of confusion that couldn't be fully let go. He understood the result, but couldn't see through the process. Full? The elevator was clearly empty. Where did this full come from? How did Jiang Che's seemingly absurd actions find a thread of life in a situation that seemed doomed? Not just him, but experts and analysts from around the world were at this moment staring at that small display screen, sinking into the deepest cognitive quagmire of their careers. The logic of science, the psychology of behavior, the statistics of probability, all the rational tools that humanity prided itself on failed completely at this moment. In this global silence, Professor Lu Jinghua, who had been mumbling with trembling lips, overwhelmed with excitement, suddenly took a deep breath. His grizzled beard trembled violently with excitement, and his cloudy old eyes sparkled with unprecedented light. He abruptly stood up, slamming his hands heavily on the conference table, producing a loud bang that attracted everyone's gaze. Ghost carriers. This is the legendary ghost carriers. Professor Lu's voice became sharp and high-pitched with extreme excitement but carried an undeniable penetrating power, resonating throughout the command center, and clearly reaching every corner of Dragon Country and the world. What? Ghost carriers? The old general suddenly raised his head, eyes filled with urgent inquiry. That's right. Professor Lu Jinghua's gaze swept over every person present, over the scientific elites whose faces were marked with disbelief, his voice brimming with pride and glory. In our Dragon Country's folklore, especially in those rural tales considered rubbish, there has always been a saying, some specific spaces are not meant for the living. For example, the last empty bus in the deep night, or that unattended wild sedan chair in the wilderness, and even this old elevator in front of us. They are all vehicles meant for things on the other side. They are their exclusive carriers. This shocking statement made the entire command center silent as a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone was stunned by this completely surreal theory that transcended the real world. Professor Lu didn't give them much time to think. He pointed at the screen, his voice growing more passionate. It is already full. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Rule 2, do not take the elevator when there is only one person. We all misunderstood. Completely misunderstood. The literal meaning of this rule is a deadly trap. It exploits our instinctive thinking, making us believe that as long as we have two people, we can be safe. But the contestant from Sakura Country has already proven that this path is a dead end. The true meaning of the rule is actually a warning, a message from the rulemaker: do not think you are alone. Boom. This sentence hit everyone like a true heavenly thunder, crashing down on their heads. You thought it was an empty elevator, so you swaggered in, naturally standing in the middle, pressing the floor button. What is this behavior in the eyes of those invisible passengers? This is taking their place. It is crashing into the carrier's owner. It is disrespecting them. Naturally, they will be furious, and you will naturally meet your death. At this point, Professor Lu Jinghua's gaze returned to the young figure curled up in the corner of the screen, admiration and joy in his eyes almost spilling over. And Jiang Che. That kid. He saw through all of this from the very beginning. From the moment he stepped into the elevator, watch his movements. He didn't glance around, but was like a person in a crowded crowd searching for a gap. He found the most inconspicuous corner, then he uttered the words that could seal his fate. Excuse me, may I borrow a light? What was he doing? He was expressing respect. He regarded himself as a newcomer, a commuter who barely squeezed onto the subway during the morning rush. With the humblest posture, he conveyed enough apology and respect to all the natives in the packed cabin. He curled himself up, minimizing his presence, fearing to disturb any of his neighbors. He followed their rules, so they accepted him. He was no longer the sacrificial victim intruding into the cabin and disturbing the hosts, but became a passenger allowed to catch a ride. This is not simple cleverness, nor any nonsense luck. This is the great wisdom rooted deep in our civilized blood, harmoniously coexisting with the unknown. Professor Lu Jinghua's interpretation formed a closed logical loop, intricately connecting all of Jiang Che's seemingly bizarre behaviors into one thread. At this moment, in the global live broadcast room, countless viewers, after minutes of days, were finally ignited by Professor Lu's words. The ghost lifts the sedan. My God. My grandma used to tell me, don't walk in the middle at night, walk to the side, it is for giving way to passers-by. Turns out it's true. Oh my scalp is on fire. Don't think you are alone, that line is scarier than any horror movie. He transformed from a sacrificial victim to a passenger. One sentence, one action, completed the change of identity. What level of comprehension is this? Folk culture god. I declare that Professor Lu is the chief interpreter of the folk culture god. Outside the elevator, the world boiled for him. Inside the elevator, Jiang Che remained calm as ever. He still kept his eyes closed, curling up in the corner, seemingly just a weary young man napping on his commute. The elevator moved extremely smoothly, the dim yellow light even became bright and soft, no longer flickering. However, in Jiang Che's vision, the scene before him was not so. The moment he stepped into the elevator, a passive ability known only to him, called Daopo Tianji, quietly activated. His eyes were not ordinary human eyes. Under the effect of this passive ability, he could not directly see the appearance of the ghosts as the legends described, but he could see the flow and accumulation of qi. At the moment the elevator doors opened, the cabin he saw was far from empty. It was completely filled with dense light gray energy. This energy was like the snowflakes on an old television, constantly swirling, rolling, and compressing, forming an extremely crowded space. Any living creature that carried yang energy and stepped in would trigger the most violent reaction, just like a drop of hot oil in cold water. It was this 100% confirmation that allowed Jiang Che to carry out his plan without hesitation. He knew this was not an encounter that required fighting, but a journey that required following order. What he needed to do was not to dispel them, but to blend in with them. All his humility, politeness, and apologies were not acts for the world to see, but were sincerely offered to the passengers in this packed elevator. He could even feel that when he curled up in the corner, minimizing his presence, the gray snowflakes that had become a bit restless due to his entrance gradually calmed down, even leaving a barely noticeable, safe vacuum zone around him. They accepted him. 14, 13, 12, 4, 3, 2. The elevator descended smoothly, that once took the lives of contestants from the Cherry Blossom Nation, the deadly fourth floor, without even the slightest pause. Smoothly gliding past. Finally. Ding. A clear and pleasant alert sound rang out as the elevator reached the first floor. The metal door that separated life and death slowly slid open to both sides. Outside was the lobby of the old apartment building, which was also worn down, but a sliver of moonlight streamed in from the window. Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear, showing no signs of panic from escaping the eerie situation, but rather a touch of serene satisfaction from a full sleep. He didn't step out immediately. Instead, he slightly turned to the side and gently nodded to the crowded air before him, which seemed empty to everyone else, even managing a polite smile at the corner of his mouth. "Thank you, I have arrived," he said softly, as if bidding farewell to a stranger who escorted him. After speaking, he straightened up, took steady steps, and walked out of the elevator without a trace of any worldly atmosphere. Behind him, the elevator doors slowly closed. And at the very moment the doors completely shut, billions of spectators across the world saw clearly through the still-lit display in the elevator cabin. The information on the screen quietly refreshed. Number of passengers, 11 people. Status, in transit. The one representing Jiang Che disappeared. Then, the screen flickered once and faded to black, as if the scene that could overturn one's worldview had never existed. Chapter 10, The Last Supper. The elevator door slowly closed behind Jiang Che, and the screen showing number of passengers, 11 people, faded into darkness. Outside was the lobby on the first floor of Building 14, Happiness Lane. Unlike the oppressive corridor upstairs, this place felt much more spacious. Several high windows, covered in dirt, filtered in the pale moonlight into beams, casting them obliquely on the terrazzo floor. In one corner of the lobby were piles of discarded sofas and newspapers, releasing an old, decayed smell. This dead silence brought no sense of safety, rather, it felt like the calm before a storm, making one's heartbeat involuntarily slow, as if fearing to disturb something. Ding! The elevator behind him emitted another soft sound. Jiang Che turned to look back and saw the elevator doors open once more, revealing Captain Michael Smith from the Eagle Country stumbling out. His fine combat uniform was torn to shreds, his face was covered in cold sweat, and the panic of survival was evident in his eyes. The bedboard spear he had used as a weapon now only had half of it left, clearly indicating he had undergone an unknown peril in the elevator as well. Next, two more contestants rolled and crawled out of the elevator. One was a muscular black man from an African country, and the other was a blonde woman from a small European country. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with unshakable fear. It appeared not everyone understood how to ride this death elevator politely like Jiang Che. The four looked at each other, their eyes filled with intense vigilance and caution. The fate of the swordsman Watanabe from Sakura country and that strange Southeast Asian contestant had planted the seed of suspicion in their hearts. Nobody dared to easily trust any living person near them anymore. At this moment, the emotionless mechanical voice echoed throughout the lobby once again, resonating in the ears of viewers around the globe. Congratulations to the survivors for reaching the final scene. Final task, dine with the owner of room 1404. Owner of room 1404? Jiang Che's brow slightly furrowed. He remembered very well, 1404 was the room he had previously occupied. At the moment the voice fell, the shadows in the center of the lobby seemed to come alive, beginning to squirm. An ancient, dark long wooden table silently grew out of the shadows, and at the end of the table, in the main seat, sat a person who had appeared there without anyone noticing. There was a man wearing an ill-fitting old Zhongshan suit, his body thin and his skin displayed an unnatural waxy yellow. On his face, there was an incredibly stiff smile, the curve of his mouth stretched like it was measured by a ruler, fixed in place, unmoving. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, just staring blankly ahead. He was the owner of room 1404? Before the crowd could recover from this bizarre scene, a mechanical voice echoed again. Newbie Guide Rule 3, the owner has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you, please be sure to finish within 10 minutes to show respect for the host. Those who violate this will be considered unwelcome guests, with consequences borne by themselves. With the announcement of the rules, steaming dishes appeared out of thin air on that long wooden table. Aromatic braised pork, thick and fragrant steamed base, glistening stir-fried greens. Every dish was colorful, fragrant, and flavorful, the enticing smell fiercely stirring the already hungry stomachs of every survivor. After experiencing an unknown duration of intense tension and fear, this aroma of food from the mortal world had almost a magic power to destroy all sense. In front of each of the 4 survivors also appeared a set of utensils, a bowl of steaming white rice, and a pair of chopsticks. The countdown quietly appeared in everyone's sight. 9:59. Gulp. The African strongman was the first to give in, the sound of him swallowing saliva was particularly loud in the silent hall. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last ate, his body's instincts overwhelmed the fear of the unknown. Damn it! I'm starving! He roared in a coarse voice, as if to bolster himself, striding to the table, sitting down heavily, grabbing the chopsticks and shoveling rice into his mouth. The blonde woman from a small European country hesitated for a few seconds, watching the strong man eat with grease on his face and a satisfied expression. Her psychological defenses crumbled completely. Trembling, she sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and cautiously picked up a piece of braised pork to put in her mouth. As soon as the meat entered her mouth, her face, twisted in fear, instantly relaxed, her eyes bursting with disbelief. It's real food. Delicious food, she exclaimed with joy. The last defense line was breached. Even the most vigilant Captain Michael from the Eagle Country, after seeing the two safe and sound, sat down with a tightly furrowed brow. He did not wolf down his food like the others, but was still finishing the meal in the fastest speed, clearly aware that the 10-minute limit left no room for delay. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Che remained quietly standing in place. He did not move. In the Dragon Country livestream, the audience's hearts once again rose to their throats. Why isn't Jiang God eating? Time is running out. This must be a trap. But where is the trap? They ate without anything happening. Don't panic. Trust Jiang God. He must have discovered something we haven't seen. In the Dragon Country Command Center, the scholar Lu Jinghua stared intently at the screen, his gaze passing over the tempting dishes, ultimately fixating on the few plain bowls of white rice. When he saw the details of that bowl of rice, his wrinkled face instantly lost all color, abruptly standing up from his chair, his lips trembling as he shouted in a hoarse voice. Quick! Look at that bowl of rice. Those chopsticks. Everyone followed his indication. Through the zooming camera, a detail that sent chills down every Dragon Country citizen's spine was clearly presented. In front of each survivor, that bowl of white rice had those chopsticks sticking straight, deeply embedded in the middle of the rice. Rice of the dead, this is food for the dead on their way out. Professor Lu's voice trembled with a hint of despair. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an unexpected change occurred in the copy. The African strongman, who ate the fastest, had already cleared his bowl of rice. He burped contentedly, wiped his shiny mouth, and was just about to flash a flattering smile at the stiff host at the head of the table. However, just as his smile began to spread, it froze on his face. Before his very eyes, his skin rapidly lost moisture and luster at a visible rate, becoming shriveled, ultimately turning a lifeless, dull gray-black. His eye sockets deeply hollowed out, and his full muscles shrank within seconds, leaving him looking like a punctured balloon, swiftly deflating. He let out an unintelligible sound from his throat, his body swayed, and then he collapsed face first onto the table, becoming a mummified corpse with a look of terror. The blonde woman who was eating and Captain Michael both witnessed this horrifying scene at the same time, terrified to the point of losing their minds, screeching as they threw down their bowls and chopsticks. But it was all too late. No. No. The blonde woman looked at her hands in horror, her skin also began to show the same shriveling signs. A desperate cry erupted from her throat, but it quickly turned into a hoarse wail, and ultimately, she followed in the African strongman's footsteps, softly collapsing into her seat. Captain Michael's eyes burned with a fierce will to survive. He abruptly drew a dagger from his military boot, roaring as he intended to charge at the host, who had maintained a strange smile the entire time. But as he took a single step, all life force was instantly drained from his body, and he fell to the ground like a piece of deadwood. The cold countdown continued to tick away. In the blink of an eye, only 3 ominous corpses remained at the table, along with the host, whose smile grew increasingly eerie. Its hollow eyeballs slowly rotated, ultimately locking onto Jiang Che, the only one still standing. The atmosphere in the hall was stifling to the extreme. A hoarse voice, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, emerged from the host's throat, speaking to Jiang Che word by word, slowly. "Guest, please eat your meal." Its gaze fixated on Jiang Che, that rigid smile seemed, at that moment, to become even more vivid. Under the watchful eyes of billions of viewers around the globe, Jiang Che did not move. He simply stared quietly at the bowl of rice before him, which had chopsticks standing upright in it, then looked up at the host's grotesquely stiff face. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the corner of Jiang Che's mouth actually slowly curved upward. It was a smile that carried a hint of mockery, one that was strikingly similar yet entirely different from the host. Chapter 11, The Meal Before Collapse. In the hall, a deadly silence enveloped everything. 3 rapidly decaying corpses lay on the table, their faces frozen in the moment of satisfaction just before death, and the ultimate fear that followed. At the head of the table, the eerie man known as the host faced Jiang Che with its rigid smile. Its voice, like sandpaper rubbing, echoed once more in the hall. "Guest time is short." This time, its voice held less of a stiff invitation and more of a chilling threat. "If you don't eat, it will be disrespecting me." As the words fell, the air around them felt as if it had been infused with a kind of thick adhesive, making breathing heavy and difficult. From the cracks in the walls, threads of black liquid began to seep out, like coagulated blood, carrying a putrid odor, slowly dripping down. An invisible pressure squeezed from all sides, concentrating entirely on Jiang Che. This was the power of the rules. In this banquet, the host embodies the rules, and its respect or disrespect directly determines the life or death of the guests. Lieutenant Michael from Eagle Sauce Country proved that resistance is futile, while the other 2 survivors used their own dead bodies to prove that obedience is also a dead end. This is a closed loop of murder that leaves no escape route. In the Dragon Country live stream room, all the noise and bullet comments have vanished, leaving only a deathly silence. Every viewer is holding their breath, their hearts tightly gripped by an invisible hand. They stared helplessly as the pressure almost crushed the figures on the screen. God of John. What to do now? What should we do? Despair spreads in the hearts of billions. However, in the eye of the storm, Jiang Che seems oblivious to it all. He ignored the host's eerie urges, not even giving it a glance from the corner of his eye. His gaze, unnaturally calm, stayed fixed on the glaring white bowl of rice in front of him and the chopsticks standing straight in the middle of it. Under the tense watch of the whole world, Jiang Che slowly extended his right hand. Is he going to take the chopsticks? Is he finally going to compromise? Countless hearts are in throats. However, his hand stopped just a few centimeters away from the chopsticks. His long fingers curled up, leaving only his index finger out. Then, with the tip of his finger, he gently tapped twice on the ancient dark wooden table. Knock. Knock. The 2 light sounds seem particularly abrupt in the thick, oppressive air. The sounds aren't loud, but they instantly resonate throughout the entire hall, clearly reaching the ears of every viewer around the globe. What does this mean? This action, simple to the point of being casual, is so mysterious that no one can grasp it. Tapping the table at such a crucial moment of life and death? Is it some kind of signal? Or an unknown ritual? Experts around the world scramble to find explanations from their civilization's customs and legends, but they all fall into confusion without exception. At this moment, in the command center of Dragon Country, Scholar Lu Jinghua, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly jolted. His wrinkled face flushed red with excitement, and his murky eyes burst with incredible light, his breathing becoming rapid. It's him, he understands. He completely understands. Professor Lu supported himself on the table and stood up abruptly, his voice even breaking due to emotional excess. He almost shouted at the camera with all his might. Last meal. That is a last meal. Also called dying meal, journey meal. In our Dragon Country customs, this is the final meal offered to the dead, for those about to embark on the road to the netherworld. He pointed at the close-up of the bowl of rice on the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. Look at those chopsticks. Standing straight up in the rice is a huge taboo. In our culture, this resembles offering incense to the deceased. So this bowl of rice was never meant for the living. It invites the survivors to dine together, serving lavish dishes, even setting the rule that not finishing is disrespectful. All of this is a giant and malicious trap. Professor Lu's words were like thunder in the command center. Everyone looked stunned, their faces drained of color. Through the real-time translation system with the highest permission, Professor Lu's screaming explanation spread across the globe in just a few seconds. All live streams were instantly flooded with shock. The audience suddenly woke up from their stupor, a bone-chilling cold rushing from their feet to the top of their heads. So that's how it is. This seemingly respectful rule has at its core an inevitable curse of death. Eating means you admit you are a dying person, willingly enjoying this farewell meal. Then your life force will be instantly drained, and you will become a true dead person, just like those 3 dried corpses. Not eating, on the other hand, violates the rule of must finish eating within 10 minutes to show respect. You will also be seen as an unwelcome guest, and the consequences will be on you, and the end will certainly be death. This is an unsolvable deadlock. A paradox that cannot be logically broken. After fear, there is deeper confusion and bewilderment. Since it's a deadlock, what does Jiangshan knocking on the table mean? Right. He has seen through this meal is meant for the dead, so why does he make that strange action? Could there be a third way to go? Everyone's heart hung high in the air once again. They stared blankly at the screen, at the young man who still stood tall under the terrifying pressure. In the hall, Jiang Che slowly withdrew his fingers from the table. He finally raised his head, his gaze crossing over the bowl of deadly rice, and for the first time, stared directly at the face of the landlord whose features were twisted in rage. His voice was calm, not loud, but it spread throughout the hall and reached the ears of billions of viewers around the world. The food is delicious, the dishes are good. He paused, his lips curling into a mocking arc. But unfortunately, it's meant for the dead. I'm a living person, unworthy to enjoy it. The moment his words fell, the facade on the landlord's face shattered with a loud crash, and his entire expression became twisted and ghastly. Chapter 12, Turn the Table. Living people do not eat dead people's food. When Jiang Che's clear and slightly mocking words echoed in the hall, time seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next second, the stiff smile on the face of the strange man known as the landlord shattered. The corners of his mouth, measured to a ruler's precision, instantly distorted, and his waxy yellow face melted like a wax figure, with features misaligned, turning into an unspeakably hideous ghost face. Ho-ah-ah! A scream sharp enough to pierce eardrums burst from his mouth, which was ripped open to the root of his ears. The entire hall shook violently at this shriek, dust falling from the ceiling, and the black liquid on the walls, which resembled congealed blood, began to flow more rapidly. The sticky and oppressive air was completely ignited, and a visible black evil energy soared from the landlord. Since you won't eat. His distorted mouth moved, producing a sound that was no longer like sandpaper scraping, but a haunting mixture of countless voices, young and old, wailing in their last moments, filled with endless resentment. Then stay, and keep me company. As soon as the words fell, the soaring evil energy instantly transformed into hundreds of thousands of pitch-black, ink-like tentacles, tearing through the air from all directions, rushing toward the only person standing in the middle of the hall, Jiang Che. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, every direction was completely sealed off. This is a guaranteed kill situation. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience who had just fallen into silence due to Professor Lu's commentary suddenly felt their hearts leap into their throats upon seeing this scene. It's over. It's been seen through. It's going to kill. Jiangshan, run. As desperate comments surged, all analysts, psychological experts, and even Professor Lu Jinghua instinctively believed that Jiang Che's only way to survive was to evade and buy time, looking for that rare chance to break through. However, under the gaze of billions of viewers worldwide, Jiang Che not only did not step back, but instead made a move that left everyone's mind in shock. He advanced instead of retreating, facing the deadly attacks surging from all directions. Jiang Che took a sudden step forward, his footsteps clear amidst the chaos of shrieks. His knees slightly bent, his back instantly straightened like a taut bow, those hands that only turned ancient books in the library now clenched the edge of the heavy dark wooden table in front of him. What is he going to do? Professor Lu Zhengwei exclaimed in shock. Jiang Che's arm muscles bulged, a terrifying power that completely contradicted his somewhat slender frame erupted explosively from his waist and abdomen. Ha! Accompanied by a deafening roar, he exerted all his strength and brutally lifted the gigantic dining table, which weighed at least hundreds of pounds and was filled with dishes, off the ground. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, he suddenly overturned the entire table towards the grotesque landlord. Living people do not eat the food of the dead, get out. This roar instantly drowned out the shrieks of the ghostly figure, resonating throughout the entire hall and exploding in the ears of billions of global viewers. Crash, clang, boom. In an instant, the savory red-braised meat, steamed fish, and fresh green vegetables, along with several bowls of deadly sacrificial food, arced through the air in a messy parabola, splattering onto the ground. As those black tentacles, nearly touching Jiang Che's body, came into contact with the overturned offerings, a sudden change occurred. Sizzle, sizzle. As if hot oil had been splashed into boiling water, or like concentrated sulfuric acid poured over flesh. Those tentacles formed from negative energy let out piercing shrieks the moment they touched the food, erupting into clouds of black smoke and rapidly disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. This sacrificial food was the offering for it, the source of its power, the core of its rules. Jiang Che chose not to comply with the rules, nor did he choose to escape from them. He chose the most direct and unexpected way, he simply overturned its table and smashed its bowl. At that moment, the global livestream went completely insane. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the bullet comments had completely disappeared, not due to silence, but because the number of speakers was too great, overwhelming the server's capacity to refresh. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! He flipped the table? You can play like this? My god, I'm dumbfounded. Is this a folklore student? This is clearly a war god descending. So damn cool. This is a real man, no nonsense. If you're not satisfied, just flip the table. Rules? Screw the rules. I am the rule. In the emergency command center of the Dragon Kingdom, an old general carrying the Star of Military Honor gripped his fists tightly, trembling slightly with excitement. He looked at the figure on the screen, his tiger-like eyes sparkled sharply, and finally, thousands of words transformed into one. Good. National Studies Master Professor Lu Zhenghua was gaping, supporting himself against the table, his murky eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He dedicated his life to studying folk customs and taboos, thinking only about how to comply, avoid, or utilize, never considering that when faced with such an ancient and bizarre custom, there was an answer like flipping the table. Simple. Brutal. Effective. Almost simultaneously, in the Eagle Sauce Country Command Center. Everyone stared blankly at the screen, the chaos and the figure standing in the center. Captain Michael's direct superior, the normally steady commander, instinctively stood up from his chair, looking at the screen, his lips moving, and after a long time, he murmured. Madman, he's a true madman. In the eerie hall on the first floor. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Che slowly stood upright in the center of the ruins. He was spotless, and his slightly ragged breath had calmed down. The offerings were destroyed, and the rules were broken. The strange landlord seemed to have all its strength drained away, its swollen negative energy rapidly receding like a tide. Its twisted ghostly face was filled with unwillingness and resentment, but it could no longer make any sound. With a faint, almost inaudible wail, its form began to become illusory, and finally, with a bang, it turned into a puff of insignificant blue smoke, completely dissipating in the polluted air. As it vanished, the cold countdown in the field of vision also quietly disappeared. Final task, complete. Chapter 13 SSS Level Evaluation and Global Unrest. Jiang Che stood in the center of the ruins of the first-floor hall, his body clean and dust-free, breathing steadily as usual. He looked around, lost in thought. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice that had accompanied the entire instance once again echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Country, Jiang Che, for perfectly clearing the beginner guide instance happiness building number 14. Final evaluation in progress. Decoding progress, 100%, revealing all rules cultural roots. Rule evasion, 100%, did not violate any explicit or implicit rules. Breaking method, disruptive, using righteous ways to dispel evil schemes. Overall evaluation, SSS level. As the three characters SSS level appeared on the global display, the entire world fell silent. Not a brief pause, but a complete quietness. In the command center of the Dragon Country, the old general stared at the screen, his palm clenched into a fist. SSS level. He murmured. The national scholar, Professor Lu Zhenghua, was so excited that he trembled all over, his arms supporting the table revealed bulging veins, his eyes filled with tears. Our culture, the wisdom of our ancestors, has finally proven itself in front of the world. However, a greater shock was yet to come. The mechanical voice continued. Due to the chosen one receiving an unprecedented SSS level evaluation, the Dragon Country will receive the following national fortune rewards. 1. National arable land fertility increased by 50%, and the growth period of major crops shortened by 20%. 2. A super-large, easily mined rare earth vein has been discovered. 3. The average physical quality of citizens slightly improved, and the incidence of diseases decreased by 5%. When the specific details of these three rewards were announced to the public through the display, the whole world fell into silence. This was no longer a simple reward, but a strategic resource capable of completely changing a country. In the White House of the Eagle Sauce Country, a crisp sound echoed from the president's office. An expensive wine glass was smashed hard on the floor. Damn it! Damn it! The president shouted in a fit of rage, these rewards, any one of them is enough to let them lead us by 10 years. 10 years. The vice president stood trembling beside him, not daring to speak. He knew that at this moment, any comforting words would be powerless. In the military command center of the Bear Country, an old general with a full beard sat in silence, not saying a word. He just stared at the screen. As a soldier, he clearly understood what these rewards meant for a country. Agricultural yield means an absolute guarantee of food security. Rare earth veins imply an absolute advantage in high-tech industries. And the improvement in citizens' physical quality is directly related to the future of the entire nation. In the Prime Minister's office of the Cherry Blossom Country, the Prime Minister slumped in his chair, his hands hanging weakly. It's over. He murmured, we are done. As a resource-scarce island nation, he understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of these rewards. Especially that rare earth vein, which was almost equivalent to giving the Dragon Country absolute voice in future technological competition. In the emergency meeting room of the Continental Alliance, representatives from various countries looked at each other in silence. We must reconsider our diplomatic policy towards the Dragon Country. A representative from Germany said solemnly. No, what we need to consider is how to obtain some technological assistance without provoking them. The representative from France shook his head with a bitter smile. And those originally weaker small countries revealed complex expressions. They knew that from today onwards, the world's pattern would be completely changed. Compared to the heavy atmosphere in other countries, the Dragon Kingdom is in a state of boiling enthusiasm. From the command center to the ordinary people, after a brief shock, the loudest cheers erupted. Jiangshan is awesome. Long will long live. We won. We really won. Countless people surged into the streets, waving bright red flags and shouting Jiang Che's name. All major social media platforms in the Dragon Kingdom completely collapsed, with endless messages flooding in like a tide. Jiang Che. My God. Long live folklore. Long live the wisdom of our ancestors. Starting today, I want to study folklore. SSS level. The first SSS level in history. This is the strength of our Dragon Kingdom. In the command center, the old general was so excited that he stood up, announcing to all the staff with a trembling voice. Today, everyone contributed. Everyone. Professor Lu Zhenghua was even moved to tears, looking at the figure on the screen, and endless pride surged in his heart. Jiang Che, oh Jiang Che, you have not only brought glory to yourself, you have brought glory to our entire nation and civilization. In the strange realm, Jiang Che seemed unaware of the boiling outside world. He simply looked calmly at the surroundings that were gradually brightening, nodding thoughtfully. For him, this challenge was like a hands-on study of folklore. Although the process was somewhat dangerous, the results were quite satisfying. A beam of soft white light descended from the sky, slowly surrounding him. Preparing for teleportation. In the light, Jiang Che's figure began to turn transparent. The global audience held their breath, watching this historical figure. He simply stood there, like a student who had just completed his homework, calm and composed. But it was this calmness that shocked the entire world. This was not a pretentious deep mystery, but a serenity rooted in a profound cultural heritage. In the light of teleportation, Jiang Che's figure gradually faded away. What he left to the world was the legend of perfectly clearing a solo instance, a name that made all countries feel both apprehensive and eager, and a glorious moment belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. From today on, the name Jiang Che will be recorded in history. Chapter 14, Return. The Boiling Dragon Kingdom. The moment the white light dissipated, Jiang Che found himself once again sitting in the familiar chair of the library at Gingnan University. The sunlight still streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the cup of milk tea on the table was still emitting slight steam, as if time had been paused the moment he left. Jiang Che blinked and looked down at his hands. Clean and long, with no trace of battle left on them. If it weren't for the book on folk taboos and avoidance techniques still open to chapter 2 on the table, he would almost think everything that just happened was just an overly real daytime dream. But immediately, a buzzing vibration sound crazily came from his pocket. Jiang Che took out his phone, and the numbers on the screen made him pause for a moment. 999 plus unread messages, 147 missed calls. The screen was flooded with dense push notifications like a waterfall. Shocked. The Dragon Kingdom's chosen one receives an unprecedented SSS level evaluation. Global boiling. Jiang Che becomes a hero of humanity. Folklore saves the nation. The ancient culture of the Dragon Kingdom is revitalized. Countries urgently learn Chinese. Eastern mysticism becomes a global sensation. Jiang Che's fingers slid across the screen. Those titles were more exaggerated than the last, but each pointed to the same core, him. At that moment, a faint noise came from outside the library. Jiang Che looked up towards the window and saw a large crowd gathered in the campus square in the distance, waving red flags and shouting something. The wind carried the shouts over. Jiang Che. Jiang Che. Our hero. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Che slightly frowned, this feeling of being celebrated as a hero. It made him feel a bit uneasy. He had only completed an academic practice. Just as he was about to pack his books and leave, several men in black suits appeared behind him. Comrade Jiang Che. The leading middle-aged man spoke with great respect, while showing him a red document. I am the head of the Special Affairs Response Bureau of National Security. My name is Wang Jiangwo. Please come with us, the country needs you. Jiang Che glanced at the national emblem and words on the document, nodding slightly. He had anticipated this moment. Can I pack my books first? Jiang Che's tone was very calm, as if he was not facing a special department of the state. Wang Jiangwo was slightly taken aback, then revealed a hint of a smile. Of course, you can. He had seen too many people lose composure after significant events, but the calm of this young man made him deeply respect him. Jiang Che unhurriedly organized his books and notebooks, placed them into his backpack, and then stood up to leave the library with the others. A Loki black sedan was waiting at the back door of the library. After Jiang Che got in, the car silently drove away from the campus. The interior of the car was quiet, with Wang Jiangwo sitting across from Jiang Che, looking at this young man who had changed the world order with a complex expression. Comrade Jiang Che, Wang Jiangwo carefully chose his words, do you know the situation outside right now? I can roughly guess some. Jiang Che looked at the scenery flying by outside, his tone still calm. It should be quite chaotic, right? It's more than chaotic. Wang Jiangwo shook his head with a bitter smile, you may not yet know the real situation globally. He took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Che. This is the report we just compiled on the situation of global chosen ones. Jiang Che took the document, and the cover had a prominent line of red characters. Top secret, summary report on the first round of the Global Mysterious Challenge. Flipping to the first page, a series of shocking numbers came into view. Total number of global chosen ones, 147. Number of survivors in the first round, 43. Death rate, 70.7%. Jiang Che's brow furrowed slightly. He knew the mysterious challenges were dangerous, but he didn't expect the death rate to be so high. Wang Jiangwo noticed the change in his expression and said solemnly, this is not even the most terrifying part. Keep reading. Jiang Che turned to the next page, which detailed the performance of chosen ones from various countries. Eagle Country, 5 chosen ones, 2 survivors, highest rating C level. Bear Country, 4 chosen ones, 1 survivor, highest rating D level. Cherry Blossom Country, 3 chosen ones, all dead. Continental Alliance, 12 chosen ones, 4 survivors, highest rating C level. Flipping through the pages, almost every country paid a heavy price. Even those lucky enough to survive had mostly received ratings of D or C levels, bringing minimal rewards to their countries. Even more terrifying was that some countries' chosen ones severely violated the rules, resulting in their deaths and bringing punitive consequences to their nations. Germania, chosen one Hansmuller caused total annihilation by maliciously opening a door. Bavaria suffered a 7.2 magnitude earthquake, with economic losses exceeding 100 billion euros. Gallia, chosen one Pierre Dupont died due to provoking the mysterious. Southern Gallia faced a once-in-a-century flood. Jiang Che closed the document, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He didn't expect that what seemed to be a not-so-difficult copy for him was, for others, a brutal slaughterhouse. Now you understand, right? Wang Jiangwo's voice was very grave, your SSS level rating is an unparalleled rarity globally. No, I should say, even an A-level rating is not found anywhere else in the world. What consequences did this lead to? Jiang Che asked. Wang Jiangwo turned on the car's TV, and the screen immediately displayed an urgent news broadcast from CNN. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Washington. Just now, Harvard University announced an investment of $1 billion to establish the Institute of Eastern Folklore, specializing in the study of ancient Chinese culture and the relationship with supernatural phenomena. The scene shifts to a press conference at Oxford University. We will invite the world's top sinology experts to deeply study ancient texts such as Shan Hai Jing and Liao Zhai Ji, trying to find methods to counteract the uncanny situations. Next is Tokyo University. Our school will open an emergency Chinese fast-track course next month, open to global enrollment. Berlin University, Paris University, Moscow University. Almost all top universities in the world are doing the same thing, frantically studying Chinese culture. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs phone lines are overwhelmed. Wang Jiangwo said with a bitter smile, countries are requesting cultural exchanges, wanting to send scholars to Dragon Country to study folklore. Some small countries even proposed incredible conditions, as long as we can provide support from folklore experts. Jiang Che looked at the screen showing blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign scholars seriously learning Chinese characters. His mood was complicated. He never thought that his field research in the uncanny realm would stir such a huge wave globally. But this also brings problems. Wang Jiangwo's expression became serious. Countries' attitudes toward us have become very complex. They are eager for our help but wary of our strengthening power. Some nations have already begun secretly uniting, trying to balance us. The car stops in front of a seemingly ordinary office building. Jiang Che followed Wang Jiangwo into the building, passing through multiple security checks, and arrived at a conference room. In the conference room, dozens of large screens were playing real-time news from around the world. Each screen was discussing the same topic. Jiang Che and the Eastern wisdom he represented. Jiang Che. A voice called out. Jiang Che looked up to see Professor Lu Jinghua. The old professor's face was filled with excitement and gratitude. Child, you did so well. Tears sparkled in Professor Lu's eyes. You not only saved yourself but also brought glory to our entire nation. Now the whole world is learning our culture. This is something generations of scholars have dreamed of. Jiang Che nodded at him, but a trace of doubt rose in his heart. He recalled his experiences in the uncanny realm, especially the passive ability called Dao Patianji. This ability allowed him to see things that ordinary people could not detect. This was definitely not something an average person should possess. Why did he have this ability? What kind of existence is that uncanny realm? Also, since this was just a beginner's guide instance, what awaited them next? Jiang Che sat in the conference room chair, watching the busy staff around him, yet felt exceptionally calm inside. He knew this was only the beginning. Chapter 15, Preparing for War and Reappearance. Jiang Che sat in the main seat of the oval table. Across from him was a council of top experts led by Professor Lu Jinghua. Among these people were folklore scholars, archaeological authorities, religious studies experts, and even a few hermits skilled in ancient methods of astrology. Jiang Che, Professor Lu adjusted his glasses, looking serious. Can you describe in detail your specific feelings in the uncanny realm? Especially those things we ordinary people cannot detect. Jiang Che took a small sip of tea, organizing his words. The most intuitive feeling is yin qi. The whole building is shrouded in a heavy yin qi, like a haze formed by the grievances of countless people. Yin qi? A young assistant scholar questioned. Isn't that a term from feudal superstition? Professor Lu glared at him. Shut up. Jiang Che, continue. In the corridor on the 14th floor, I could feel a large accumulation of residual thoughts below the walls. Jiang Che continued, like a tape recorder, documenting the terrifying events that once happened here. Those scattered children's toys, each stained with the despair and unwillingness of the children. What about the power of rules? Another expert asked. Jiang Che pondered for a moment. Rules are the laws governing this strange realm. Breaking them is like declaring war on the entire strange realm. But if you understand the essence of the rules and follow their logic, you can actually gain their recognition. Just like your performance in the elevator? Professor Lu pressed on. Exactly. Jiang Che nodded. That elevator is essentially a variant of a ghostly sedan chair. In traditional folklore, if a person mistakenly boards a ghost sedan, as long as they do not panic and calmly ride as a guest, they can often escape safely. The elevator in the strange realm is the same. As long as you see yourself as the 12th passenger, you naturally will not be rejected. The experts in the advisory group all nodded, their eyes filled with admiration. In the following hours, the experts provided Jiang Che with a vast amount of folk materials and historical secrets. From the monstrous accounts in the Classic of Mountains and Seas to the ghostly legends in the Taiping Guangji. From various local taboos to the strange tales of great figures throughout history. The memory Jiang Che displayed shocked everyone. No matter how complex the texts, he could accurately recite them after reading once. This child's talent is simply that of a chosen one. An old expert quietly said to a companion. No, Professor Lu Jinghua shook his head. I think it feels more like some kind of awakening. Time passed quickly, and when Wang Jiangwo pushed the door open, Jiang Che had already completed the knowledge accumulation that would take an average person many years to master. Comrade Jiang Che, Wang Jiangwo's tone was very formal. The national team has prepared the highest level of logistical support for you. The weapons and equipment list is here. You can choose anything you need. He handed over a detailed list which included various high-tech weapons. Laser guns, electromagnetic cannons, exoskeletons, nano-combat suits. Jiang Che glanced at it and gently shook his head. I don't need any of these. Then what do you need? Wang Jiangwo asked, puzzled. Jiang Che took out a piece of paper from his bag, which had a neatly written list. A copy of the old yellow calendar, the most authentic almanac version. A pack of cinnabar, must be of the highest quality. Several red strings, made by unmarried women by hand. A small peachwood sword, carved from 1,000-year-old peach wood. And white candles, yellow paper, brushes, ink. Wang Jiangwo looked at this list, his expression becoming quite complicated. These items appeared to outsiders as mere props for performing superstitions. Comrade Jiang Che, are you sure you want these? Don't you need some higher-tech equipment? I'm sure. Jiang Che's tone was calm. To fight against the strange realm, it relies not on technology, but on wisdom. Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I will prepare everything for you as quickly as possible. As Jiang Che prepared for the final preparations, other countries around the world were also gearing up in their own ways. In the Pentagon of Eagle Sauce Country, the newly selected chosen one was conducting final equipment adjustments. This was a retired Navy SEAL, named John, with muscles like iron and eyes sharp as an eagle. This is our latest developed Mk7 model exoskeleton, the researchers introduced. It can triple your strength and speed, and is equipped with holy water bullets and a silver dagger. John moved his body, nodding with satisfaction. Great, this time I want those monsters to know that American warriors are not to be trifled with. In a shrine in Sakura country, a young shrine maiden was kneeling in front of the altar, hands clutched together in silent prayer. Beside her were several sacred objects and some Shinto treasures. Ame, the shrine's chief priest, came to her side. These are our shrine's treasures passed down for 1,000 years, be sure to use them carefully. The shrine maiden named Ame nodded seriously. I understand, master. I will not disappoint the expectations of the Yamato people. In the military base of the bear country, a man as burly as a bear was undergoing his final physical training. His name is Volkov, a star of the Special Forces. Volkov, the commander, handed him a special crossbow. This is made from the oldest white birch of Siberia, and the arrows are coated with holy oil blessed by the church. Volkov took the crossbow and said in a deep voice, "For the glory of the motherland, I will never back down." Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across the world. Every country is arming its chosen ones with its own cultural heritage and technological power. However, just as nations prepared anxiously for war, the global screens lit up again. This time, there was no warning, and a line of blood-red numbers suddenly appeared in the center of every screen. Time until the second strange realm opens, 24 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. Seeing this countdown, the atmosphere around the world became tense in an instant. But unlike the pure fear of the first time, people's emotions this time were more complex. Especially the audience from the Dragon Country, who had an added sense of anticipation and pride in their eyes. They wanted to see how Jiang Che would create miracles once more. In the Dragon Country's base, in Jiang Che's private resting room. The night was already deep, but Jiang Che was not sleeping. He sat alone at the table, playing with a brand new old almanac. This almanac was made using the most traditional methods, with a yellow cover printed with patterns of dragon and phoenix bringing good fortune. Jiang Che casually flipped to one page, his gaze falling on the small print below the date. Today's auspicious activities, rituals, enrollment, needing friends. Avoid, moving earth, long travels. His gaze lingered on the words enrollment for a long time, lost in thought. Rituals represent communication with gods and spirits. Enrollment means entering a new environment, learning new knowledge. Meeting friends is about making connections and collaboration. Avoiding moving earth indicates it is not suitable to disrupt the current pattern. Avoiding long travels suggests danger lies waiting in the distance. Jiang Che closed the almanac, a vague premonition forming in his heart. 24 hours is neither long nor short. In the tense waiting of people around the world, a day passed in the blink of an eye. That familiar white light descended from the sky again. Chapter 16, Welcome to the Night Study Room. Before the white light had completely dissipated, a bone-chilling cold had already invaded the marrow. This time, that emotionless mechanical voice did not wait for the chosen ones to adapt to their environment as it had before. Instead, it resonated in the minds of all the global audience the moment the transmission occurred, bringing forth a brand new mechanism capable of overturning the world's pattern. The second Strange Realm challenge officially begins. This challenge will be divided into main copy and mirror copy. According to the comprehensive ranking of the luck of various countries in the last round, the top 5 countries, Dragon Country, Eagle Sauce Country, Bear Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Gallus Country, their chosen ones will enter the only main copy Night Study Room. The main copy will confront the most core horror and contain the most abundant opportunities. The chosen ones from other countries will be divided according to geographical areas and enter the mirror copy, which has the same rules but reduced intensity. Once this rule was announced, the world was in an uproar. Countless audiences and command centers from small countries instantly fell into despair. They had originally hoped their country's chosen ones could avoid strong enemies, but now this mechanism completely shattered their fantasies. The mirror copy, with reduced intensity, means they lost their qualification to compete for top rewards right from the start. In the livestream rooms of the 5 major powers, the atmosphere suddenly turned extremely tense. Oh my god, is this going to be a battle of the gods? No longer fighting alone, but a direct clash of top powers. This is insane. Main copy. The only one. This means they will begin the cruelest competition from the start. The light dispersed, and Jiang Che found himself in a massive tiered classroom. The layout of the classroom was old, with dark red wooden desks and chairs stacked up, reaching toward the darkness of the ceiling. The air was filled with a heavy moldy smell and the scent of dust, but what weighed down his heart even more was the een energy here. If the een energy of Building 14 on Happiness Lane was like a thin morning mist, then the een energy here was like a bottomless mud pit, thick enough that it seemed to drip with cold corpse water at any moment. Every breath he took brought with it a deep-seated resentment and chill that penetrated to the bone. Jiang Che calmly scanned his surroundings and instantly locked onto several particularly unique heavyweight opponents. In the front row of the classroom, a muscular man wearing an MK7 exoskeleton was confidently stretching his body, the metal joints making faint clicking sounds that were especially jarring in the dead silence of the classroom. He was John Smith, the new chosen one from Eagle Sauce Country. He seemed completely unconcerned about the eerie atmosphere around him, his eyes filled with absolute confidence in his technological power, even taking a moment to perform some tactical evasion moves, as if warming up for the battle to come. In a nearby corner, a girl dressed in a traditional red and white shaman outfit was nervously closing her eyes, her hands tightly touching several divine objects over her chest, muttering to herself as if praying to her deity. She was Ame, the chosen one from Sakura Country. Jiang Che glanced at her, feeling unfazed, nearly thinking to himself, the Shinto stuff, praying at the wrong mountain in our Huaxia territory, probably won't work. On the other side, against the wall, a man as large as a brown bear was leaning against it, meticulously wiping an ancient birchwood crossbow with a piece of deer hide. He was Ivan Volkov from Bear Country, his eyes alert and filled with deadly danger. As Jiang Che observed these classmates, a flash of light appeared nearby, revealing another figure. It was a girl about his age, wearing black-framed glasses, with a fair complexion and calm demeanor. When she appeared, she showed no signs of panic, simply adjusting her glasses and quickly taking out a hardshell notebook and a pen from her canvas bag, rapidly jotting something down on the paper. She was Su Xiao, the second chosen one from Dragon Country, a top student from the archaeology department of Jingnan University. Su Xiao's eyes scanned the room quickly, her mind racing like a supercomputer at high speed. Eagle Sauce player John, heavily reliant on high-tech personal equipment, with strengths in firepower and defense, but weaknesses may lie in understanding the rules and adaptability. Sakura Shamaname, relying on religious artifacts, possibly strong in spirit, but the effectiveness of these divine objects in the eerie context of Eastern culture is questionable, and she seems to lack mental resilience. Bear Country player Volkov, a typical combat elite, with maximum skills and vigilance, but likely helpless against non-physical attacks. Her gaze finally landed on Jiang Che. Jiang Che, a folklore student, without weapons or equipment, carrying only what looks like a junk bag, and in his hand seems to be a book called the Old Almanac? Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Analyzing from the perspective of probability and logic, his survival rate in this gathering of strong opponents should be the lowest. But the last SSS level completion video completely overturned probability. Upon seeing Su Xiao, the Dragon Country livestream erupted. Double jackpot. Our Dragon Country has 2 contestants this time. Heaven bless Dragon Country. So great. It's finally not just Jiangshan fighting alone. Hope this lady can support him well. Wait, the information shows she's a top student in the archaeology department? Is this major suitable? Su Xiao's appearance sparked huge discussions among the Dragon Kingdom audience. Most people held a cautious attitude towards her abilities. After all, Jiang Che's last performance was really too dazzling, and anyone fighting alongside him would bear enormous pressure. At this moment, that cold mechanical voice rang out again, this time sounding as if it came from the podium at the front of the classroom, carrying a hint of undeniable authority. Welcome to the Ninth Study Room. In here, you are students seeking knowledge, and knowledge will determine your life and death. Rule 1, please sit properly in your seats and do not move around at will. Rule 2, when the teacher enters, please remain quiet and show respect. Rule 3, answer the teacher's questions seriously, wrong answers will bring punishment. In the classroom, after hearing the rules, Su Xiao immediately wrote down keywords like seat equals safe zone, respect equals no hostility, questions equals core test, punishment equals death, and began rapidly analyzing potential logical flaws and traps within the rules. On the other side, Jiang Che's actions left everyone astonished. He did not analyze, did not show vigilance, and didn't even glance at his opponents. He simply walked naturally to an empty seat in the middle row of the classroom, sat down steadily, and then, in the bewildered gaze of the entire world audience, he placed the brand new old yellow calendar on the table and opened it. His demeanor, his actions, were as if he was just an early student, preparing to quietly study. Jiang Che's behavior, so strange it was almost eerie, prompted Su Xiao, who was deeply immersed in analysis, to look up, her elegant brows furrowed tightly, feeling a trace of confusion in her heart. In this deathly silent atmosphere, the dark green painted wooden door at the front of the classroom suddenly emitted a sharp creak. The door opened. Something is coming in. Chapter 17, Die First. The rules. Creak. That heavy dark green wooden door was slowly pushed open by an unseen hand, and with every inch it turned, it brought a painfully grinding sound. The temperature in the classroom seemed to drop by several degrees, a gust of cold wind mixing with the smell of rotting wood and aged blood rushed in through the crack of the door. A tall, thin figure walked slowly in against the pale light from outside the door. Its silhouette resembled a human, but its face was a blur, as if pixelated, or like jumping noise on an old TV screen. Any attempt to see its features clearly resulted in a dizzying sensation. It wore a tattered Zhongshan suit, holding a thick, darkened teaching plan, and stepped onto the podium slowly, with no rush at all. Thud. 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 Each step felt like a pressure on everyone's heart, heavy and oppressive. As it finally stood behind the podium and slammed the teaching plan onto the desk, an invisible terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire classroom. The air seemed to solidify into substance, making each person's breathing extremely difficult. Eagle Country's contestant John, encased in his exoskeleton armor, now appeared dull and lifeless. Sakura Shrine Maiden Ame had already stopped praying, her face ashen as she lowered her head, afraid to make any eye contact with the entity at the podium. Mao Xiong the giant Ivan pressed his body tightly against the wall, muscles tense like a beast targeted by a natural enemy. In this deathly silence, a faint sound, nearly undetectable, suddenly rang out. Buzz. It was a very subtle high-frequency buzzing, coming from Gallia's chosen one, Fabian. He was an elite soldier clad in France's latest Saints series power armor. At this moment, the miniature cooling fan built into his exosuit was faithfully performing its duty. However, in this absolutely silent classroom, this barely audible sound was painfully piercing. On the podium, the blurry figure suddenly paused its movements. Its chaotic face turned towards Fabian in a way that defied logic. Fabian's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks, cold sweat soaked his battlesuit. He realized the danger, his fighting instincts screamed furiously, urging him to activate the weapon system to counterattack. However, it was all too late. Before he could react, an invisible force had lifted him and his exosuit, a representation of humanity's top technology, into the air. Fabian couldn't even let out a complete scream. Under the horrified gaze of billions of viewers worldwide, the Virgin exosuit, made of special titanium alloy and capable of withstanding anti-tank rocket attacks, began to emit a cringe-inducing sound of metal warping. It was like a popcorn being crushed by immense force, visibly caving in, squeezing, and twisting. The sturdy alloy armor felt as fragile as paper, instantly merging with Fabian's flesh, bones, and organs, being continuously pressed and condensed by that invisible force. Pop! A soft sound, like the bursting of a balloon. In the air, the mass that once was human and armor became an indistinguishable puddle of scrap metal and flesh, then was violently hurled against the back wall, splattering large patches of dark red. A drop of viscous liquid slowly flowed down the wall, leaving a shocking mark in the silent classroom. Immediately following, a cold voice echoed in every corner of the classroom. Disruptors of classroom discipline will be eliminated. At this moment, the global live broadcast fell into 10 seconds of absolute silence. Then, with a sizzling sound, the broadcast from Gaul instantly turned into pure darkness. No. Fabian. Paris, Marseille, Lyon. The entire Gaul erupted in a tsunami of desperate cries. Countless people collapsed to the ground, unable to accept this brutal scene. Their hero, their expensive technological gem, couldn't even last a second in front of that strange teacher. In the live broadcasts of other countries, fear spread like a plague. Oh my god. Did he just die? Instant kill. Ruthless rule, instant kill. The death rate in the main quest. It can't be 100%, right? It's over. Technology truly stands no chance before the real rules. In the official emergency command center of Dragon Country, the atmosphere chilled to freezing point. A young officer could no longer contain his emotions and cried out. How can we fight this? A single touch means death, this is simply unsolvable. Quiet. The old general reprimanded, but beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead. Look at Jiang Che. Professor Lu Zhenghua, a master of Chinese studies, spoke hoarsely but with remarkable determination. He fixed his gaze on the figure that had remained seated throughout. Look, from the moment that teacher entered until the Gaul contestant died, Jiang Che, not even a bit of his breathing frequency has changed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to focus on Jiang Che. Indeed, in front of such a terrifying scene, Jiang Che remained calmly seated, as if the puddle of blood and flesh on the wall was just an unpleasant abstract painting. Professor Lu Zhenghua stated solemnly. He knew from the beginning that here, playing by the rules is more important than any weapon. In the classroom, Jiang Che's gaze returned from the puddle of flesh, his heart calm, a cold thought flashing through. The first test of the rules has appeared. Not following the rules leads to this outcome. Beside him, Su Xiao tightly bit her lip, forcing back the churn in her stomach, as she quickly wrote a line in her hardshell notebook with slightly trembling handwriting. The power of rules takes priority all physical defenses. Absolute silence is the first element of survival. The remaining survivors in the classroom did not even dare to breathe. Eagle Country competitor John had already shut down all assistance systems of his exoskeleton, standing still like a statue. Sakura Priestess May buried her head so low it nearly touched the desk. In the entire self-study room, only the faint sound of the teacher flipping through lesson plans and the survivors' almost halted heartbeats could be heard. Chapter 18, Technology and Divine Way? Etiquette. The tragic death of elite soldier Fabian from Gallia made the air in the classroom heavy. Every survivor had become a startled bird, even their heartbeats sounded loud. However, fear was not everyone's only emotion. For Eagle Country's chosen one John Smith, in this passive wait for death, beyond fear, was a deeper anger and unwillingness rising from his bones. He was a battle-tested warrior who believed in taking the initiative and controlling his own fate, not waiting like a lamb to be slaughtered. I can't just sit and wait for death. John roared inside, yet on the surface, he remained statue still. He held onto a sliver of hope, believing the teacher's power of rules might have some limitations or loopholes, and his high-tech equipment existed to discover and exploit those loopholes. He quietly activated the tactical goggles of the Mk7 exoskeleton with slight movement of his eyes. On the lenses, a line of tiny data streams silently flowed by. Activating multidimensional spectrum scan. Target locked, unknown energy entity at the podium. Analyzing energy composition. This was Eagle Country's top black technology, capable of instantly analyzing the energy trajectory and material composition of invisible warplanes. John was confident that as long as the opponent existed, there must be an energy form, and as long as he could analyze the data, he could find a way to cope. However, in the next second, his confident expression froze instantly. On the tactical goggles, the expected energy models and data maps did not appear. Instead, chaos-like snowflakes took over, with countless meaningless symbols and garbled codes jumping wildly as if the system had fallen into the deepest logic collapse. Beep. 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 Warning. Encountered unrecognized rule interference. Analysis failed. System overload. The harsh electronic alarm did not come from external speakers but rang directly in his mind, sending a splitting pain through his head. Almost at the same moment, a cold voice pierced into his cerebral cortex like an ice pick. Classmate John, pay attention in class and do not play with useless gadgets. One warning. Before the words were finished, an indescribable cold power suddenly penetrated through the Mk7 exoskeleton's multiple energy shields and physical armor, directly invading his body. It was not a physical coldness but a freezing sensation that reached deep into his soul. Ah! John let out a muffled groan, feeling as if all the blood in his body had instantly turned to ice shards, every nerve feeling like it had been electrified, pain and numbness erupting simultaneously. His tall and strong body suddenly stiffened, completely losing control over his body and exoskeleton, like a robot drained of all power, rigidly frozen in his seat, unable to even move a finger. Damn! How is this possible? John's consciousness screamed madly in the endless cold. My scanner can even capture ghost drones, yet it can't decipher this thing? This chill, it bypassed all physical defenses and directly acted on my mind? This is unscientific. The technology he took pride in was as fragile as a joke in the face of absolute rules of power. While the teacher on the podium focused on John, in another corner, the cherry blossom priestess May flashed a look of determination. She saw John's attempts and failures, but she did not believe her power would be as ineffective as that cold technology. What she believed in was the divine power of Shinto, inherited for thousands of years, the purifying light gifted to the world by Amaterasu. Seizing this opportunity, her right hand quietly slipped into the wide sleeve of her priestess robe, retrieving a miniature demon-slaying arrow carved from divine wood. This was a sacred object passed down for hundreds of years in their shrine, said to hold the divine power to exorcise high-level vengeful spirits. May held the demon-slaying arrow tightly in her palm, her lips slightly moving, as she silently recited an ancient Shinto purification chant in a barely audible voice. The gods in Takamagara. Tianjin sins, Kunitsuk sins, purify and cleanse. O gods of Takamagara. Tianjin sins, Kunitsuk sins, please exorcise, please purify. She tried to use this sacred chant to cleanse the thick, inescapable evil in the classroom. Even if it could only weaken it a little, it would buy her more hope. However, as soon as she uttered the first line of the chant, a sudden change occurred. Puff! May didn't even see what happened, she only felt an invisible force, as if a mountain was crushing down, violently crashing into her chest. That feeling was like being hit head-on by a speeding truck. Her insides seemed to shift in an instant. A mouthful of blood could no longer be suppressed, bursting from her throat and staining her white priestess robe. The teacher's chaotic face seemed to ripple with displeasure. Its voice was colder than before, carrying an undeniable authority. Classmate May, in Confucius's classroom, how can foreign gods disturb? Here, all laws return to one. Consider this a warning. Those words hit May's soul like a thunderbolt. She slumped in her seat, the hand holding the demon-slaying arrow drooped weakly, her eyes filled with despair and fear at the collapse of her faith. This scene was clearly presented to the global audience through the live broadcast. In Eagle Sauce Country, at the Underground Strategic Command Center. The four-star general, who had always remained calm, could no longer contain his anger when he saw John being instantly subdued by a mental attack, slamming his fist on the hard alloy table, creating a loud sound. Fuck! How is this possible? The Mk7's composite energy shield can block electromagnetic pulses. Yet, it could not withstand a single mental attack? All our tactical plans are waste paper in its presence? In the underground command center of the Cherry Blossom Country's Prime Minister's residence, there was a dead silence in wails. How could this be? The power of Amaterasu has failed. The demon-slaying arrow is our shrine's strongest sacred object. Why is this happening? It's over, in that place, our deity seems unable to protect us. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's live streaming room, the audience's emotions took a thrilling roller coaster ride. While sweating for Jiang Che and Su Xiao, an inexplicable pride rooted deep in their veins surged up. Ha ha ha. You've got to be kidding me. When it's on our turf, if you're a dragon, you must coil, if you're a tiger, you must lie down. One is technology-based, the other is Shinto-based, and both got warned by our teacher. So satisfying. Look at Jiangshun. From beginning to end, he's just as if he's in deep meditation, flipping through that book old calendar, like everything happening outside has nothing to do with him. This is the true demeanor of a big boss. Steady as an old dog, no, steady as Mount Tai. He knows that moving around here is courting death. In the classroom, Jiang Che's gaze swept past the stiff John and the bloodied Ame, his heart calm and collected, showing no signs of disturbance. Wielding a big knife before Guan Yu, reading the Bible at the Confucius temple. Worshipping at the wrong mountain, chanting the wrong scripture, and not being eliminated on the spot is already luck. These two ineffective tests provided him with crucial information. Technology and foreign divine systems do not work here. This proves that the rules in this place are extremely exclusive, following a logic system rooted in local culture. What are the core rules of that teacher, or rather, what does it represent? Jiang Che's gaze slowly settled on the open old yellow calendar in front of him. His finger lingered on the page of today's dos and don'ts. It seemed that he had caught a glimmer of a clue. Chapter 19 Logic? Useless. The blood of the Gallic nation's contestant had not yet fully dried on the walls, and the technological test by the Eagle Sauce elites and the Sakura Witch's divine prayers faced miserable defeats one after another. The atmosphere in the ninth study room had transformed from initial tension to a nearly frozen despair. The remaining survivors were like specimens nailed to their seats, even the slightest movement became a luxurious desire. In this dead silence, only Su Zhao's heart continued to operate at high speed. She had witnessed the ineffectiveness of technology in divine ways, but this top archaeology student from the Dragon Kingdom did not panic because of it. On the contrary, eliminating two wrong options brought her one step closer to the correct answer. She was a firm materialist. Years of academic training had made her believe that no matter how bizarre something appeared, it must follow its internal rules. It is neither a god nor a pure energy body. Su Zhao swiftly conducted her profile in her mind. It has behavior patterns, a reward and punishment mechanism, and provides feedback based on our actions. This indicates that it is an individual with intelligence, or rather, a system that follows strict procedures. In her eyes, the so-called teacher was more like an extremely dangerous serial killer with autonomous judgment. To deal with such highly intelligent criminals, her expertise in criminal psychology profiling became her sharpest weapon. I want to analyze its emotional fluctuations. The point where its gaze falls represents its focus of attention. It punished noise and foreign systems, which indicates that its core rules lie in order and exclusivity. As long as I find its behavioral logic, I can predict its next move, or even guide it in reverse. This thought made Su Zhao's heartbeat quicken slightly. This was an extremely bold plan, and it was her only weapon as a believer in science to fight against this unknown and strange land. To gather more information for analysis, she had to conduct a daring observation. Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised her head. Her gaze pierced through the dim air, accurately landing on the blurry figure at the podium. She forced herself to ignore the dizziness brought on by that chaotic face, like an experienced agent trying to discern the slightest change in the criminal's expression from a mosaic. 1 second. 2 seconds. Su Zhao's pupils reflected the twisted chaos. Her brain was frantically processing visual information, trying to construct a behavioral model. However, just in the third second, a terrifying pressure far beyond what John and Ame experienced crashed down on her like a collapsing sky. It was not a physical attack, nor a mere mental shock. Was an absolute crushing force from a higher dimension. It was as if a mortal dared to raise their head to gaze upon the divine face of the heavenly emperor. On the blurred face of the teacher, chaotic noise started to pulse violently at an unprecedented speed. Its voice turned extremely stern, filled with offended anger, each word struck like a heavy hammer against Su Zhao's soul. Su Zhao, you were distracted in class and still dared to look directly at your teacher, showing no respect. As this is your first offense, I will warn you this time. If there is a next time, do not blame me for being merciless. Boom. Su Zhao felt as if struck by lightning, her mind blank in an instant. She only felt an extremely cold breath drilling into her body along her gaze, instantly spreading through her limbs. In that moment, her thinking grew incredibly sluggish and dull. Her face turned pale as paper, her body softened, and she heavily slumped back into her chair. This sudden scene made the viewers in the Longwo live broadcast room feel their hearts skip a beat. It's over, it's over. Sister Su Zhao has been hit too. What do we do now? My God, what on earth is this teacher? No loud talking, no foreign systems, and now not even allowed to look? How can we play like this? God Jiang. God Jiang is still here. Hurry, think of a way to save her. The audience's hearts were instantly in their throats, and the relief felt just moments ago at having two players from Longwo was now gone. In the Longwei Official Emergency Command Center, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Bang! Professor Lu Jing was suddenly stood up from his chair, his fists heavily slamming down on the table due to his agitation. His eyes bulged, fixed tightly on Su Zhao's pale face on the screen, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. It's wrong. She has been thinking all wrong since the start. The old general eagerly asked, Old Lu, what do you mean? Professor Lu pointed at the screen, heartbroken. She is using Western equivalence logic, it's criminal psychology. In that system, the observer and the observed are equal, and even the observer has a higher perspective. But here, in this classroom filled with Eastern ancient charm, the teacher-student relationship is absolutely unequal. His voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable cultural confidence. In our ancient times, heaven and earth, monarch, parent, teacher, the status of teacher is so revered. When students see their teacher, they must lower their heads in respect. This is the most basic etiquette. Looking directly at a teacher was considered great disrespect in ancient times, a serious provocation. What she has violated is not physical rules, not energy rules, but the core of our culture, etiquette. Professor Liu's words rang out like a morning bell and evening drum, striking hard on the hearts of everyone in the command center. They finally understood that the test in this strange place was not combat power, not technology, not even intelligence, but an understanding of culture and rules. In the classroom, Su Xiao slumped in her chair, gasping for breath heavily, each breath tugging at her soul's pain. Her proud logical thinking ability at this moment felt like rusted gears, difficult to turn. She painfully turned her head, her gaze falling on the figure not far away that remained unscathed throughout. Jiang Che. Since the teacher entered the room, he had maintained the same posture. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze on the old almanac on his desk, his posture humble and respectful, like an ordinary student seriously reviewing his lessons. Earlier, Su Xiao had thought his behavior was too passive, a sign of giving up the fight. But now, looking at his unscathed figure, comparing it to the bloodied, stiff form of John on the wall and the coldness within her own body, she finally understood. She was wrong. So terribly wrong. She attempted to analyze a non-logical ghost or deity using a logical framework. The entire knowledge system she took pride in. The scientific methodology she relied on for survival was shattered in front of the simple yet ancient rule of ceremony. Su Xiao's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and self-doubt. Her worldview completely collapsed at that moment. Chapter 20, The Question of Death. How high is the sky? In the 9th self-study room. After repeatedly warning 3 rule-breaking students, the vague figure of the teacher on the podium appeared very dissatisfied. Its blackened lesson plan was turned over by a bony hand. The rustling sound of the paper moving seemed, at that moment, like the prelude of the Grim Reaper's scythe gliding across the ground. Finally, its movement came to a stop. The sharp nail, from several meters away, pointed remotely at John Smith, the most unruly and the first to provoke with scientific means. The teacher's voice, calm yet containing an irrefutable authority, slowly echoed in the classroom. John, it seems you are full of curiosity about this world. Then let me ask you the first question. It paused, as if brewing something for this deadly question. Why is the sky high? Why is the earth thick? Upon hearing this question, everyone froze. What kind of question is this? It involves neither history nor literature but resembles an opening philosophical discussion from some ancient texts. John, originally stunned by the mental shock, suddenly woke up upon hearing this question. A flicker of astonishment passed through his blue eyes, soon replaced by a strong contempt and cold laugh. In his view, this was an utterly foolish question. He believed it was a perfect opportunity. An excellent chance to crush this pretentious thing before him with absolute rational scientific knowledge, perhaps even directly challenging its logical existence. He struggled, regaining partial control over his body and exoskeleton armor from the deeply chilling cold. He forced himself to straighten his back and activated the MK7 exoskeleton's built-in speaker system. The next second, his electronically amplified voice reverberated throughout the classroom. Report, teacher, this question is very simple. He deliberately stressed the words, report, teacher, his tone filled with sarcasm. You referred to sky, scientifically, it refers to the Earth's atmosphere. Its average height is about 1,000 kilometers, and it is high because Earth's gravity perfectly binds these gas molecules, preventing them from escaping into outer space while forming a sufficiently thick protective layer. And when you say Earth, it refers to the crust beneath our feet. Its average thickness in continental areas is about 17 kilometers. It is thick because, during the Earth's early formation, materials from the upper mantle underwent prolonged cooling and differentiation, ultimately forming this hard shell primarily consisting of silicate. Therefore, everything can be explained using basic physics, chemistry, and geology. There are no mystic elements involved. After John finished speaking, a victorious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He could even imagine this foolish ghostly thing shattering its hypocritical rules upon hearing his flawless scientific explanation, falling into chaos. Let my absolute science shatter your ignorance and superstition, foolish ghostly thing. He thought with delight in his heart. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire classroom changed suddenly. If before it was cold and oppressive, now it was brutal and furious. On the podium, the teacher's vague aura erupted instantly. Its chaotic face twisted violently, and its voice was no longer calm but filled with furious indignation for being defied. Smooth talker. Deceptive and confusing the crowd. What I ask you is the way. Yet you answered me with technique. Disrespecting your elders, there's no need to stay. The three words Tao and technique fell like three invisible giant hammers, striking brutally into the minds of every survivor. Before John could grasp their meaning, an overwhelming invisible force surged in from all directions. This time, it was not a warning, but a complete annihilation. No! In John's pupils, he saw the terrifying image of his reinforced exoskeleton being crushed inward by the invisible power, emitting his last cry filled with reluctance and fear. The Mk7 exoskeleton suit, strong enough to withstand a tank shell, let out a metallic wail that made one's teeth ache. Hard titanium alloy, along with his strong muscles and warm organs. Everything was being ruthlessly pressed inward, crushed and fused by that unreasonable force of rules. Crack, creak, boom. Amidst a series of spine-chilling horrifying sounds, a vibrant life and the pinnacle of human technology were compressed into a metal meatball less than half a meter in diameter, with blood still flowing on its surface. Clang! The metal meatball fell heavily to the ground, causing a dull thud, rolling twice before finally stopping in the center of the classroom aisle. A striking message appeared in the vision of all survivors in the main instance, as well as on the live stream from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Eagle Sauce Nation, eliminated. Silence. Dead silence. Over 10 billion viewers worldwide seemed to collectively lose their voices at that moment. They stared blankly at the screen showing the still twitching metal meatball, their minds blank. Seconds later, the live stream of Eagle Sauce Nation went black with a ZZZZ sound. What followed was the anguished roar of millions across North America. Their hope, their chosen one, was brutally erased in a way they could not comprehend. Viewers from other countries began to snap back to reality from this extreme fear, a bone-chilling cold rushing from their feet to the crown of their heads. Oh my God! Even answering a question can lead to death? I understand now. I completely understand. This instance, it doesn't follow science, it doesn't follow logic, it only follows a rule we can't grasp at all. This is terrifying. This is already not a challenge, this is a slaughter. In the official emergency command center of the Dragon Nation, a battle-hardened general gazed at the metal meatball on the screen, unable to suppress a gasp, his voice dry as he said. This is completely a dimensional strike. Cultural Master Professor Lu Zhenghua sighed deeply, without a hint of surprise in his eyes, only endless reflection and a touch of compassion. Tao and technique. What Jiang Che said before at the entrance of the instance about worshipping the wrong mountain, was this the meaning? He slowly explained. Teacher asked about the profound principles behind the creation of heaven and earth, belonging to the domain of Tao. The answer that John provided was data, phenomena, methods, belonging to the domain of technique. To answer a Tao question with technique in ancient classrooms was, in itself, the greatest disrespect and contempt towards the teacher and Tao. He died without injustice. In the ninth self-study room, the presence of the metal meatball elevated fear to a new dimension. At the podium, the teacher's oppressive aura gradually calmed, as if having simply swatted a noisy fly. Its lifeless gaze slowly moved away from the metal meatball, crossing several rows of seats, finally landing on Su Xiao, who had just been warned and whose face was still pale as paper. The shadow of death instantaneously enveloped Su Xiao's entire being. The teacher's voice resounded once more, flat yet like a death sentence. Classmate Su Xiao, it's your turn to answer. The death sentence had already been pronounced in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao, please answer. That ordinary voice, at this moment, was more terrifying than any evil spirit's roar. It felt like an invisible hand was tightly choking Su Xiao's heart, making even breathing seem extravagant. In her pupils, the menacing metal orb transformed from John was reflected. She understood that this was not a question at all, but a trap. A logic trap that, no matter how answered, was destined to trigger the rule of death. Answer with science? John had already proven that was art, a blasphemy against the way. Answer with philosophical musings? Who could guarantee their understanding would meet this strange teacher's standards? One wrong word, and the consequence would be utter annihilation. Her mind went blank, fear drowned her consciousness like a tidal wave. Su Xiao slowly closed her eyes, preparing to face the fate that had long been sealed. Just at that critical moment, a calm voice broke the heavy silence. Teacher. It was Jiang Che. He stood up. In an instant, the eyes of the entire room, even the entire world, focused on this young man who had been steady as a rock from the start. What was he going to do? Was he going to answer the deadly question for Su Xiao? However, Jiang Che did not look at the podium, nor did he seem inclined to answer. He simply turned calmly, and from that canvas bag that had been criticized countless times by the viewers of Long Country, slowly took out a piece of neatly cut yellow paper and an ancient-looking vermilion brush. Under everyone's confused gaze, he spread the yellow paper on his desk, picked up the vermilion brush, and dipped it into the tiny ink dish he carried with him. No more waiting. Thoughts raced through Jiang Che's mind. Su Xiao's knowledge of archaeology is invaluable for analyzing the deeper background of this strange situation. I must save her. This teacher was bizarre. Beneath the overwhelming resentment was an extremely obsessive belief in the way of the teacher. Conventional inquiries could no longer satisfy it. A grand gesture of respect was necessary to truly elevate it to the altar of the way of the teacher. The brush tip fell, and the vermilion quickly danced over the yellow paper. He was not drawing some profound symbol or an exorcising incantation. What he drew was meat. 3 strips of meat, delineated in vermilion, clear in texture, alternating in fat and lean. The craftsmanship was surprisingly good. With just a few strokes, the texture of dried meat and its oily sheen came to life, as if one could smell its salty aroma through the screen. After finishing, Jiang Che carefully held up the yellow paper depicting 3 strips of meat, and amidst the astonished, even crazy looks from everyone, he walked slowly toward the podium. He showed no signs of fear or hesitation, every step steady. When he reached the podium, he did not hand the yellow paper directly to the teacher, but respectfully placed it in a free corner of the podium. Then he slowly took 3 steps back and stood firm. Taking a deep breath, he deeply and precisely bowed at a 90-degree angle to the vague figure of the teacher on the podium. This action made time seem to pause for a moment. Immediately after, his clear and steady voice echoed in the silent classroom, each word filled with a precise grasp of ancient etiquette. "Master, please do not be angry." He did not use teacher but master, the most honorable title for a mentor in ancient times. Student Su Xiao, due to a moment of fear, lost her composure and therefore could not answer. I, Jiang Che, dare to ask to answer on her behalf. In ancient times, when scholars entered the door to learn, they must present a gift to demonstrate respect. Though the gift is humble, it expresses my sincere heart. We arrived in haste with empty bags and have not prepared any tangible offerings. Therefore, I express it through my heart's drawing, hoping Master can forgive and grant mercy. His words and actions flowed like water, impeccable. It was entirely according to the most solemn and formal etiquette for disciples to meet their teachers in ancient times. He was not answering questions, he was paying respect to his master. At that moment, the bullet screen in the Dragon Country livestream room, after a brief pause, exploded in an unprecedented, almost frenzied way. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Drawing meat jerky? What kind of godly operation is this? I'm stunned. I can't believe my eyes. Is this a way that carbon-based life forms could come up with to break the deadlock? Wait. I remember now. My grandfather used to tell me stories about this. It's called shu jili. It's the tuition ancient students paid to their teachers, which was 10 pieces of cured meat. My god, so Jiangshan is giving gifts to the boss? Using drawings as tuition to pay respect to his master? This is no longer a crazy idea, it's simply breaking through the atmosphere. While others are thinking about how to fight monsters, Jiangshan directly turns the monster into his teacher. And globally, in the Cultural Strategy Research Department that various countries hurriedly established to quickly understand Eastern culture, it instantly boiled over. Countless gray-haired experts and scholars were frantically flipping through their materials and computer databases, staring at Jiang Che's shocking actions on the screen. When they finally found the true meaning of shu jili and its sacred status in the ancient education system from the vast sea of ancient texts, each person's face looked as if they had seen a ghost. In the Eagle Sauce country, at the National Strategic Command Center, the newly appointed folk consultant, with shiny hair, stared at the screen intensely. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, his voice changed from overexcitement, and he shrieked. My god! He is not answering questions. He is paying respect to his master. He has bypassed the antagonistic relationship between student and questioner, fundamentally changing his strange relationship. He turned this deadly Q&A into an opening ceremony. In the classroom, that oppressive and violent atmosphere, which could crush anything, melted away like ice and snow in the spring at the moment Jiang Che deeply bowed and said those words. On the podium, the vague teacher, its stooped figure, seemed to straighten up slightly. The entire aura of the person shifted from eerie resentment to a serious, solemn presence that carried the weight of a mentor. It slowly extended its bony hand, not to touch Jiang Che, but rather to solemnly collect that yellow paper in the corner of the podium with 3 drawings of meat jerky on it. It was as if what was taken wasn't a scrap of paper, but the most precious gift in the world. Then, its stern and authoritative voice rang out again. But this time, there was no hint of killing intent, only recognition and admonition that belonged to a teacher. The child can be taught. The courtesy is thoughtful, the intention has been received. Now that you have entered my door, you must listen to my teachings. As the words fell, the looming shadow of death over Su Xiao instantly dissipated. She felt her body lighten, collapsing into her chair, gasping for air, her back already soaked with cold sweat. The crisis was resolved in a way that no one could have imagined. Chapter 22, The Incident of Dying Ink. Elimination. The teacher seemed quite pleased with Jiang Che's impeccable etiquette. The stooped figure slightly straightened up, no longer speaking, but slowly turned to face the old blackboard. It raised that bony hand, not with chalk, but using its finger as a brush, and began to write on the blackboard. As its fingertip moved, ancient, archaic characters emerged from the blackboard. These were not ordinary ink marks, but a color deeper than the night. Every stroke seemed to contain the fundamental truths of the universe, radiating a deadly allure. The entire classroom began to fill with a solemn and dignified Dao Yun. Su Xiao forced herself to endure the pain stabbing from the depths of her soul, striving to decipher those words. With her profound knowledge of archaeology, she vaguely recognized that this seemed to be a writing system even older than Oracle bone script, each character brimming with primal power. But soon, she noticed something was off. As the ancient seal characters on the blackboard multiplied, the air was filled not only with a reverent Dao charm but also with a chilling, sticky, negative energy that could taint the mind, seeping slowly from the strokes of those words. After just a few glances, Su Xiao felt dizzy, and uncontrollable images of every failure and doubt in her academic career surged in her mind, resulting in a powerful sense of defeat. She quickly turned her gaze away, horrified in her heart. This is mental pollution. The knowledge it writes is itself a trap. A malicious means of filtering students. At the same time, at the other end of the classroom, the legendary veteran from Bear Country, Volkov, also sensed this invisible threat. This king of commandos, who crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, might not understand Eastern etiquette or recognize the seal characters on the blackboard, but his instinct for combat was wildly signaling danger. He quickly deduced that this was a kind of mental attack he had never encountered before, but whose principles were similar. In his combat manual, there were no entries about reasoning with ghosts, only iron rules for resisting mental control. Attack? No way, the fate of John from Eagle Sauce Country was just in front of him. Communication? Even less likely, that was what scholars did. A glimmer of cold resolution flickered in Volkov's eyes as he made what he considered the most rational non-violent non-cooperation response. He did not close his eyes but chose to fix his gaze firmly on the tile beneath his feet. At the same time, he began to consciously slow his breathing, adjusting his heartbeat to a very low level, allowing his mind to go blank and actively blocking out all external sounds. Not looking, not hearing, not thinking. This was an effective method to resist mental hypnosis and coercive interrogation in extreme environments. By cutting off all information exchange with the outside world, transforming himself into a thoughtless, sensationless stone, he aimed to resist all forms of mental invasion. Stupid fools, Volkov sneered inwardly, still trying to understand this monster, not realizing that the only way to deal with such a thing is to ignore it. As long as I do not receive its information, any attack it makes will be ineffective against me. I will become an absolutely safe observer. He felt a flicker of self-satisfaction for his cleverness. In his view, Jiang Che's apprenticeship and Su Xiao's analysis were merely foolish acts akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Only his complete non-cooperation was the true way to survive. However, the battlefield wisdom he relied on, sufficient to keep him alive in a hail of bullets, became the most fatal death warrant in this tiny classroom. He was mistaken. Mistaken beyond belief. At the podium, the teacher who was writing furiously suddenly stopped. The final Dao character on the blackboard, its last stroke, was deeply engraved into the board. In that moment, the temperature of the entire classroom dropped to freezing point. The resentment that had just been mental pollution exploded at that moment. It transformed into a tangible, monstrous rage. A roar of anger that seemed to come from the depths of hell erupted, not traveling through the air but exploding directly in Volkov's very soul. My class, you dare to ignore it? This roar became the final judgment. Volkov's pupils dilated suddenly, and his steel will was instantly shattered before this soul-shattering roar. It was then that he realized what a fatal mistake he had made. Just as he was about to raise his head to plead for mercy, it was all too late. The tile he was fixated on suddenly lost its hard texture without warning. The terrazzo pattern began to writhe, and in an instant, it transformed into a bottomless ink pool. No! Volkov finally let out a terrified roar. He wanted to lift his foot, to struggle, to escape from this bizarre ink pool. But it was too late. Countless arms made of thick ink, with a cold touch, crazily stretched out from the depths of the ink pool. They grabbed Volkov's ankle, which was dressed in military boots, tightly entangling his body. Get away! Volkov erupted with a beast-like roar. He used all his strength in his waist and abdomen, attempting to break free from the inky hands. But these ink hands, formed from the power of rules, were tougher than he could have imagined. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not budge them an inch. The strength he was proud of was utterly useless in front of this purest form of rules. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries of numerous citizens from Bear Country, and under the horrified gaze of global spectators, those ink hands violently pulled down. Volkov's tall and sturdy body was forcefully lifted by the head. He saw it. He saw the face of the teacher, twisted in pure rage. On that face, there was no intent to kill, only a deep-rooted sorrow and disappointment. That last glance became an eternal nightmare in his life. In the next second, the ink hands collectively exerted force, mercilessly dragging him into the fathomless abyss of the ink pool. There was no scream, no struggle, not even the slightest splash of water. Just like that, he was completely devoured, becoming a part of the thick ink. Silence. Absolute silence. Bear Country, eliminated. The cold notification echoed in everyone's minds. The live broadcast room of Bear Country was instantly replaced by darkness. Countless citizens of Bear Country, who were glued to their screens, fell into immense sorrow and confusion. Why? He did nothing wrong. He didn't attack, didn't speak, not even look up. He only kept his head down. Why did he receive a harsher punishment than the contestants from Eagle Sauce Country? This isn't fair. This rule makes no sense. The global audience felt a chilling dread stemming from unknown rules. Inside the emergency command center of the Dragon Country, Professor Lu Zhenghua sighed heavily, watching the once tranquil ground, as if a living person had never existed there. His expression was grave as he explained to the equally bewildered experts around him. His mistake was being too smart. He approached a lecture from a master with a soldier's mindset. He used battlefield tactics to face an Eastern classroom. He didn't understand that in our Chinese tradition, respect for the teacher is always placed first. Old Lu's voice was heavy yet powerful, filled with cultural weight. Students can be foolish, can argue, even debate with the teacher due to differing views. But during the time a teacher imparts knowledge, you must listen. Not listening, in the rules of teacher's way, is 100 times worse than answering incorrectly. 1,000 times worse. Because this fundamentally represents a denial of the teacher's existence, a denial of the sacredness of imparting knowledge. It is the most fundamental and unforgivable trampling of the teacher's way. Therefore, he brought upon himself the most terrifying consequence. His death is not unjust. In the classroom, Su Xiao could not hear Professor Lu's explanation, but she had already broken out in a cold sweat as she watched the spot where Volkov had vanished. For the first time, she clearly realized that the rules here were completely in a different dimension from any logic she understood. Her gaze involuntarily returned to the only figure still safe and sound. Jiang Che. He still sat there, his head slightly lowered, his expression focused, like a good student who was listening intently. At the moment Volkov was dragged into the ink pool, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Chapter 23 Mistaken Offering. Transformed into a statue. In the 9th self-study room. Ame curled up in the corner of the classroom, her pure white priestess robe still stained with the drops of blood she coughed up after being injured by the power of rules. She personally witnessed how the arrogance of the Gauls, the confidence of the American lieutenant, and the cunning of the Russian veteran all turned to useless dust before this strange teacher. To resist meant death, to evade also meant death. Her once clear eyes were now completely drowned in fear and despair. She finally understood that the spirit standing on this podium was not a malign spirit that could be understood by common reasoning. Its rules, its logic, completely exceeded her understanding. However, as a priestess serving the gods, there was an innate obsession with rituals deep in her bones. In her eyes, the failures of everyone before her ultimately stemmed from not genuinely expressing respect. The American contestant used science, the Russian contestant used tactics, these were all in the category of martial, a desecration of the literary. And Jiang Che's binding ceremony, although simple, struck at the heart and gained recognition. A thought, like a last lifeline, frantically grew in her nearly collapsing mind. She must use a higher standard and more sincere rituals to please this wronged foreign scholar spirit who had suffered for 100 years. She trembled and reached into the talisman pouch that she always carried with her. This was her last hope, the highest respect she could muster as a Shinto priestess. She took a deep breath and solemnly, carefully took out a set of utensils from the pouch. It was a very precious set of 7 treasures burned portable writing tools. The small inkstone was made of pure silver, with a surface covered in complex cherry blossom flowing patterns made from gold, silver, glass, bamboo, and coral, still radiating a warm and luxurious glow in the dim classroom. The pen barrel was made of high-quality rosewood, the nib was selected wolf's hair, and the tail was inlaid with a polished pearl. Among them, the most precious was the ink stick wrapped in brocade. This ink was not ordinary, it was mixed with rare South Sea dragon brain incense, white sandalwood heart, and dozens of precious spices, combined with high-quality pine soot, and took 3 years to create a piece of divine ink. This ink was specifically used during the New Year festival, written by the highest-ranked priest to present offerings to the sun goddess Amaterasu, rarely seen by mortals. The ink stick itself exuded a tranquil yet slightly zen foreign fragrance. In Ame's eyes, this set of writing tools was the ultimate expression of literary and the peak of right. Using such holy items to commemorate the soul of a scholar was enough to express her absolute sincerity. She respectfully placed these exquisite utensils one by one on her desk in front of her, even using the wide sleeves of her priestess robe to gently wipe away the non-existent dust on the table. After doing all this, she pressed her hands together, knelt on the ground, bowed her head, and closed her eyes, beginning to chant the Great Purification, a Shinto prayer used to purify powerful souls, in a very sincere tone. She attempted to purify and console this foreign spirit in this way, showing her respect as a fellow practitioner of the literary path. To Ame, this operation was full of sincerity and was her final redemption. But in the eyes of the blurred figure on the podium, this was the most vicious mockery and desecration. Teacher Lin Wenjiang, this impoverished scholar wronged for 100 years, had his entire life ruined by the competition for fame and wealth among the powerful. What he hated most was the tutors who took his position, using his hard-earned research results, exchanged them for wealth and power, mingled with high society, and lived lives of luxury. And at this moment, the things that Ame offered were nothing but the ultimate symbols of this luxury and vanity. The inkstone embedded with gold leaf, the pen holder inlaid with pearls, especially the exotic, expensive fragrance that represented pleasure and shallowness, pierced into Lin Wenjiang's soul, which was already filled with resentment. A wave of anger, more violent than any before, exploded with a roar. The figure of the teacher trembled violently, with 2 crimson blood tears forming on its chaotic face. A shrill scream, full of endless hatred, once again echoed through the entire classroom. Decorated with gold leaf, using exotic fragrances as ink. You usurpers of my position, even after death, must use such vanity to mock my poverty and suffering? Before the words had finished, the set of 7 treasures fired stationery, which Ame cherished, was crushed into powder with a bang under an invisible, immense force. However, the terror was not over. The ink powder mixed with gold leaf and fragrance did not scatter with the wind, but instead, gathered and swirled strangely in the air, forming a black whirlwind with dark golden light. The whirlwind, with a piercing wail, suddenly pounced on Ame, who was kneeling on the ground. No! Ame could only let out a short gasp, and her entire body was tightly enveloped by the black golden ink powder whirlwind from head to toe. In the whirlwind, muffled sobs, as if blocked by dirt in the mouth and nose, could be heard, but soon fell silent. A few seconds later, as the strange whirlwind slowly dissipated, a work of art appeared in the original spot. Ame still maintained the posture of kneeling in prayer. Her face was still frozen with the last trace of sincerity and expectation. But her entire body had already turned into a lifelike ink statue. Her skin, hair, and clothes were all covered by that layer of black ink powder, with dark golden patterns formed by gold leaf flowing on the surface in a strange and gorgeous way. A sweet, nauseating fragrance emanating from this ink statue artwork spread through the air. She had, with her most precious offering, permanently sealed herself as an ironic burial item. Sakura Country, eliminated. The Sakura Country livestream, after a brief period of hopeful anticipation, instantly plunged into an abyss of despair from which there was no return. The screen froze on that eerie ink statue, then turned into total darkness. Why did this happen? Lord Ame clearly was expressing respect. She offered the sacred relic of the shrine. Why did she anger that ghostly thing? Is giving a gift wrong too? What kind of rules are these? Meanwhile, at the Dragon Country Official Emergency Command Center, Professor Lu Jinghua had already sensed the outcome the moment Ame took out that set of stationery. At this moment, seeing the ink statue on the screen, he slapped his thigh in heart-wrenching pain. Foolish. Grave mistake. He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement, and explained to the surrounding confused experts and generals. When honoring the souls of the departed, especially scholars like Lin Wenjiang who died unjustly, what is the most important thing? It's heartfelt intent. Not gifts. In ancient times, when paying homage to ancestors, a cup of wine and a plate of simple fruit was enough. Because it represented heartfelt remembrance and respect. Offerings should be simple, let alone these extravagant items full of the smell of money. This Sakura Country which, she doesn't understand. She is using wealth, status, and luxury to insult a poor soul harmed by fame and fortune. This is like rubbing salt into someone else's wound. And once again, a handful of salt made of gold was mercilessly sprinkled. This isn't respect, this is the most vicious insult. Professor Lu's words made everyone in the command center suddenly realize, and they felt a chill run down their spines. It turned out that even kindness and respect could become the deadliest poison here due to cultural differences. Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned to the figure on the screen, who had remained calm throughout. Professor Lu's eyes became incredibly serious and hopeful as he murmured to himself. Zhang Che, hurry, it's all up to you now. Chapter 24, Grievances Between the Lines. The shrine maiden Ame from Sakura Country, after offering her most sincere respect, was mercilessly sealed as a statue flowing with dark golden patterns. The dead silence in the classroom was replaced by an even deeper, stickier bitterness. Volkov's contempt and Ame's blasphemy seemed to have completely ignited the fury of this teacher. Its already vague shadow crazily expanded as if injected with high-pressure gas, slightly distorting the entire classroom under its uncontrollable resentment. A rich burnt smell permeated the air, as if even the light was ignited by this hatred. It had lost all patience, preparing to erase the last 2 students together. Su Zhao's breathing became incredibly difficult, each breath felt like swallowing concentrated sulfuric acid. Her logic, her reason, her entire knowledge system that she was proud of, shattered to pieces and was on the brink of collapse in front of this iron wall of unreasonable rules. The shadow of death had never been so clear at this moment. Just when she was about to give up the fight, completely swallowed by the abyss of fear, a steady, clear voice, as if carrying a strange stabilizing power, suddenly rang in her ear. "Don't be afraid." It was Jiang Che. "Don't look at it, look at the blackboard. You are in the archaeology department, those words are in your area of expertise." This sentence struck Su Zhao's mind like a thunderclap, breaking open the haze of fear that enveloped her brain. Those words. Her pupils suddenly contracted, then she raised her head sharply. But this time, she did not look at the terrifying shadow on the podium. Instead, she forcibly suppressed her racing heart and concentrated all her attention on the blackboard filled with strange writing. At first, these twisted, ancient seals still appeared as symbols of death in her eyes, each stroke exuding an ominous aura. But soon, an instinct rooted deep in her blood, belonging to a scholar, overwhelmed her fear of death. Her eyes widened as her brain began operating at super speed. The structure of the characters is close to ancient bird and insect seal script, but the strokes have the sharpness of bronze inscriptions. No, this is not any known writing system, this is a creation mixed with strong personal style and emotions. Su Zhao's breathing quickened, but it was no longer due to fear, it was because of excitement. She seemed to be back in the ancient book research room of Jing'an University, facing a fragment of a rubbing that no one could decipher. She began rapidly analyzing the frequency of those characters, their combination logic, and changes in the shapes of the characters. No, this is not a coherent article. Su Zhao's usually calm speech sped up, her eyes shining with wisdom and focus. Its writing logic is chaotic, turned upside down. This isn't narrative, this is venting. This is more like a draft soaked with blood and tears. There are several characters. Her voice suddenly rose. There are several characters that appear with an abnormal frequency. And every time they appear, the surrounding ominous energy fluctuations are the most intense. Under the gaze of Jiang Che and the global audience, Su Zhao trembled as she raised her hand, pointing at the chaotic writing on the blackboard. With a mixed tone of shock and realization, he slowly recited. It is theft. It is grabbing. And corruption. And hatred. As Su Zhao performed her intense academic decoding, Jiang Che had long closed his eyes, activating his ability, revealing secrets. In his view, the world lost its colors, remaining only in black and white. The thick resentment in the classroom, no longer an indistinguishable fog, transformed into countless visible, spider silk-like black threads. These threads spread out from the shadowy figure of the teacher, connecting every corner of the classroom, constructing the intricate rules of this strange realm. But at this moment, with Su Zhao's interpretation, Jiang Che discovered that the ends of these black threads all unconditionally gathered towards a few specific ancient characters on the blackboard. As expected, Jiang Che thought to himself, all the oddities have their obsessive roots. Its power appears endless, but it is not infinite. Instead, it is highly concentrated on one or several emotional outlets. Su Zhao found it. With her knowledge, she discovered the key that unlocks all mysteries. When Su Zhao, with a trembling voice, read out the first word theft, an extremely blurry dynamic scene flashed in Jiang Che's mind. A bony hand respectfully handed over a thick manuscript to an unclear, slightly plump elder. When the word corruption was read out, the scene abruptly shifted. On a yellowed old newspaper, there was a striking photo of a young man, his eyes marked with a shameful black cross. On the opposite side of the newspaper, a hand, strikingly similar to the young man in the photo, was tightly locked by a cold, heavy old-fashioned handcuff. Jiang Che snapped his eyes open. His gaze met Su Zhao's, who had just finished her decoding and was staring at him in shock. It connected in mid-air. In an instant, all the clues were strung together. The text decoding by an archaeologist and the secret glimpse by a folklorist perfectly pieced together a monumental case of injustice buried by time for 100 years. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience was stunned by this sudden scene. My God! The scholar can still read books at a moment like this? Can still do academic analysis? Wait, did you hear her read? Theft? Grabbing? Corruption? Hatred? This seems like a story. Quick, look at Jiangshin. He has had his eyes closed since just now, and now he only opens them. Is he cooperating with her in some way? In the command center, Professor Lu Zhenghua slammed the table excitedly, the face that had been tense from anxiety finally bloomed with ecstatic joy. They found it! They found it, he shouted excitedly to those around him. I've said it before. Knowledge is power. Su Zhao's humanities knowledge is more useful here than any high-tech weapon. She is not just reading, she is decoding. She is deciphering the last words written by this oddity before death. In the classroom, all fog had cleared. I understand. Su Zhao's tone was filled with both a shocked realization and a hint of sympathy for that wronged soul. It is not simply an odd teacher. It is a scholar's vengeful spirit, whose lifelong work was stolen, ending up bearing the stigma of theft, locked away, and ultimately died filled with hatred. Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, the last trace of confusion faded, leaving only a rock-solid determination and a deep compassion. He looked at the shadow of the teacher on the podium, still full of resentment but no longer blindly attacking, and calmly said to Su Xiao beside him, "Your analysis is completely correct. So next, let us hold a clearing ceremony for this gentleman, delayed by a century." Chapter 25, The Four Treasures of Study. Ceremony of Exoneration. Ceremony of Exoneration. These four words, calmly uttered by Jiang Che, carried no hint of fire, yet seemed to contain the supreme power of words made flesh. The teacher, a raging shadow about to drag the entire classroom into the abyss of resentment, suddenly froze in all its violent movements the moment these four words rang out. It was as if a massive, roaring gear was suddenly jammed at its core by the tiniest grain of sand. The resentment capable of distorting space halted its endless expansion for the first time. A hint of confusion seemed to flicker across its chaotic face. Exoneration, this word was too distant, too much longed for it. It touched the deepest, softest, and most painful part of a 100-year obsession. Jiang Che seized this opportunity. He did not launch an attack nor retreat for defense. He simply turned around to face the only neat desk amidst the chaos before him. Before the puzzled eyes of global audiences, he began to take items out of his ordinary canvas backpack, one by one. His movements were not hurried, and could even be described as slow, but each action was steady as a mountain, filled with an indescribable sense of ceremony. First, he took out a neatly folded clean piece of cotton cloth. He bent down and utilized this cloth to carefully wipe the wooden desk before him, from left to right, from top to bottom. His actions were so focused, as if this was not a worn-out desk, but a sacred altar for worshipping ancestors in an ancient ancestral hall. After wiping it clean, he took out the first item from his backpack. It was a plain, unadorned blue stone inkstone, lying silently in the palm of his hand. He gently placed it, without a sound, in the lower right corner of the freshly wiped desk. Next, he held up a neatly cut piece of rice paper and laid it flat in the center of the desk. Then, he placed a smooth pine resin ink stick beside the inkstone. Finally, he took out a slightly worn wolf hairbrush, not standing it in the pen holder, but gently laying it horizontally atop the blue stone inkstone. Brush, ink, paper, inkstone. The four essentials of scholarly life, which have inherited the civilization of Huaxia for thousands of years, were all present. After doing all this, Jiang Che did nothing else. He did not draw talismans, did not chant spells, nor did he say another word. He simply stood quietly at the desk, hands naturally hanging by his sides, calmly watching the altar he had personally set up, as if waiting for the right moment, and also giving his opponent, or rather, the teacher he was about to exonerate, enough time to understand. Su Xiao, beside him, stared blankly at every action of Jiang Che, her mind experiencing an unprecedented storm of thought at that moment. When Jiang Che said ceremony of exoneration, she only vaguely felt she grasped something. But when she saw Jiang Che take out the set of simple scholarly essentials and meticulously prepare the desk with an almost sacred demeanor, a lightning bolt suddenly split all the fog in her mind. The ceremony, so it's like this. I was wrong before, outrageously wrong. Totally, completely wrong. In her beautiful eyes reflected Jiang Che's tall and straight figure. Deep inside, a brand new worldview was totally reshaping her old understanding. I had always tried to use logic, archaeology, and psychological profiling to analyze it, to diagnose it. But I never thought about what to use for treatment after the diagnosis. To deal with such oddities born from obsession, any external means. Anything that does not fit within his understanding during his lifetime is poison. And what can truly heal it is only, and must be, a ritual that aligns with all his understandings and desires before his death. What Jiang Che wants to do has never been about battling demons or monsters. He is healing a wronged soul. At that moment, Su Xiao looked at Jiang Che's back, her eyes filled with an unprecedented shock and admiration. It was a gaze of a student looking up to a teacher, a mortal looking up to a sage. Jiang Che's series of unbelievable actions plunged the global live broadcast into a strange silence. Setting up writing tools? During a decisive battle? What kind of operation is this? Why do I feel like the atmosphere has changed? It's not as terrifying as before, instead, it feels a bit solemn. Is this an ancient mysterious ritual from long country? It looks so intricate. Every step seems to have its meaning. In the Eagle Sauce Nation's command center. That newly appointed folk customs advisor stared intently at the small set of writing tools on the screen, adjusting his glasses, murmuring in a dreamlike voice. Tools, not weapons. He's not preparing for a fight. He's preparing for a dialogue, a ceremony. My God, he's changing the very nature of the confrontation. In the Long Country Command Center, Professor Lu Jingguo's eyes were unknowingly moist. He gazed at the young figure on the screen, along with the simple writing tools before him, a sense of pride from deep within the bloodline of civilization filling his chest. He turned around, facing the camera as if addressing the audience nationwide, his voice trembling with pride as he explained solemnly. For treasures of the study, brush, ink, paper, inkstone. They are not just tools. They are the swords and shields of ancient scholars. Weapons they wielded to walk the world. they are also their soul and bones. The embodiment of their spirit and pride. Jiang Che's move is silently telling that wrong gentleman, who has suffered for 100 years. I understand you, I respect you, and I will use the method you knew best in your life to seek justice for you. As if to validate Professor Lu's words. In the classroom, that violent, almost earth-shattering resentment was truly subdued in front of this small set of writing tools. It no longer swelled meaninglessly, nor roared madly. The furious teacher's shadow on the podium finally stopped all movements for the first time. Its blurry face slowly turned toward Jiang Che's desk, silently gazing at the set of writing tools prepared for it. Chapter 26, Grinding Ink to Calm the Mind. Grinding ink like grinding the heart. After Jiang Che meticulously arranged the simple set of 4 treasures of the study on the desk, the entire ninth self-study room fell into an unprecedented tranquility. The once earth-shattering violent resentment was subdued by this small venue and no longer rampaged. On the podium, the distorted teacher's shadow, inflating with anger, also halted its meaningless howling for the first time, its chaotic face turning toward Jiang Che's desk, quietly watching. The ceremony of vindication officially began. Under the watchful eyes of the teacher and billions of global viewers, Jiang Che began his actions. He did not directly pick up the brush, but first took the small water kettle. He tilted the kettle, his wrist steady, carefully dripping 3 drops of clear water into the ink pool of the dark blue inkstone. The clear droplets fell into the stone inkstone, as if they had fallen into an ancient well that had been silent for 100 years, creating barely audible ripples. Then, with his right hand, he picked up the plain soot ink stick, while his left hand firmly pressed down the edge of the inkstone, beginning to grind slowly in a steady rhythm, drawing circles on the inkstone. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The monotonous yet rhythmic sound of grinding ink echoed slowly in the dead silent classroom. This sound. It seemed to carry a strange magic, one that was completely out of place in this eerie space, yet also perfectly fitting. It was like a gentle hand, gradually diluting and calming the thick, malicious resentment in the air. Jiang Che's expression was incredibly focused, his eyes slightly lowered, gazing at the gradually darkening clear water in the inkstone, as if the whole world consisted only of this small realm in his hands. His actions were meticulous, each circle he drew maintained an astonishing consistency and strength and speed, as if he was engaged in an incredibly sacred task. While grinding, he spoke softly to Su Xiao beside him. His voice was not loud, but clear enough for the teacher nearby to hear. The ancients said that grinding ink is like grinding the heart. For the wronged, the heart must not be restless, nor the spirit anxious. A calm heart leads to an upright pen. An upright pen gives words the weight of 1,000 pounds. His words were less an explanation to Su Xiao and more like the beginning of a solemn eulogy. He was using this method to declare the seriousness, sincerity, and determination of this ceremony to the soul of the scholar who had suffered injustice for 100 years. The teacher's faint shadow quietly listened. The soft grinding sound of the ink, those words about grinding the heart, was the most familiar daily routine to it, the essence of being a pure scholar before it was completely covered by resentment and pain. As the grinding continued, an incredible scene unfolded. The teacher's shadow, which had swelled and distorted with anger, slowly shrank back like a balloon being deflated, finally returning to the slightly thin outline of a young scholar. The violent aura around it receded like a tide, replaced by a deep sorrow. It had been awakened. Awakened from a vengeful ghost back to the soul that bore injustice. In that moment, the entire live broadcast went silent. All the viewers seemed to be touched by this calm and solemn power, unconsciously slowing their breaths, quietly watching the young man from the Dragon Nation on the screen, focused on doing that ancient and tranquil task. So amazing, it seems to have calmed down. Oh my god, this is more effective than any holy water or cross. That was a monster that almost destroyed everything just moments ago. Is it an illusion? Through the screen, I feel like I can really smell a fainting fragrance. In the command center of the Dragon Nation. An elderly expert, with white hair and a revered status in the calligraphy world, was urgently invited to the scene. He had come with a hint of skepticism, but when he saw Jiang Che grinding ink on the screen, he was stunned, and immediately, a spark of incredulous excitement erupted in his eyes. He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling slightly with excitement as he explained to everyone. This is the most orthodox ancient method of grinding ink, the 8-character ink grinding method. Look at his movements. His strength is neither too light nor too heavy, so the ink will be delicate and not damage the inkstone. His speed is neither fast nor slow, so the ink color can be even and free from dryness. What does this represent? It represents his utmost respect for the writing he is about to begin, for the writer, for the words, and for the content he is about to write. The old expert excitedly waved his hand, saying with certainty, "This is no longer a skill. This is Tao. It is the unity of a righteous heart, body, and pen in the way of writing." Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, Jiang Che's movements gradually came to a halt. The ink was ready. In the inkstone, the ink was black and shiny like lacquer, thick but not gooey, radiating a refreshing and invigorating pine fragrance. The resentment in the classroom had completely subsided, leaving only a heavy sorrow lingering in the air. The phantom of teacher Lin Wenjiang quietly hovered before the podium, no longer roaring, no longer distorted, like a prisoner awaiting a final verdict, or like a seeker hoping for justice after 100 years. Chapter 27. Who is the true master of knowledge here? The ink is ready. Its color is as black and glossy as lacquer, thick yet not sticky, quietly exuding the fresh scent of pine in the dark stone ink slab. The resentment in the classroom has completely calmed under Jiang Che's ceremonial grinding of the ink. The previously violent shadow of the teacher has returned to the initial image of a somewhat thin young scholar, but the heaviness of his unshakable sadness has grown weightier. It quietly hovers in front of the podium, like a prisoner waiting for a final verdict, or like a claimant seeking justice after a century. Everything is in place. The hearts of billions of global viewers are in their throats. They know that the most crucial step is about to come. What will Jiang Che write? However, Jiang Che's next action once again, and most fundamentally, subverted everyone's imagination. He did not lift the brush to write. He simply stretched out his hands, holding the ink slab filled with thick ink in one hand, and carefully cradling the stack of clean rice paper and the brush soaked in ink in the other. Then, he took a step forward, one step at a time, steadily walking up to the podium that was both a holy altar and an execution ground for teacher Lin Wenjiang. Seeing this, Su Xiao immediately understood and followed closely. Although her face still bore a hint of paleness, the fear in her eyes had been replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and respect. Under the incredulous gaze of global audiences, Jiang Che did not place these writing tools in front of himself. He walked to the center of the lectern, neatly laying out the rice paper directly in front of the shadow of the teacher. Then, he respectfully placed the ink slab and the brush on the right side of the rice paper, the brush tip still facing the shadow, as if silently saying, "This is prepared for you." After doing all this, Jiang Che stepped back 3 paces, gently adjusting his collar, and stood firm. Su Xiao stood beside him, also tidying her appearance. The two of them faced the sorrowful shadow of the teacher, as if meeting the most respected sage, deeply bowing at a 90-degree angle. After the bow, Jiang Che slowly straightened up. At this moment, his voice was no longer a soft explanation, but became clear and loud, echoing throughout the dead silent classroom, filled with power and sincerity that could make even stubborn rocks nod. "We know of your resentment, sir. Your talent should not be covered in dust." With just these 2 short sentences, he got straight to the point. Acknowledging his resentment, affirming his talent. The shadow at the podium trembled violently for a moment. Jiang Che did not pause, his voice became even more powerful, like a heavy drum, beating hard against the soul that had been imprisoned for a century. Today, students Jiang Che and Su Xiao have prepared ink and brushes, not for the sake of study, but for one purpose. He took a deep breath, every word seeming to use up all his strength, his voice like thunder, shaking the universe. "We earnestly ask you, sir, to personally clarify your name. Write down your great name, and let it be known here, so that heaven and earth will recognize who is truly the master of knowledge here." Boom! These words struck the teacher's soul like a temple bell at dusk or thunder from the 9 heavens, hitting hard. At the same time, they stirred up huge waves in the heart of billions of global viewers. WTF? What did he say? He's asking the ghost to write its own name? This is crazy. This dragon country person has completely lost it. He handed the pen to the boss. He handed the knife to the executioner. I don't know why do I feel a bit teary. I clearly don't understand what he's saying, but it seems like I felt something. What kind of courage, what kind of compassion? He's not exorcising a ghost, he's repaying a debt. The live broadcast's bullet screen, after a brief moment of silence due to extreme shock, was instantly set ablaze by gasps and disbelief in various languages from all over the world. Dragon Kingdom Command Center. At the moment Jiang Che uttered the words "I beg you, sir, to clear my name with your own hands," Professor Lu Jinghua could no longer control his emotions. He suddenly stood up from his chair. 2 streams of burning old tears surged down his wrinkled face. He slammed his hand on the table, pointed at the screen, and in a voice that was almost a roar, shouted at everyone in the command center, as if shouting at the whole world. "Did you see that? Did you all see that? This is the wisdom of our Dragon Kingdom. This is the Tao we have inherited for 5,000 years. To resolve grievances, not through killing or suppression. What do we rely on? We rely on, to give him justice." Jiang Che. Jiang Che's actions have already surpassed the realm of all arts. He has already touched the threshold of the way of the sage. Professor Lu's voice was hoarse with excitement, but it rang out loudly and powerfully. He's not passing trials, not fighting for survival. He's walking the Tao. He's walking the great path of heaven and earth, clearing the unjust. In the classroom, Jiang Che's voice still echoed. Teacher Lin Wenjiang's sad shadow trembled violently. It wasn't anger, it wasn't resentment. It was an emotion that had been suppressed for a century, finally finding an outlet to be released. Yes, what had he been asking for all along? It wasn't to kill all the ungrateful people in the world, it wasn't to let the world drown in resentment. What he had been asking for, from beginning to end, was just this moment. Not the charity and pity of others, not the later generations' posthumous titles and reversal of judgment. But to, by himself, upright and properly, take back the glory that should have been his own. With his own hands, clear his name. Under the breathless gaze of millions of viewers worldwide, Teacher's illusory hand slowly crossed over a century of time, crossing the boundary of life and death, and grasped the wolf hairbrush prepared for him. 100-year-long exoneration was about to be completed by his own hand, with the final stroke. Chapter 28, A Stroke of Exoneration. Lin. Wah. Zheng. That illusory hand finally grasped the wolf hairbrush soaked with ink. The moment the fingertips touched the brush, the whole world seemed to freeze. The wind stopped, the light solidified, and the river of time seemed to pause at this moment, for this handshake that spanned 100 years. Teacher Lin Wenjing's shadow no longer trembled. His somewhat frail figure emitted an indescribable elegance and solemnity at that moment. He slowly lifted the brush, holding the tip above the pure white rice paper. Millions of global viewers held their breath, watching attentively. They waited for that stroke that would decide the final fate. The brush tip finally descended. There was no howling of wind, no surge of resentment. Only a mighty righteousness surged from the point of contact between the brush and the paper. He wrote slowly, every stroke filled with his life's spirit and integrity. The ink no longer seemed like ordinary pine soot, but like the purest essence of a soul's innocence. The first character, Lin. The wood radical on the left resembled a lonely pine tree rooted on a cliff, upright and sturdy, unaffected by wind and frost. The wood on the right resembled a young cypress growing in fertile soil, its branches and leaves flourishing with a thirst for knowledge and vitality. Two trees forming a forest, with a dignified and upright character. The second character, Wen. A dot, a horizontal stroke, between the slanting and the falling strokes, flowing like clouds and water, completed in one breath. The brush tip was no longer wild and twisted, as it had been on the blackboard, but filled with the unique elegance and grace of a scholar. It was the Tao he had sought all his life, and the one that had troubled him all his life. The third character, Zhang. He paused for a moment, as if gathering the strength of his entire soul. Then, with a sudden twist of his wrist, the final stroke fell, a vertical line, like a sword slashing through darkness, with the force of thunder. Upright, square, and just. Correcting evil and restoring order. When the final stroke of the character Zhang was completed and the brush was steadied, the entire sheet of rice paper suddenly exploded into a dazzling brilliance. But the white light was gentle, not glaring. Where the light reached, all the twisted illusions in the classroom, all the lingering shadows, instantly dissolved. The vile, sycophantic face of the thief, on the journal's title page where his name was altered, on the yellowed newspaper that slandered him as betraying his teacher and ancestors, on the cold school document expelling him from the school. All the heart demons and obsessions that had imprisoned him for 100 years, preventing him from dying in peace, all vanished in this sacred light, like snow meeting the scorching sun, silently howling in agony, and completely melting away into nothingness. A century of injustice, wiped clean with a single stroke. On the podium, the ethereal figure of teacher Lin Wenjing quietly bathed in the light that came from his own name. All his resentment, sadness, and unwillingness were washed away like dust. His figure gradually faded from illusion and blur, returning to the appearance of a delicate, refined young scholar. He wore a faded, old-style long gown, his brows and eyes clear, his gaze gentle, as if he were just a young student filled with hope for the future, having just left the library. He looked at Jiang Che and Su Xiao below, and for the first time, and the last time, a sincere, relieved smile appeared on his clear face. He did not speak, only deeply, deeply bowed to them, to these two students who had restored justice to him after 100 years. This bow was for gratitude. This bow was for inheritance. This bow was for liberation. After the bow, his figure, within the dazzling light, transformed into countless soft points of light, slowly rising, and eventually completely dissipating into the purified classroom. With Lin Wenjing's complete disappearance, the sheet of rice paper left on the podium, along with the simple set of writing tools, slowly rose in the white light. Brush, ink, paper, inkstone, these four mundane objects began to melt and merge under the light's radiance, ultimately fusing into an ancient, square seal, seemingly made of mutton fat jade and abyssal ink tone. The seal slowly flew up, coming to Jiang Che's face, gently pressing onto the back of his hand, and then that warm touch and imprint vanished, as if they had never existed. The next second, the emotionless mechanical voice sounded once again, for the last time, in the ninth study room. This time, its voice seemed to have less coldness, and more reverence. Dragon Country's chosen ones Jiang Che, Su Xiao, with the supreme merit of acting on behalf of heaven's will, continuing the ancient teachings of the sages, perfectly completed the main and submissions of the ninth study room. Final evaluation in progress. Comprehensive evaluation, the flame of inheritance, a special evaluation beyond the standard. Reward, unlock the unique concept ability, rightful name, Rightful name, your actions and words will carry the rule of rightness and justification. You will find it easier to see through the superficiality of rules, perceiving the strange true name and essence obsession. Dragon Country was in an uproar. The flame of inheritance. Oh my god. It's the flame passed down through the ages. A beyond standard evaluation. I knew it, Jiangshan is forever a god. Acting on behalf of heaven's will, continuing the ancient teachings of the sages, this evaluation is too high. This isn't just passing, this is winning the inheritance of civilization. The whole country fell into an even more intense celebration than when they received the previous SSS level evaluation. Meanwhile, other countries around the world, upon seeing the national rewards received by Dragon Country, fell into complete silence. Dragon Country's national reward, a slight increase in the average intelligence of the citizens. Dragon Country's national reward, 3 long-lost ancient academy ruins, containing some incomplete ancient books, are automatically discovered within the country. Improved intelligence of the citizens? Discovery of ancient academy ruins? Such a fundamental enhancement to a country's cultural heritage could not be compared to any mineral or resource. At this moment, they finally understood in painful silence that this mysterious realm did not only reward material things but also civilization itself. And they, on this racetrack, had already been far left behind. In the copy space, the sun was shining brightly, the windows were clean and clear. The light of the teleportation slowly brightened, enveloping Jiang Che and Su Xiao. Jiang Che raised his right hand, he could clearly feel the warm Zheng Ming mark on the back of his hand, tightly connected with his soul. Through this mark, the world in his eyes seemed to become different from before. Everything became unprecedentedly clear. Chapter 29, The Green Garment Outside the Window. With the conclusion of the extraordinary evaluation known as Shinhua, the entire copy space of the Ninth Study Room finally welcomed its long-overdue end after 100 years. That century-long dream, born from Lin Wenjing's obsession, filled with resentment and sorrow, lost all its foundation for existence after its master was vindicated. The returning light of teleportation surged from every corner like a tide, gently wrapping Jiang Che and Su Xiao's figures. The surrounding world began to violently disintegrate. The wall that was once splattered with the blood of Gaul's contestants was no longer modeled at this moment. Instead, in pure white light, it transformed into billions of dancing light particles. The desk that had once been used as an altar by Ame, and which Jiang Che had set up as a dojo, along with the chairs that carried countless stories, silently melted away, returning to its purest form of energy. The rules of the new and old spaces began to alternate, the boundaries between reality and illusion, at this moment, became incredibly blurred. The entire world felt like a grand play about to end, with the stage background being slowly dismantled, leaving only the protagonist under the spotlight, waiting to return. Su Xiao had closed her eyes due to intense mental strain and the final relaxation, preparing for the dizziness of returning. However, Jiang Che suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was firmly locked onto the classroom window before him, which was cracking apart. Amidst the torrent of light points turning into the entire space, only that window exhibited an extraordinary change among thousands. The glass surface did not shatter immediately. For a heartbeat's time, it suddenly transformed into an incredibly clear, mirror-like surface. What was reflected in the mirror was not the disintegrating classroom, nor the figures of Jiang Che and Su Xiao. Instead, it was an extremely strange, deeply oppressive, yet compellingly attractive still image. That was a cobblestone alley shrouded in eternal night rain, with no visible end or way back. The road surface of the alley was washed to a shine by the rain, reflecting a faint and weak light coming from who knows where. On both sides stood towering, mottled black tile walls, the tops covered in damp green moss, as if a cage, completely isolating this alley from the outside world. The cold raindrops fell unendingly like a heavenly net, carrying a bone-chilling cold that penetrated deeply. The entire scene was gray, oppressive, filled with endless loneliness. Yet there was one exception. In the depths of the alley stood a figure, holding an ancient oil paper umbrella that seemed to have withstood the rain for 1,000 years. It was the silhouette of a woman. She was dressed in a well-fitted green robe, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, held up by a simple wooden hairpin. Her posture was proud and tall, yet exuded a deep solitude that seemed out of place with the whole world. That touch of green was the only splash of color in the entire gray and oppressive scene. Who was she? How long had she been standing there? Was she waiting for someone, or was she avoiding something? Countless questions flashed through Jiang Che's mind in an instant. He could not see her face, he even felt no breath of life emanating from her. All he could see was that lonely silhouette. This scene is terrifyingly clear, painfully real. It feels less like an illusion and more like a window into another real world, accidentally glimpsed by Jiang Che in a moment where time and space intertwined. The existence of this scene was so fleeting, perhaps even less than a second. Like a frame wrongly cut into a movie's blooper reel, like the most illogical and fleeting glimpse in a grand dream. In the next second, the window reflecting the rainy alley finally obeyed the laws of the whole space and, with a light click, completely shattered, turning into countless specks of light. That eternal rainy alley, that figure in a green coat holding an oil paper umbrella, vanished without a trace. Jiang Che? What happened to you? Su Zhao's voice sounded in his ear. She seemed to sense Jiang Che's sudden stiffness. However, before Jiang Che could respond, the engulfing white light had completely drowned out their consciousness. The return began. This scene was fast to the extreme and also hidden to the utmost. On the global live broadcast, nothing unusual was captured. In the eyes of all viewers and experts, the ninth study room simply completed a perfect purification and normally finished its mission. In the Dragon Country Command Center, a deafening cheer and applause erupted. As the white light faded and the familiar weightless feeling passed, Jiang Che found himself back in the real world. The joy of victory should have surged in his heart like a tidal wave. However, in his mind, deep within his soul, echoing repeatedly were not the beyond standard flame evaluation, not that unbelievable renaming ability, nor the joyous glory of a nation, but that lonely figure in a green coat. And that endless alley under the eternal rain. What was that? Was it a fatigue illusion generated by prolonged mental concentration? Or perhaps, in that moment of collapsing time and space, he unintentionally glimpsed a deeper, more essential corner of the world of strange realms? Chapter 30, The Nation Celebrates. Jiang Che's doubt. As Jiang Che and Su Zhao's figures transformed from virtual to real in the enormous conference room of the National Strange Realm Emergency Command Center, the whole world boiled over. They're back. They've returned. Heroes. Our heroes of Dragon Country. Professor Lu Zhenghua, emotional and in tears, disregarding his old age, was the first to rush over and tightly grasp Jiang Che's hand. Director Wang Jiangmo and other uniformed generals couldn't hide their heartfelt joy and pride. The thunderous applause was endless. Outside the window, the night sky of the capital city was ablaze with countless sky lanterns released by celebrating citizens and dazzling drone light shows, bright as day. From the white mountains and black waters to the southern seas, from the eastern seas to the snowy highlands, the entire Dragon Country was immersed in a grand carnival belonging to all citizens. The flame-level evaluation, alongside rewards that could change the fate of the nation, placed Dragon Country in a crushingly leading position on this new track of strange realm challenges. Jiang Che, this name, had become more than just a title for a hero, it became a symbol of an era, a totem of national confidence. In the following dozens of hours, Jiang Che and Su Zhao underwent the highest standard physical checks, psychological assessments, and one analysis meeting after another hosted by the nation's highest level and top expert teams. Faced with praises from the official higher-ups and expert teams, as well as questions about every detail in the ninth study room, Jiang Che remained calm and answered fluently. He elaborated in detail on his inner journey from apprentice tribute to inviting the master to rename, revealing the principles of respecting the teacher, justification, and the core logic of restoring justice was clearly presented before everyone. Every interpretation he provided made Professor Lu Zhenghua and a group of experts in history and literature clap in admiration, and also made those scientific elites who were accustomed to data and models develop an unprecedented awe for this ancient civilization that had been passed down for 5,000 years. During the meeting, an important appointment was announced on the spot. Su Zhao officially joined the team, becoming Jiang Che's trump card partner, responsible for intelligence analysis and knowledge support, and their duo was formally established. Her expertise in calm analysis played a crucial role in this instance, earning the recognition of everyone. Everything seemed to be heading towards the most perfect direction. Jiang Che also became the wise man in everyone's eyes, one who understood the rules of the strange realm. However, only Jiang Che himself knew that deep in his heart, there lay a huge secret that he could not share with anyone. During the meeting, he looked several times at Professor Lu Zhenghua's eyes filled with trust and appreciation, wanting to speak but hesitating. He wanted to ask this lifetime scholar of ancient texts and anomalies if he had ever seen any mention of the Rain Lane and the Blue Gown in any classic works. But in the end, he still didn't speak up. Because that illusion appeared too abruptly, too briefly, and had no logical connection to the entire background of the ninth self-study room or to Lin Wenjing's obsession. It was like a sudden, unexplained jumble of characters. In this national celebration, when everyone viewed him as the embodiment of wisdom, rashly speaking of such a vision that might likely be a hallucination from his mental fatigue would not only yield no answers but might also cause unnecessary panic, even shaking the team's trust in him. He chose silence. The night grew deep. The celebration banquet had dispersed, and the bustling city gradually returned to tranquility. Jiang Che was arranged in a high-security exclusive lounge. The room was spacious and comfortable, and outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the brilliant lights of the capital city twinkled. He did not turn on the lights, but stood alone in front of the window, quietly overlooking this sleeping city. In his mind, the image of the Rain Lane and the Blue Gown became clearer than ever. The cold rain, the slippery bluestone slabs, the lonely blue silhouette. Every detail was like a chisel, deeply etched into his soul. That is not Lin Wenjing's memory. In his obsession, there are only books, classrooms, and grievances, no endless Rain Lane. That is also not the rule of the instance. All the rules of the instance revolve around the way of the teacher, and have nothing to do with Rain and Lane. Jiang Che's brows furrowed tightly. That feeling is older than Lin Wenjing's century-old grievances. It's lonelier than the oppression in the ninth self-study room. Also, more real than everything in the instance. A very bold, and one might say somewhat subversive thought quietly took root in his heart. Is this strange realm not just a series of independent story rooms constructed by different beings or human obsessions? Outside of these constantly fading and appearing rooms, is there a consistent, true, bizarre world serving as a background? That endless small lane in the rain, is it some corner of that real world? That woman, who is she? He had no answers, nor any clues. This fleeting glimpse of discovery caused his overall understanding of the strange realm to shake violently for the first time. He realized that what he understood, what he deciphered, might really just be a trivial tip of the iceberg in this vast, strange world. Chapter 31, 7 Days of Ice and Fire. Heaven and Hell. The 7 days after the conclusion of the ninth self-study room instance. Named by later historians as the 7 Days of Ice and Fire. For the Dragon Kingdom, these 7 days were like heaven. Yet for other countries in the world, they were truly a hell. The fire and flame level evaluation brought national fortune rewards, like a silent spring rain, seeping into every capillary of Dragon Kingdom society. That seemingly insignificant slight increase in national average wisdom sparked an unprecedented explosion of intelligence under the vast population base. In the capital city, at the National Math Olympiad training team base. In a brightly lit classroom, the atmosphere was tense. On the blackboard, a millennium-old problem had troubled this group of the nation's top math geniuses for 3 whole weeks. It loomed like an insurmountable mountain, making every young mind gasp for air. Wang Hao, the standout among these geniuses, was now irritably pulling at his hair. In front of him, draft papers had piled up like a mountain, yet his thoughts were a tangled mess. However, as he habitually twirled the pencil in his hand, a flash of inspiration split the chaos in his mind like lightning. Those seemingly unrelated numbers, symbols, and logic chains connected at that moment, forming a clear and perfect path to the solution. So that's how it is. So I can construct it this way. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly brightened, and his breathing quickened. He tossed aside his draft paper, picked up a new pencil, and began to write rapidly on a fresh sheet. His movements were fluid, without a hint of pause, as if he wasn't solving a problem but transcribing a standard answer he had long mastered. 5 minutes later, when he wrote the last character, dropped the pencil, and leaned back with a long sigh, the entire classroom fell silent. Classmates and teachers stared at him and his paper filled with the deduction process with expressions of disbelief. Wang Hao himself was stunned, looking at his own hands with an expression of disbelief. He could not explain why the bottleneck that had troubled him for weeks suddenly became so simple. In a national-level nuclear physics laboratory in the West, late at night. In a huge circular control room, the atmosphere was at a peak of oppression. A key technical bottleneck regarding controllable nuclear fusion turbulence suppression had caused the entire research team to stagnate for 5 months. Countless simulations and countless experiments had all ended in failure. The project leader, an old academician with white hair, had not closed his eyes for 3 consecutive days, and his eyes were bloodshot. At that moment, the youngest researcher in the team, a young man who had just graduated with his PhD, suddenly sat up from his simple army cot. No. We were wrong. The topology of magnetic confinement doesn't have to be two-dimensional. He shouted as he rushed to the main control computer, muttering a series of technical terms that sounded like an arcane language to others. Everyone thought he had lost his mind due to stress, but when he input a completely new 3-dimensional helical magnetic field model into the supercomputer for simulation, everyone was left dumbfounded by the results displayed on the screen. Simulation result, turbulent energy overflow rate, decreased by 97.3%. The entire control room, after 10 seconds of profound silence, erupted into a celebration like a landslide and tsunami. The technical bottleneck that had troubled the world's top physicists for decades was suddenly conquered by inspiration gained by a young researcher in a dream, in an almost enlightening manner. The progress of the project was thus significantly advanced, its significance comparable to an industrial revolution. In Jiangnan, at an archaeological excavation site. As 3 ancient academy ruins sealed for 1,000 years broke ground. An unprecedented cultural wave swept across the Dragon Nation. On television, in a special program by the national broadcaster, Professor Liu Zhanghua, as a guest, was excited, his face flushed bright red. He pointed at the incomplete bamboo slips and ancient book rubbings displayed on the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. What have we discovered? We have found the true ruins of the legendary Jixia Academy. We have located the long-lost scripture pavilion of the Yingtian Academy from the Song dynasty. More importantly, we have unearthed primary materials that could overturn existing historical understanding about the preaching 100 schools of thought period. This is not a simple artifact discovery. This is the root of our civilization. It is the source of our cultural confidence. The Xinhua Award is returning in ways we cannot imagine, enriching our entire nation. From cutting-edge technology to basic education, from cultural transmission to national mentality, the entire Dragon Nation is immersed in an atmosphere full of hope. Every person in the Dragon Nation can clearly feel that their country is becoming stronger at an unprecedented pace. However, at the other end of the world, in the Eagle Sauce Nation, New York, in the middle of the night, inside a public high school in Brooklyn, Frank, a retired veteran with 20 years of security experience, was patrolling with a flashlight, conducting his routine night check. He walked through the empty hallway, his footsteps echoing in the silent campus. When he patrolled to a history classroom on the third floor, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He faintly heard a voice, as if someone was teaching in an ancient language, coming from behind the closed door. "Damn it, which student is playing tricks here again at night?" Frank cursed, thinking it was a student messing around with a recorder. Steeling himself, he turned the doorknob and forcefully pushed the classroom door open. Then, a piercing scream filled with endless fear erupted from inside, then abruptly stopped. The flashlight fell to the ground with a clatter, the beam rolling on the floor for 2 circles before finally stopping, lighting up a corner of the podium. There was no one. The next morning, when the janitor found Frank, he was stiffly dead in front of the first row desk. His eyes were wide open, and 2 lines of already dried black blood flowed from his ears. In Sakura Nation, Tokyo, on the streets of Shibuya, in the bustling intersection, the crowd surged. However, a strange phenomenon began to randomly appear in the streets and alleys. Lifelike ink images appeared without warning among the crowd. Their form was exactly the same as the sealed priestess Aim from the night study room. These ink images emitted a nauseating strange fragrance. Everyone who passed by them, or reached out to touch them out of curiosity, felt a wave of mental daze. At first, people thought this was a performance art by some avant-garde artist. But days later, all those who had come into contact with the ink images began to develop dark golden patterns on their skin, as if cursed. Their spirits started to decline, their bodies quickly weakened, as if their life force was being drained by something, ultimately dying quietly in endless nightmares, becoming new sacrifices. In the underground catacombs of Paris, chilling metallic twisting sounds began to emerge at midnight, as if countless Fabians were being crushed repeatedly by an invisible force. On Red Square in Moscow, patrolling soldiers reported seeing a towering figure dragged into a bottomless ink pool by the ground beneath them in the dead of night. These punitive supernatural events, evolving from the ways chosen ones from various countries died in the eerie realms, rapidly swept across the entire world. Science cannot explain. The army is powerless, and the prayers of religion have become pale. At first, governments around the world tried hard to suppress the news, hoping to label these events as small-scale mass hysteria. However, as more and more videos and eyewitness testimonies spread across the internet, and as major global news media began to connect these seemingly isolated supernatural incidents, a wave of panic swept across the globe, finally igniting completely. People painfully realized that the failure of the bizarre situation would be a burden shared by the entire nation, every citizen. On the world's largest news live broadcast screen, on one side, there are people in the Dragon Country celebrating joyfully under the sun due to various technological breakthroughs and cultural discoveries. On the other side, in major cities around the world, supernatural events are continuously occurring in dark corners, with fear and despair filling the faces of the people. Heaven and hell, ice and fire. This bloody contrast was clearly presented in front of everyone through the broadcast lens. A new round of bizarre situations is about to descend, but the structure of the real world has already been completely changed because of it. Chapter 32, Evolution of Rules and Civilizational Privilege. The 7 days of ice and fire, for the world outside the Dragon Country, are less like 7 days and more like 7 centuries, so long it seems. The global panic, under the continuous fermentation of punishment, finally reached a boiling point. The terror classroom on the streets of New York, the ink-like witch in Shibuya, Tokyo, the midnight symphony in the Paris catacombs. These curses stemming from the bizarre situation are like poisonous thorns, deeply piercing the heart of modern civilization. They cannot be predicted, cannot be defended against, and cannot be understood. Science appears powerless for the first time in the face of this supernatural force. The top physicists cannot explain the source of the energy, and the most authoritative psychologists cannot analyze its behavioral logic. The bullets of the army are ineffective against them, and even the most advanced detection equipment cannot capture their traces. The despair among the people began to shake the foundations of governance in countries at an unprecedented speed. Conspiracy theories arose, and social order hung by a thread. Some shouted that it was doomsday judgment, while others blamed it on the incompetence of the government. Small-scale riots and protests broke out continuously in major cities around the world. Leaders from various countries, whether the president of the Eagle Country or the prime minister of the Cherry Blossom Country, were at their wits' end. They were acutely aware that if they could not win in the next bizarre situation, the real world might be completely eroded by this endless wave of negative energy. Pressure hung over the hearts of every global leader. Just as this global panic and repression reached its peak, as if it was about to explode at any moment, the bizarre light screen hovering over major cities around the world lit up once again. This time, it did not bring new chosen ones, nor did it open new instances. On the light screen, only a series of brand new announcements appeared. Everyone around the world who was paying attention to the light screen, whether they were people hiding in underground shelters or officials sitting in the highest command centers, collectively held their breath at the same time. The first piece of content in the announcement instantly stirred up enormous waves. Rule Update 1. Based on the preliminary adaptability of human civilization, from this point on, each country will obtain the nomination right for chosen ones. Each country may nominate no more than 3 candidates, and the final selection will be determined by the bizarre situation among the 3 candidates. As soon as this rule was announced, the world first fell into several seconds of absolute silence. Then, an unimaginable joy erupted. My God! Nomination rights. We actually have the right to nominate. Great! We no longer have to leave our fate to that damned random selection. We can choose our strongest, smartest, and most suitable people to fight. We are saved. From New York to London, from Berlin to New Delhi, countless people wept tears of joy, embracing each other in celebration. This meant that humanity had finally gained a precious bit of initiative from the previous completely passive random selection. This meant they could hold the fate of their own countries in their hands. Eagle Country, White House War Room. The president suddenly stood up from his chair. In his excitement, he knocked over the coffee on the table, but he was oblivious. He waved his fist and shouted at the screen. Immediately. Right now. Assemble the top selection committee. We need to find the most suitable person in all America. At any cost. Their country, Kremlin. The usually steady old general could not help but show a smile at this moment. He gave a concise and powerful order to his subordinates beside him. Go to Alpha and Signal Flag, find our best warriors and the smartest minds. This time, we must not fail. Countries around the world were engulfed in great excitement due to this sudden gift. They seemed to see the dawn of victory. However, just as the world was celebrating, the last line of text on the light screen instantly froze everyone's smiles. Special regulation, due to Dragon Country's exceptional performance in the last round of the Enigmatic Challenge, earning an exceptional Flame of Inheritance evaluation, their actions made a remarkable contribution to the continuation of civilization, thus granting Dragon Country an extra nomination quota. Dragon Country can nominate 4 candidates. Final determination quota of the Enigmatic Challenge, 2 chosen ones. 2 quotas. 2 chosen ones. This news, through the live broadcast lens, struck the heads of world leaders like invisible lightning. Their expressions underwent a classic dramatic transformation. From ecstasy to astonishment, then to daze. Eventually, all expressions froze into raw jealousy and a deep-seated apprehension from the depths of their souls. If the previous national comprehension improvement was just an enviable reward, this double nomination right was an unequal civilization privilege. When all countries could only send out 1 contestant, putting all hopes onto one person, Dragon Country could send out 2 contestants. What does this mean? This means they have double the margin for error. This means they can execute more complex tactical combinations in the Enigmatic Challenge. This means their chances of receiving top rewards increase geometrically. This is no longer a simple reward, this is a complete tilt of the balance. It is a sword of Damocles named Dragon Country, hanging over the heads of all countries in the world. It's not fair. This is so unfair. This is cheating. Blatant cheating. Why them? Just because they were lucky enough to pick someone who understands folklore? After a brief silence, a wave of questioning and shouting erupted across the global networks, like a roaring tsunami. However, no matter how loudly they shouted, they could not change the cold and authoritative golden letters on the light screen. In the Emergency Command Center for National Enigmas of Dragon Country. Although everyone was thrilled by this unexpected joy, the expert team led by Professor Lu Jingui immediately realized the seriousness of the problem after a brief excitement. The atmosphere in the conference room was not relaxed at all, instead, it became graver than any previous meeting. Professor Lu Jingui's gaze swept across every leader and expert present. The wrinkles on his face bore no trace of joy, only seriousness. He slowly stood up, walked to the large world map, and heavily pointed his finger on the territory of Dragon Country. Then, his fingers slowly traced across the maps of Eagle Sauce Country, the European Alliance, Cherry Blossom Country, and the Ganges Country. In each major country's territory, an invisible scar was left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice was hoarse and heavy, echoing in the silent conference room, we must soberly recognize one thing. This privilege, on the surface, is a reward and advantage. But in reality, it is a poison. It turned us from a fortunate winner into everyone's public enemy overnight. In the next strange situation, what we face will not just be the unknown horrors in the replica. He paused, his gaze piercing, and spoke clearly, word by word. There is also the blatant hostility from the real world, from all our neighbors. Chapter 33 Awakening of the Mysterious Side. Professor Lu Jingui's words, we have become everyone's public enemy, instantly froze the flicker of joy that had just risen in the Dragon Country Command Center. Outside was an ocean of celebration, but indoors was particularly silent. The people present were the brightest minds of Dragon Country. They instantly understood the deadly trap hidden behind this civilization privilege. Eagle Sauce Country, National Underground Strategic Command Center. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as if it could solidify the air. On the massive tactical analysis board, the video of John Smith and Fabian being mercilessly erased by the rules in the ninth study room replayed repeatedly. Each replay was like a loud slap, harshly striking the faces of every Eagle Sauce elite who held technology dominates the world as their creed. Our Mk7 exoskeleton, our multidimensional spectrometer, our holy water bullets, in front of that teacher, it's like a pile of ridiculous scrap metal. The newly appointed strategic commander, a 4-star general known for his toughness, currently spoke with a sense of helplessness in his voice. We have reviewed it hundreds of times, and the conclusion is always the same. Pure technology and military power are ineffective against the true strange rules. We tried to analyze it using logic, but its logic is rooted in a cultural system we are completely unfamiliar with. We are like a fool trying to interpret Oracle bone script using English grammar. Just as the entire command center sank into a mood of technology is useless pessimism, a panicked voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the conference room. It was a historian from the Congressional Library, responsible for preserving certain special documents, an old man with gold-rimmed glasses who looked somewhat neurotic. He stumbled toward the commander, clutching an ancient scroll protected by a constant temperature and humidity glass cover, his face showing a look as if he had seen a ghost. General! General! Something has happened. He stammered, it's a fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is glowing. Upon hearing this, everyone cast incredulous glances. On that piece of parchment, which should have turned yellow and fragile due to the ravages of time, several characters written in ancient Hebrew were actually emitting a very faint milky white glow at this moment. What is happening? Before anyone could recover from this supernatural scene, encrypted communications from around the world began pouring into the command center like snowflakes. Emergency report from the Vatican. The Pope's St. Peter's staff, the cross at the top has begun to spontaneously warm up. Cairo Museum in Egypt on highest alert. The golden chalice unearthed from Pharaoh Tutankhamun's tomb, the scarab relief on the cup's wall, the eyes seem to move. British Intelligence Station 6 encrypted message. The legendary oak staff used by the Druid High Priest, stored in the underground chamber of the British Museum, has just detected extremely weak life energy fluctuations. The Holy Grail of the Celts, and in the Nordic regions, rune stones, in South America, the sun gold disk. One by one, ancient artifacts that have slept for thousands of years, which modern people regard as ancient art or religious symbols, began to collectively awaken under the influence of mysterious powers. This discovery was like a lightning bolt of creation, instantly parting the fog in the minds of leaders and top thinkers from all nations. They finally realized, with both pain and joy, that they had been on the wrong path all along. The key to fighting the mysterious forces may never have been in the future, not in those cold laboratories or arsenals. It has always quietly lay in the dust of their own history, in those forgotten myths, legends, and religious rituals. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have the Bible, we have the world's top symbols and mythology experts. In the command center of Eagle Sauce Nation, the eyes of the 4-star general reignited with flames of hope. We can't send soldiers anymore. We need to send scholars. We need to send people who really know how to communicate with gods. Thus, a global folklore arms race was ignited. The selection criteria for the chosen ones, overnight, shifted fundamentally from the fiercest special forces to the wisest, the most knowledgeable, and even the most mystical historians, theologians, and archaeologists. They quickly found Professor David Cohen, a scholar of semiotics and comparative mythology at Harvard Divinity School. This professor, in his 50s and looking refined yet somewhat disheveled, could speak 12 ancient languages fluently and was well-versed in the threads of the world's major mythological systems. The government of Eagle Sauce Nation organized, with unprecedented efficiency, a Holy Shield think tank, composed of the world's top linguists, historians, theologians, and psychologists, available 24 hours a day to provide comprehensive knowledge support. Cherry Blossom Nation, after experiencing the painful failure of the priestess aim, finally gave up on its fantasies about mainstream Shinto. Through secret channels, they found the last inheritor of the Yin-Yang arts, rumored to have severed their line of succession, hidden in an ancient temple deep in the mountains, Jinguji Tsukihiko. He looked like a silent boy of 16 or 17, always wearing a large black hunting robe, holding a paper figure made of talismanic paper in his arms. It was said that he could see things invisible to ordinary people and could communicate with existences from another world. The Ganges nation selected a wandering monk, revered as the reincarnation of Shiva, from among billions of believers. He was bare-chested, covered in white sacred ash, meditating with closed eyes, and it was said he hadn't spoken a word in 10 years but could communicate with all things through spiritual power. Nile Nation restarted its research on the Book of the Dead, selecting an archaeologist capable of reciting all ancient Egyptian sacrificial incantations. The Nordic alliance found a blonde woman who claimed to be a descendant of Valkyries. She could interpret the oldest runes and claimed she could converse with Odin's ravens in her dreams. Chapter 34, The B-Plan of Dragon Nation. Unlike the clamor of the outside world, everything in the Dragon Nation's emergency command center for the mysterious forces was orderly. Jiang Che and Su Xiao, the duo that shone brightly in the Ninth Cell study room, had been formally established internally as the National Blade, representing Dragon Nation to enter the only main copy, facing the core challenge from the mystical side aces from around the world. However, their preparation methods left foreign organizations spying through intelligence satellites astonished. There were no high-intensity physical training sessions, no adaptive tests for advanced weapons, and no survival drills simulating various extreme environments. Most of the time, Jiang Che and Su Xiao just quietly stayed in the Quiet Mind studio created by the Palace Museum and the Taoist Association. Here, they were not passively receiving teachings, but under the guidance of Professor Liu Zhenghua and other classical scholars, they deeply discussed the essence of Chinese wisdom in an almost philosophical manner. They talked about the ebb and flow of yin and yang in the I Ching, the principle of non-action in the Tao Te Ching, and the subtle connection between seasons, earth, and spirits recorded in the Huainanzi. Jiang Che, with his extraordinary intuition brought by his ability to clarify names, and Su Xiao, with her solid academic foundation, forged a tacit understanding that transcended words through their collisions of thought. Sometimes, with just a glance, Jiang Che could prompt Su Xiao to immediately find the corresponding theoretical basis from ancient texts. And whenever Su Xiao proposed an academic hypothesis, Jiang Che could always succinctly reveal its core essence in the most fundamental way. What they honed was not muscles, nor skills, but the wisdom that is rooted deep within the veins of civilization. At the same time, a secret meeting hosted by the highest think tank of the Dragon Country was taking place regarding the 2 extra nomination slots for mirror copies. According to our preliminary analysis of the rules of the enigmatic realm, a strategic analysis expert pointed to a huge data model and said, the difficulty and danger of mirror copies will be lower than that of the main copy, but the resources and intelligence they produce also hold extremely high strategic value. Our main competitors, Eagle Sauce Country, the Continental Alliance, etc., will undoubtedly do their utmost to confront us in the main copy. Therefore, these mirror copies will become their blind spots in defense. Thus, we propose the B-Plan. Another white-haired general stood up, his voice steady and powerful. We should not put all our eggs in one basket. The National Sharp Blade is responsible for breaking through difficulties, holding back and even defeating all major opponents in the main copy. An RB plan, like a surprise troop, aims not to pursue the highest torch-level evaluation, but to focus on stability, clearing potential threats around the main line as much as possible, and securing more diverse and fundamental strategic resources and intelligence for the Dragon Country. The plan was quickly passed by unanimous vote. So, who would become the surprise troop executing this B plan? After many hours of intense discussion and layers of selection by the expert group, ultimately, 2 personal profiles that seemed completely unrelated to the identity of the chosen one were placed on everyone's table. When the attendees saw these 2 profiles, almost everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The first profile, Wang Dahai, male, 48 years old. The man in the photo was slightly overweight, with a sincere face, looking just like the warm-hearted uncle from the neighborhood. His resume was a simple 1-page, a top-level chef at the National Banquet Center, specializing in pastry and royal vegetarian dishes, with 30 years in the industry and countless awards. He had just honorably retired 6 months ago and was currently enjoying family life. A chef? A young general couldn't help but frown. I admit his expertise is top-notch, but what does this have to do with the enigmatic realm? Sitting in the recommendation seat, Professor Liu Zhenghua adjusted his reading glasses and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it silenced the entire conference room. Everyone, we often say that food is the heaven for the people. This saying holds true everywhere, even among gods and spirits. What is the source of thousands of years of sacrificial civilization in China? It is food. What do we use to offer sacrifices to heaven, to the earth, to honor our ancestors, and to appease spirits? It is food. What grains to use in what season, what deity requires what offerings? The 3 offerings and 5 cauldrons, clear tea, and plain fruits. The knowledge within this is deeper than any one of us can imagine. This is a language rooted in our bloodline, a communication with the world and all its beings. Old Lu's gaze swept across the room, and he spoke each word clearly. And this Master Wang Dahai, he has done state banquets for 30 years, he understands better than all of us what a true offering is, and what that heartfelt sincerity means to the heavens and the spirits. In certain specific strange scenarios, a bowl of his noodles may be more useful than our whole team's tank. The second piece of information, Lin Qingxian, female, 27 years old. In the photo, the woman is dressed in a simple, elegant, white cotton linen long dress, her hair reaching her waist, her demeanor cold and pure like the moon. She stands alone in front of a small clinic located in a bamboo forest deep in the mountains. Her resume is just as simple, a master's degree from a traditional Chinese medicine university. She rejected all invitations from big hospitals, and returned alone to her ancestral mountain clinic, practicing medicine for 5 years.
She specializes in acupuncture and herbal medicine.
Traditional Chinese medicine? Another person raised a doubt. We acknowledge the depth of traditional Chinese medicine, but the strange, it's not a virus, right?
This time, the speaker was another advisor who had been silent, dressed in a Taoist robe. The Wang Di Neijing says, man interacts with heaven and earth, and is in harmony with the sun and moon. True traditional Chinese medicine never treats disease, but rather people, it addresses the imbalance of qi between humans and nature. This Dr. Lin Xingxian, according to our secret investigation, has an extraordinary sensitivity to the flow of qi and the balance of yin and yang. She can perceive the yin and yang properties of a medicinal herb, and detect the tiniest fluctuations of the aura in a living person. Thus, she can naturally sense the yin that does not belong to this world in an environment and the imbalance that leads to the strange occurrences. She is the most sensitive environmental monitor and balance regulator we have placed in the strange world.
After the initial shock, the entire command center fell into a long silence.
They finally understood, the true trump card of Dragon Country was perhaps never just one hero, but rather this civilization, which has weathered 5,000 years of storms, and its supreme wisdom that embraces all.
Chapter 35, Sharp Insight.
The two candidates for Plan B, Fat Wang and Lin Xingxian, were soon brought to the quiet room located at the deepest part of the command center. Here, they would undergo the final and most critical interview from Jiang Che. This was not a requirement of the official process, but a unanimous suggestion from Professor Lu Jinghua and the group of experts. They believed that only Jiang Che, who had truly experienced the strange world and touched that layer of Tao, could uniquely evaluate whether these two possessed the roots needed to confront the strange happenings. Fat Wang, who was Master Wang Dahai, walked into the quiet room with a slightly awkward and honest smile. He wore a clean chef's outfit and even carried a toolbox containing his personal kitchenware, as if he was about to be pulled into the kitchen for help any second. Lin Xingxian, in her white long dress, exuded a cold elegance and was not good with words. Upon entering the room, she did not look at anyone but calmly observed a pot of asparagus fern in the corner, as if sensing its breath. Jiang Che did not sit at the main position, but invited the two to sit beside the tea table as if welcoming friends.
Su Xiao sat nearby, opening a notebook and preparing to take notes. Jiang Che personally poured tea for the two, the fragrance of the tea instantly easing the invisible tension in the room. He looked at Fat Wang with a gentle smile and asked the first question. This question was clearly transmitted to the observation room next door through hidden microphones, into the ears of all the experts and leaders. Master Wang, may I ask you a question?
Jiang Che asked, if we want to worship a mountain god in a deep mountain, wishing for its blessing for peace in the area.
Then, when offering sacrifices, what kind of meat is best? Is it the freshly killed living creature, or the carefully prepared delicacy?
In the observation room, several experts immediately began to discuss in low voices. This question seems simple, but it is actually tricky. Yes, it tests both the understanding of sacrifice and the insight into divinity. Fat Wang heard the question, paused for a moment, then laughed honestly. He scratched his head and answered in a very simple tone, Mr. Jiang, your question has stumped me as a chef. In my opinion, when offering to the mountain god, it's better to not use meat at all.
Oh?
A glimmer of interest flashed in Jiang Che's eyes.
The god of the mountain is the king of the mountain, what birds and beasts has it not seen? It doesn't treasure that.
Fat Wang said straightforwardly, besides, the mountain god oversees all living things and detests bloodshed the most.
If you bring a freshly killed living creature, that's an insult, a provocation.
If you bring carefully cooked dishes, the grease and smoke would taint the mountain's purity.
He paused and offered his own answer.
In my view, we should use nothing at all, just take the new rice we harvested back then, steam a bowl of steaming hot grain, and pair it with a cup of the sweetest spring water from the mountain. Place it respectfully in front of the mountain god's temple and bow 3 times respectfully, and that would be enough. This represents that we live off the mountain and appreciate its grace, and also represents the most genuine intentions of us common folks. The mountain god is a true deity, what it desires is respect, not bribery.
The sincerity matters more than anything.
As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Lu Zhenggui in the observation room slapped his thigh and showed an immensely approving smile.
Well said. Very well said.
This aligns perfectly with our ancient wisdom of respecting gods rather than fawning on them in Huaxia. This Fat Wang, wise yet seemingly foolish, is a treasure. Jiang Che also smiled and nodded. He did not ask more, but turned his gaze to the silent female Chinese medicine doctor, Lin Xingxian.
Dr. Lin, I would like to ask you a question as well.
Lin Xingxian raised her head, her cold gaze looking at Jiang Che. If there is an old house that is restless at night, we often say it is haunted by unclean things.
So, in your opinion, how should we calm the house? This question also made the experts in the observation room hold their breath. It was a core question that tested the fundamental understanding of the relationship between yin and yang and humans and ghosts. Lin Xingxuan's voice was cold and calm, without a hint of ripples. Not driving away, but adjusting.
She spoke only 4 words and then stopped.
Oh?
I would like to hear more, Jiang Che urged.
Houses represent yang, people represent yang.
The so-called unclean things are Yin. Lin Xingxian slowly said, Yin entities entering yang houses are not because they are strong, but because this house and this person have lost their yang energy, creating an imbalance of Yin and yang, allowing them to take advantage of the situation. Forcefully driving them away is like using tiger and wolf medicine. It may cure a temporary ailment, but it also harms the fundamental vitality of the house and the person, leading to endless future troubles.
The true method of calming the house lies in restoring the right.
Find the root cause of the loss of yang energy in the house and the person, use moxa to fumigate to restore yang energy, use peachwood to protect the house to solidify the foundation, adjust the person's diet and daily activities to cultivate inner energy. When the yang energy is abundant, the yin evil will recede, like frost and snow melting away under sunlight. Her answer completely broke free from the framework of combat and confrontation, directly pointing to the essence of balance.
This was the core embodiment of Taoist thought. After listening to both answers, Jiang Che did not say more.
He stood up slowly, facing the direction of the neighboring observation room, and calmly said 4 words.
The insight is very accurate.
At this point, the team of 4 chosen ones from Longwa officially assembled.
At midnight on the 7th day, it finally arrived.
The screens above all global cities lit up simultaneously, without any warning. A cold countdown slowly appeared. Second Eerie Realm Challenge.
The countdown to transmission is about to begin. Teleport countdown, 10, 9, 8.
In the Dragon Country, inside the Emergency Command Center for the National Mysteries, Jiang Che, Su Xiao, Wang Pengzi, and Lin Xingxian stood side by side, their expressions grave as they gazed at the light screen. This time, the emotions of billions of global viewers were no longer purely fear. Instead, they were filled with complex anticipation and a hint of trembling. A great battle was about to explode.
Chapter 36, Welcome to Fengmen Village.
The moment the teleportation was complete, the familiar dizziness arrived as expected. As Jiang Che and Su Xiao stepped onto solid ground, a foul smell mixed with the scent of decay entered their noses. They, along with Professor David Cohen from Eagle Sauce Country, the young Onmyoji Tsukihiko Jinguji from Sakura Country, the burly Bjorn from the Nordic Alliance, and the descendant of the Nile priest Amon. All the top mystical side aces selected into the main scenario found themselves in a village completely forgotten by time. The layout of the village was ancient, with winding paths paved with blue stones, flanked by old tile houses standing closely together, their walls weathered and filled with the passage of time. The entire village was terrifyingly silent. No rooster crowed, no dog barked, not even a whisper of wind could be heard. At the village entrance stood a crooked stone tablet, weathered by countless years of storms. On the stone tablet, in a kind of red ink that seemed yet to dry, 2 large, crooked characters were written Fengmen. What sent chills down the spines of all the chosen ones was that every house in the village had its doors and windows tightly shut. And at every closed wooden door hung a white lantern that had not been lit, without exception. The white color, under the darkened sky, appeared especially piercing, like countless eyes without pupils. Just as everyone was startled by this eerie scene, with minds in turmoil, the cold voice of the mysterious game's alert echoed loudly in each person's mind.
3 new rules.
Rule 1, there are no living people in the village, do not trust any existence claiming to be a villager. Rule 2, after dark, please ensure to stay within houses that have lanterns hanging outside, and personally light the lantern you choose.
Rule 3, absolutely do not take, or accept in any form, anything given by the villagers.
These 3 rules seemed simple, yet each word carried a deadly threat. They formed an invisible net, trapping all survivors in this cage named Fengmen, leaving no escape route.
After a brief period of silence, the chosen ones from various countries displayed wholly different reactions.
Professor David Cohen from Eagle Sauce Country immediately used a mini communicator to engage in high-intensity online analysis with his team, composed of the world's top elites. Rule 1 discounts reliable verbal communication, but does not eliminate non-verbal communication, such as gestures and eye expressions. Rule 2, lantern is a core element, and the action of personally lighting it is likely a condition for fulfilling a contract or ritual.
Rule 3, the definition of accept is vague. Is it active acceptance or passive acceptance? There is huge room for maneuvering in this. Countless logical chains and semiotic models rapidly exchanged between him and his think tank. He tried to use his expertise in logic to deconstruct this unknown horror into analyzable symbols.
On the other hand, Tsukihiko Jinguji from Sakura Country appeared more straightforward. He remained silent, his eyes always hidden beneath his bangs, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. His fingers quietly formed an ancient seal of the immovable king within the wide sleeves of his hunting robe, while the paper figure of his shikigami in his arms began to emit a faint, fleeting glow on its surface.
He perceives the flow of that thick, unbreakable air in this village in his own way. Su Xiao's reaction is more like the instinct of a professional scholar.
She squats down, pinches a bit of the soil beneath her feet, and lightly sniffs it at the tip of her nose. This soil has a strong scent of incense ash, and there's also a hint of rotten blood. She frowns and quietly says to Jiang Che beside her, Furthermore, I always feel that this land beneath our feet is very sad.
It's like a huge graveyard, burying too many resentments. Only Jiang Che.
His gaze has been fixed, from beginning to end, on the row of white lanterns hanging in front of the door, swaying slightly under the gloomy sky. His expression is calm and profound, as if he penetrates the thin lantern paper to see the different cultural system it represents, along with the reverence that must be obeyed. He knows that this sealed door instance never tests courage or wisdom. What it tests is something deeper. A way of survival called respect.
In the global live streaming room, the hearts of billions of viewers are in their throats. The feeling of being in an inescapable dead end quickly spreads through the screen to every corner of the world. Everyone knows that this time, the sickle of death will swing faster and more mercilessly than ever before. Chapter 37, The Temptation of the Red Lantern. The sky darkens quickly, and the surroundings begin to blur. The scent of decayed incense becomes even stronger in the air, mixed with a faint sound that resembles a woman's weeping. As all the chosen ones feel restless due to the sudden change in the environment, nervously searching for shelter, a figure appears out of nowhere at the end of the cobbled path at the village entrance. It is a person. An elderly grandmother, hunched over and stumbling, her face covered in deep wrinkles, as if she has lived for a century. Her features are unclear, but her light blue cloth clothes, washed so much that they have turned pale, are incredibly real. She doesn't make any sound, only leaning on a cane, step by step, coming toward everyone. The nerves of all the chosen ones instantly tighten to the limit. Rule 1. There are no living people in the village, do not trust anything that any so-called villager says. This grandmother is undoubtedly the villager mentioned in the rules. What does she want? However, to everyone's surprise, she does not attempt to communicate with them at all. She simply stops a few meters away from the crowd, slowly raising her arm, and silently points to the depths of the village, to a dilapidated woodshed that looks long abandoned. Everyone's eyes follow the direction she is pointing. Under the eaves of the ruined woodshed, there hangs a lantern. A lantern that is completely different from all the white lanterns in the village, glowing with an eerie light, a red lantern. That red is so bright and eye-catching, against the backdrop of the gray-white village, it looks like a warm drop of blood freshly fallen from the heart, filled with ominous and bizarre temptation. This scene leaves everyone dumbfounded. In the command center of Eagle Sauce Country, the elites of the Holy Shield think tank instantly engage in a heated brainstorming session. Trap. This is definitely a trap. Red represents celebration in Eastern culture, but here, it's too abrupt. No. I oppose. Precisely because it is abrupt, it represents its uniqueness. This is a reverse psychological inducement. The key lies in that grandmother's behavior. Rule 1 forbids us from believing villagers' words, but she didn't speak. She just made a guiding gesture. This is a typical nonverbal symbol. It may have bypassed the loophole in the language rules. After intense discussions, the chief semiotic consultant, an elderly professor with white hair, made a decisive statement. The conclusion is, high risk, high reward. Red, in nearly all primitive religions and cultural semiotic systems of humanity, symbolizes life, fire, protection, and exorcism. It forms the most intense binary opposition with white, which represents death and mourning. In this environment filled with the breath of death, this lone red must be the special safe haven, the key to breaking the deadlock. This analysis, backed by references, shone with the brilliance of reason and was highly persuasive. Through the micro-communication device, this nearly perfect standard answer was swiftly transmitted to Professor David Cohen, who was in the strange situation. A confident smile appeared on Professor David's face. He even took the time to calmly explain to the global audience the analytical logic of his think tank. Ladies and gentlemen, logic and symbols are the foundations of human civilization. They are universal, transcending culture. Now, let me use human wisdom to unveil the mysterious veil of this ignorant land. Under the watchful eyes of countless global viewers, Professor David strode proudly, like a pioneer of civilization, toward the small house with the red lanterns. He pushed open the squeaky wooden door. At the moment he opened the door, the scene inside the room changed drastically. There were no firewood or farming tools. What entered his sight was a celebration of eerie red. In the center of the room stood a wedding bed covered with a bright red joyous quilt, with big red characters pasted on the wall, and 2 flickering dragon and phoenix wedding candles lit on the table. This was unmistakably a room decorated for a wedding of the dead. A bride dressed in a phoenix crown and cloud dress, with a red veil, was sitting on the wedding bed. Seemingly hearing the sound of the door, the bride slowly lifted her head. Under the veil was a face painted with 2 exaggerated red cheeks, a ghastly smiling face. The paper bride smiled an incredibly sinister smile at David Cohen. No. This is impossible. The confidence and elegance on Professor David's face were completely replaced in that instant by endless fear. He wanted to step back, but it was too late. From all sides of the room, countless paper arms, like crazily growing vines, tightly grabbed his limbs, his body, his neck. How could this be? My logic was not wrong. Red clearly represents life. This was the last cry of unwillingness left by Professor David Cohen in this world. In the next second, his entire being was forcibly dragged by those countless paper hands toward the wedding bed, into that pitch-black coffin. Bang! The coffin lid slammed shut with a heavy thud. Eagle Sauce Country, eliminated. The cold prompt announced the arrival of the first death. The live broadcast of Eagle Sauce Country instantly went black. This incredibly tragic scene brought an unprecedented shock to all global viewers. For the first time, they realized clearly that in this strange situation, the science and logic they had believed in for hundreds of years might truly be the deadliest poison. Chapter 38, Awe of the White Lantern. The terrifying scene of him being dragged into the coffin for the dead wedding felt like a giant stone, crashing heavily into the heart lake of every survivor, stirring up monstrous waves. The Red Lantern was a guaranteed death trap. This information, bought with life, compressed everyone's choices to the extreme. The only path to survival seemed to be those ominous white lanterns scattered all over the village. But are they really a way to survive? Or another, more concealed trap? The sky had completely darkened. The dense, unbreakable darkness seeped out from every corner of the village like a living creature, beginning to devour everything. The survivors fell into deeper fear and despair. In this deadly silence, the young onmyoji from Sakura country, Jinguji Tsukihiko, decided to break this deadlock in his own way. In his eyes, always hidden beneath his bangs, a flicker of genius pride flashed. Foolish Westerners, trying to understand gods and spirits with logic, how arrogant. He snorted coldly in his heart. Little do they know, in this dirty land, only magic is the right path. He took out a neatly cut yellow talisman from the wide sleeves of his hunting outfit. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, pinching the talisman, his lips moved slightly, and in an extremely ancient, rhythmic language, he began to softly chant a spell. As he chanted, that plain talisman truly caught fire without flames, but burning instead was a ghostly blue flame. In the ghost fire, the talisman quickly folded itself, ultimately transforming into a vivid paper crane. Go! Jinguji Tsukihiko gently pointed. The paper crane, burning with blue ghost fire, really came to life, flapping its wings silently and flying towards a nearby ordinary house that hung a white lantern. The paper crane deftly passed through the closed wooden door, swirling around inside the house as if searching for something. A few seconds later, it returned safely, landing in Jinguji Tsukihiko's palm and transforming back into a talisman, only its color had faded significantly. Inside the house, there is no direct danger. A barely perceptible arc rose at the corner of Jinguji Tsukihiko's mouth. He stepped forward and calmly walked into the house he had confirmed safe, gently closing the door. He thought as long as he stayed inside, he would be safe. However, he overlooked, or rather, he underestimated the second rule's second half, and personally lied it. He thought this was just an unimportant extra condition, not knowing this was the most crucial part of the entire contract. The night deepened completely. The room where Jinguji Tsukihiko was, because the white lantern had not been lit, in the eerie realm's rule judgment, here, still remained in no man's land. Suddenly, in the room he was in, the walls, floor, and ceiling began to melt, oozing countless sticky, shadow-like black substances. These shadows made no sound, slowly converging from all directions towards the boy in the center of the room. What is this? Jinguji Tsukihiko finally sensed something was off, wanting to form seals again, wanting to summon his Shikigami. But it was all too late. Those shadows, like a tide, silently engulfed him completely. No screams, no struggles. A young onmyoji genius, heavily relied upon by Sakura country, quietly disappeared into the darkness. Sakura country, eliminated. The live stream room went black again. Why is this happening? He clearly confirmed the house was safe. Could it be those houses with white lanterns are also traps? Is there still a way for us to survive? The global audience descended into complete collapse. Su Xiao was also extremely anxious, looking at the increasingly thick darkness around her, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang Che. What should we do? However, Jiang Che remained unusually calm. He pointed at the white lantern swaying in the darkness, softly explaining to Su Xiao, as if to the entire world. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Look at this village filled with white cloth, every household hanging white lanterns. What does this indicate? It shows the whole village is holding a massive funeral. As outsiders, at such a time, how can we wear red to clash with the host's funeral? Therefore, red lanterns are disrespectful and a dead end. Then, what about the white lanterns? Su Xiao pressed him further. White lanterns, in our customs, are eternal lights that guide the deceased. It is also a peace lamp that prays for the living in the dark. Jiang Che's gaze became deep and distant. To light it, that action itself is a kind of ritual. It represents us guests expressing the most basic consolation and respect for this village, and for the souls lost here.
After saying this, he no longer hesitated, pulling the confused Su Xiao into the nearest house beside them. Inside the house, it was pitch black, cold and bone-chilling. Jiang Che showed no signs of panic. He took out a box of ordinary old-fashioned matches from his pocket.
Sizzle. He struck the match, and the dim yellow light instantly dispelled some of the coldness in the room. Then, he held the match close to the white lantern at the door, gently igniting the wick inside. In that moment, as the white lantern was completely lit up, the malevolent wind outside, which seemed to seep into everything, and the countless lurking evils in the dark, suddenly vanished without a trace. The entire room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier, becoming warm and peaceful. In the Dragon Nation Command Center, Professor Lu Jinghua watched the scene, slapping the table in anguish, and solemnly said to the camera, "The Eagle Sauce Nation is wrong in applying their logic to others, trying to understand a completely different cultural system with their own reasoning. And the Cherry Blossom Nation is wrong in valuing technique over the way. They only know how to use techniques to test danger, but do not understand that the true way lies in the deep-rooted reverence from the heart." They all do not understand. Chapter 39, Su Xiao's Discovery. The Gate to Life. Under the gentle glow of the white lantern, Jiang Che, Su Xiao, and the remaining foreign chosen ones passed through the first night in the sealed village safely. However, when dawn illuminated the village, a more despairing fact stood before everyone: they were still trapped here. The village's exit seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't step even half a foot out of that tilted stone tablet at the village entrance. Bjorn, the Nordic rune master, anxiously paced back and forth in front of the house, incessantly chanting something in ancient Norse, trying to find a weak point in the barrier. Meanwhile, Amon, the descendant of the Nile River's priest, sat slumped on the ground, his expression hollow, as if he had completely given up resisting. Panic and anxiety spread among these surviving, mysterious Psi trump cards. In this oppressive atmosphere, Su Xiao, a top archaeology student from a prestigious Dragon Nation university, displayed her true value as a partner of the National Sharp Blade. She forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and pressed the fear that was enough to consume her reason deep in her heart with the rigor of a scholar. She said to Jiang Che, "Sitting here and waiting is not a solution. I want to go outside and take a look. Don't worry, I won't violate the rules." With Jiang Che's approving gaze, Su Xiao stepped out of the makeshift safe house. Unlike others who searched aimlessly for a way out, she regarded the entire sealed village as a gigantic archaeological site and began systematic investigation. Her gaze did not linger on the white lanterns, nor did she pay attention to those villagers drifting like ghosts throughout the village. All her focus was on the details that were most easily overlooked: those architectural languages that made up the village itself. Soon, she made an astounding discovery. In nearly every family's threshold stone in the village, there were carvings of symbols that had become blurred from years of weathering. To others, these might just seem like ordinary decorative patterns of the area. But for Su Xiao, with her profound knowledge of ancient philology, just one glance made her heart skip a beat. This is not a simple pattern. She lowered her voice, speaking into the communicator to Jiang Che and the command center behind them. This is a variant of the house guarding rune that evolved from Taoist symbols. It dates back at least to the Ming and Qing dynasties. This discovery thrilled Professor Lu Jinghua and other experts in the observation room. Su Xiao did not stop her footsteps. She knew that the daytime was relatively safe, but time was tight. Risking the chance of being disturbed by villagers at any moment, she quickly navigated through the alleys of the village. She swiftly sketched with her pen, recording each household's unique rune style on the doorstep stones. After documenting about 2/3 of the runes in the entire village, she returned to the safe house to compare and analyze the symbols she had copied, and a chilling pattern emerged that made her scalp tingle. Most of the runes, from the structure and brush stroke direction, point to the core meanings of suppress, isolate, seal. Su Xiao's voice trembled slightly from excitement. This indicates that the people in this village used this method to resist some terrifying thing during their lives. But she changed her tone and heavily pointed her pen at several specific symbols in her notebook. There are 7 households whose runes are exceptions. Their meanings are completely opposite. They do not suppress, but lead. They do not isolate, but connect. She connected the locations of those 7 leading runes on the map with a red pen, revealing a secret path hidden beneath the village layout on paper. This is a road. Su Xiao's breathing became rapid. At that moment, a spark flashed in her mind. She immediately dashed out of the room, running towards the nearly dried-up ancient well in the center of the village. There, she had seen a broken steel half buried in the mud. She knelt by the well and vigorously cleaned the silt around the steel. The complete view of the steel finally revealed itself. It was an ancient pillar of state used for sacrificing to the gods of land and grain. On the steel, in ancient seal script, several lines of characters were deeply carved but incomplete. In years of great famine, plagues arise, yin and yang are reversed, life and death have no door. Only hearing the heavenly sound can seek the local sound. The return place is right here. Yin and yang are reversed, life and death have no door. Su Xiao murmured, which completely matched the state of the village. Only hearing the heavenly sound can seek the local sound. Local sound? In that moment, all the clues converged in Su Xiao's mind into a complete and bold inference. She excitedly rushed back to Jiang Che's side, revealing her discovery with a voice trembling from extreme excitement. I understand. Jiang Che. I completely understand. Local sound. The hint in the rules about local sound does not refer to any kind of sound at all. Think about it, in such a silent village with no living person, where could the heavenly sound come from? Sound connects with rhythm. Local sound refers to local rhythm. It is the rhythm and pulse rooted in this land itself. She laid the map with the path in front of Jiang Che, pointing at the 7 red dots that were circled. These leading runes are the rhythm of this land. The hidden path they form is the only local sound road. And this pillar of state is the center of the ancient village, the medium that connects people and land. It's the eye of the formation for the entire village's geomantic pattern. The return place is right here. Return place is the endpoint of this path. I have investigated, and the end of this road leads to the deepest part of the village, that completely abandoned ancient stage. There lies the only gateway to life in this quest. Chapter 40, The Deadly Road to Survival. Su Xiao's discovery was like a lightning bolt breaking through the darkness, instantly lighting up the hearts of all survivors who had been shrouded in despair. A road to life, a road hidden within the runes and the ancient steel. This discovery made the rune master Bjorn from Northern Europe and the priest Amon from the Nile. All showed ecstatic relief after surviving the disaster. They looked at Su Xiao with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. However, this hope of survival did not last long. As they carefully stepped onto the path marked by guide runes according to Su Xiao's map, a more suffocating horror replaced the previous despair. That cobblestone road leading to the ancient theater was precisely the place where the villagers roamed the most densely in this eerie village. Blurred faces, staggering silhouettes slowly emerged from the houses by the roadside and from dark corners, gathering on this small road. They showed no aggression and did not make a sound. They simply used their hollow, featureless faces to numbingly stare at these outsiders. Then, they began to make the same gesture. They slowly extended their dry hands, continuously offering things to Su Xiao and all the survivors trying to pass through this road. A steamed bun covered in black-green mold, emitting a foul smell. A pair of rusty scissors, with dark red stains still on the blade. A straw doll with no eyeballs, painted with an eerie smile on its face. And even a small clump of tangled black hair, still carrying dirt. The shadow of Rule 3, under no circumstances can you take or accept anything offered by the villagers, hung over everyone's heart like a tangible black cloud. The exit was right in front of them, within reach. But the road to the exit was a path filled with temptations of death, an impossible deadly road to cross. Once you reached out to accept, you would lose. But if you did not accept, these villagers would keep following you, stubbornly, again and again, pushing their ominous things in front of you, even trying to stuff them into your pockets and bags. If there was any physical contact during the shoving, what kind of death rule would be triggered? No one knew, and no one dared to try. Hope and despair formed the most extreme paradox at this moment. All survivors found themselves in a dilemma, the atmosphere becoming unbearably tense. Just as the main storyline of the instance fell into a stalemate, tightening the hearts of the global audience, the eerie live broadcast suddenly changed. In the lower right corner of the main screen, a small window appeared. Inside, there were the other 2 Plan B contestants from the Dragon Country, Wang Pingzi and Lin Qingxian, in the mirror instance. Their instance was called Wild Land Temple. The scene was simple, just a dilapidated land temple, where a clay statue of the earth god missing half its face was enshrined. The instance rules were equally simple. 1. Repair the statue. 2. Offer the correct offerings. At this moment, the chosen ones from several small countries were at a loss before that crumbling statue. Some tried to use high-tech nanomaterials to repair it, resulting in even more cracks on the statue. Others knelt down to pray, to no avail. However, in the Dragon Country's live broadcast, the atmosphere was completely different. Wang Pingzi rolled up his sleeves and took out a bag of premium all-purpose flour and a small basin of water from his toolbox. Under the astonished gaze of all the viewers, he began to knead the dough. His chubby hands kneaded, pressed, slapped, and struck in a fluid motion, full of rhythm. Soon, a piece of dough that was soft yet firm and very elastic took shape. Then, he walked in front of the broken clay statue and directly used this kneaded dough to begin repairing the earth god's face. He repaired it with such precision that he even used his nails to carefully outline the kind smile and the texture of the beard of the earth god. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxian stood outside the land temple, walking slowly to investigate. She did not look at the statue, but observed the surrounding plants and the direction of the water flow. After a moment, she walked to a huge abandoned stone millstone in front of the temple and said to Wang Fatty, who was focused on shaping the face. Master Wang, move this aside. What's wrong with this thing? Wang Fatty asked in confusion.
This temple faces south with the north at its back, backed by green mountains, which is originally a favorable position to gather wind and energy. But this millstone happens to block the airway where the dragon energy enters the temple, obstructing the flow of the earth's veins, so the statue naturally lacks light. Lin Qingxian explained coldly. Wang Fatty nodded as if he understood, exerting all his strength to move the stone millstone, which weighed hundreds of pounds, away by several meters.
The moment the millstone was moved, an invisible breath seemed to surge into this dilapidated land temple in an instant.
When Wang Fatty used the last small piece of dough to perfectly repair the nose of the land god statue, a miracle happened. That rough statue made of a mix of soil and flour truly came to life, its surface began to emit a faint earthy yellow glow.
Finally, it was time to present offerings.
When other competitors from different countries placed chocolates, energy bars, and compressed biscuits, these modern foods, before the statue, it caused the statue's light to dim and even brought down punishments. Wang Fatty, however, was unhurried, taking out a thermal lunchbox and a bottle of the most ordinary mineral water from the bottom of his toolbox. He opened the lunchbox, and inside was a bowl of steaming 5-grain rice, made from 5 different colors of mixed grains. He respectfully placed this bowl of rice and that bottle of water in front of the statue, then pulled Lin Qingxian to bow 3 solemn times.
The next second, the entire land temple shone with golden light. The restored land god statue wore an incredibly satisfied and kind smile, and a golden light enveloped the two of them. Chosen ones from Dragon Country, Wang Dahai and Lin Qingxian, perfectly cleared the mirror copy Wilderness Land Temple. Overall evaluation, a rank.
Team B's smooth clearance filled with Chinese wisdom brought a sense of mixed pride and helplessness to the Dragon Country audience, as they worried about the main storyline. Meanwhile, viewers from other countries around the world fell into complete silence upon seeing this.
A sense of powerlessness called cultural distance surged up in their hearts. Chapter 41, Ghost Market Trading. Life and Death Path.
The deadlock in the main quest contrasted sharply with the crushing victory in the mirror copy. On the global live broadcast, on one side was Wang Fatty, satisfied as he wiped the golden glowing land god statue. On the other side, in the main quest, Jiang Che, Su Xiao, and the remaining 2 foreign chosen ones were trapped in front of a death path leading to life, unable to move forward or retreat. This path, formed by the guide runes, had now turned into a ghost market full of malice. Muffled, faceless villagers numbly offered the ominous items in their hands to the group over and over again.
Time passed second by second in extreme oppression.
The psychological defenses of the survivors were being gradually eroded by this silent torment. Finally, Bjorn, the rune master from the Nordic Alliance, a towering Viking descendant, was the first to break the silence. In his eyes flashed a determination belonging to a warrior.
Enough. His voice was deep. These are not merchants that need to be traded, they are souls lost to glory, trapped in Midgard. His worldview was rooted in ancient Nordic mythology. In his view, these villagers, who had lost themselves and repetitively performed their past actions, were no different in essence from the undying spirits of legend that guarded tombs and attacked the living. For such existences, Bjorn's gaze became resolutely firm: avoidance and trading
are all cowardly acts, a blasphemy against the divine realm. The only destination is to grant honorable purification with the sacred fire, freeing them from this endless curse, allowing them to return to the Hall of Heroes or sink into the underworld. He suddenly drew the dagger from his waist, engraved with ancient patterns, and without hesitation, slashed his own palm. With his blood, which contained divinity, he swiftly drew a rune symbolizing purification and sacred fire on the bluish stone slab before him. In the name of the one-eyed Father Odin, I declare here, flame will cleanse all filth. He chanted a solemn prayer in Old Norse.
As the last syllable fell, the blood-red rune suddenly erupted with dazzling firelight.
A ball of sacred golden flame ignited out of thin air, forming a wall of fire, sweeping toward those wandering villagers.
Purification had begun.
Those blurred villagers, as soon as they touched the sacred fire, immediately released puffs of black smoke, letting out cries of pain.
Their figures twisted and disappeared in the flames, but just before they completely vanished, their hollow faces all turned towards Bjorn, their eyes showing neither relief nor release, only a deep-seated bitterness and fury. This act enraged the entire village. Boom!
The ground beneath began to shake violently. The ground on both sides of the path cracked open with deep, bottomless fissures without warning. Countless dry, elongated arms reached out from those cracks, crazily stretching forth, forming a forest of desperate arms. These arms, filled with endless hatred for the living, quickly grabbed hold of Bjorn's ankles, his body, his neck.
No. Why? I am granting you the honor of purification.
Bjorn let out an angry roar filled with confusion and fear. He tried to burn these arms with sacred fire, but these arms, born of the culmination of the village's resentment, feared the flames not at all. Under the desperate gazes of countless people from the Nordic Alliance, this powerful runemaster was forcefully dragged into the dark abyss below.
Nordic Alliance, eliminated.
Meanwhile, Aman, a descendant of the priests from the Nile River country, chose a completely different method. He took out a small and ancient golden balance from his linen robe. This was a holy object modeled after the legendary god Anubis, who judged the hearts of the dead, said to possess the great power to discern good and evil, to measure value. He held the balance in his palm, addressing a villager who handed him rusty scissors, and solemnly recited in ancient Egyptian, "In the name of Ma'at, I will judge your value." One side of the balance automatically revealed a phantom of the scissors, while on the other side, golden sand began to fall slowly. When the weight of the sand equaled that of the scissors phantom, the rusty scissors suddenly shattered into powder, and the villager who handed them let out a painful scream, gradually fading away. This method was effective, but Amon's face turned extremely pale. With each judgment, his divine power was greatly consumed, and the glow of the golden balance dimmed a bit more. More importantly, he could clearly feel that each villager he judged to disappear cast upon him a gaze filled with pain and confusion in their final moments.
He was forcibly erasing, not enlightening.
Jiang Che quietly watched all of this, observing Bjorn's violence and Amon's judgment. He sighed softly and said to Su Xiao beside him,
"They are all wrong. This is not a curse, it does not require purification.
This is neither a crime, nor does it need judgment. This is obsession." Jiang Che's gaze swept over those numb villagers who were handing things over. His eyes held no fear, only a hint of deep sympathy.
In their lifetimes. Perhaps it was a street vendor, a peddler, a craftsman.
A sudden disaster struck, causing them to die in the moment when the transaction was not completed. This obsession with completing the transaction trapped them here forever, day after day, year after year. They are not harming others, they just want to sell what they have in their hands. After saying this, Jiang Che made a move that shocked the whole world. From the humble canvas bag, which had been criticized by countless people at the beginning, he calmly took out a stack of already prepared joss paper. He walked up to a villager who was stubbornly handing him a blackened steamed bun. In the astonished gazes of Amon and Su Xiao, Jiang Che neither dodged nor defended. He simply, calmly, took a few bills from the stack of joss paper and gently placed them into the hand of the villager holding the steamed bun. Then, he extended his hand and took the blackened steamed bun. He looked at the villager's hollow face and, as if talking to a normal vendor, calmly said,
"The payment and goods are settled, no debts left between us." A miracle happened.
The villager who received the joss paper suddenly trembled. In its hollow eyes, for the first time, a glimmer of something called relief appeared. It lowered its head to look at the joss paper in its hand, then looked at Jiang Che, as if finally fulfilling a 100-year-old wish. Its figure no longer dissipated in pain, but gradually faded away in a peaceful atmosphere, eventually turning into dots of light and completely disappearing.
No resentment, no unwillingness. Only relief. This scene completely overturned everyone's perception.
Amon's judgment is a lofty decree, consuming its own divine power, bringing pain to the other party.
But Jiang Che's transaction follows the rules of this place, a process of salvation, and equal and mutually beneficial relief.
At the Dragon Country Command Center, Professor Lu Jingguo was trembling with excitement, pointing at the screen and passionately explaining to the world.
"Did you see that? This is the difference in civilizations. This is the realm of wisdom. The ancient wisdom of the Nile River lies in judging evil. They are used to using the divine scale to judge everything in the world. This is their way. And our Chinese wisdom lies in what? In settling cause and effect. We don't easily speak of gods, we believe that everything has its cause and effect. If there is obsession, we settle it. If there is grievance, we clear it." Jiang Che's method seems simple, even absurd, but it is the real divine stroke that sees through the essence of this copy's merchant obsession. The global audience was completely shocked at this moment. Chapter 42, bumped into something. Suspicious, not human? Su Xiao, too focused on recording a rare guiding rune on the corner of the wall, accidentally stepped on a loose stone slab. Crack! The stone slab flipped, revealing a bottomless, pitch-black pit below. "Ah!" Su Xiao screamed, losing her balance and falling straight into the abyss. At that moment, the global live stream seemed to freeze. Holy shit! Su Xiao! No! In the blink of an eye. Jiang Che, as if he had eyes on his back, suddenly turned around, and with an arm like an iron clamp, reached out to firmly grasp her slender waist as she was about to be consumed by darkness. With tremendous force, Jiang Che rolled to the side with her in his arms. Bang! The two of them fell heavily to the ground. From the fall to being saved, the whole process took less than a second. When the two of them fell and tightly embraced each other on the ground, the live stream exploded. Jiang God! My God! My Superman! Can human beings have this reaction speed? I'm scared to death. My heart almost jumped out. Luckily, they're saved. Eagle Nation comment, analysis, Jiang Che's reaction speed has exceeded the physical limits of human beings. Its nerve reflex speed is about 7.3 times that of an ordinary person. It is speculated that it has gained an unofficial enhancement in physical fitness, or possesses some sort of precognition ability. The danger level needs to be reassessed. Sakura Nation bullet screen, is this the legendary hero saving the beauty? In such a desperate situation, how strong the bond is. I've been hit. When the official gives sugar, it's the deadliest. Isn't this a million times sweeter than industrial saccharin? The world seemed to stand still. Su Xiao, still shaken, curled up in Jiang Che's embrace. Her cheek pressed against his solid chest, the steady and powerful heartbeat echoed in her ears. Thump, thump, thump. This sound contrasted sharply with her own heart, which was beating like a drum. Unprecedented sense of safety wrapped around her. The calm face, which always kept its composure, for the first time showed a trace of charming blush. Jiang Che didn't immediately let her go, he could feel the softness and slight trembling of the body in his arms. He lowered his head, looking at her face, which was becoming more vividly beautiful due to fear and shyness. He leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushed past, and in a tone that brooked no argument, he whispered. Don't be afraid, just follow me. The warm breath, low voice, was like a warm current, instantly flowing through Su Xiao's limbs and bones, making her wildly beating heart miraculously skip a beat. This brief yet thrilling moment brought a subtle change to their relationship. In the air, besides the rotten scent of incense, it seemed there was also a faint hint of sweetness. In the command center, Professor Liu watched the scene, first tense, then slowly sat down, stroking his beard and smiling. Heroes and beauties, a perfect match, very nice. In the live broadcast room, the bullet screen began to gradually run off track. When Jiangshan said, don't be afraid, just follow me, my blood tank ran dry. Look at Su Xiao's face. It's red. Red like a peach. So cute. Don't just ship CP, Jiangshan hasn't even blushed, that's called professionalism. You don't understand, this is the sign of an iron tree blooming. Our Civil Affairs Bureau's steel seal is already hungry and restless. Su Xiao took several seconds to react. She flusteredly broke free from Jiang Che's arms, lowered her head, and dared not look into his eyes, saying in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, thank you. Jiang Che smiled, stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and naturally reached out a hand to pull her up as well. It's okay, he glanced at the bottomless pit, then at Su Xiao's tightly gripped notebook, and said, you need to watch the road and take notes. You did very well. A simple compliment made Su Xiao's heart feel sweeter than honey. She followed Jiang Che again, but this time, her footsteps were a little closer to him. And the corner of her eye always unintentionally fell on his broad and warm palm, which had just pulled her back from the abyss. Chapter 43, A Door to Life with No Door? The Last Key. Passing through that suffocating ghost market, Jiang Che and Su Xiao finally reached the deepest part of the village. A huge and dilapidated ancient stage stood quietly in front of them like a giant beast lying in the dark. The wooden structure of the stage had long rotted, the red paint peeled off, and the curtain on the stage was tattered, slightly swaying in the cold wind. In the center of the stage, there was a large wooden door, tightly closed, painted in bright red. The only door to life. We're here. Su Xiao's voice carried an uncontainable excitement. However, as they hurried onto the stage and tried to push open the red door, a chilling reality once again plunged them into despair. The door did not budge at all. It seemed to be rooted to the stage, no matter how hard they pushed, it wouldn't move an inch. How could this be? Su Xiao's face instantly turned pale, the map's guidance was correct, and the hint from the state tablet was also correct, this must be the door to life. Why can't we open it? Everything she took pride in. In front of this last door, it has all become a joke. Hope is right in front of us, yet completely blocked off. This feeling is more tormenting than simply not seeing hope from the start. In the global live broadcast room, the audience, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, once again found their hearts suspended high. No way? Are we happy for nothing? Why can't this door open? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. This strange place loves to throw a hard move at the last moment. What are we missing? There must be some key clue we overlooked. Just when Su Xiao was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, Jiang Che remained exceptionally calm. He looked at the tightly closed door in front of him and then back at the now empty ghost market path they had come from, deep in thought. We, indeed, are still missing something. Jiang Che slowly spoke. Missing what? Su Xiao asked urgently. Jiang Che did not answer directly, but instead asked, Little Su, what do you need to watch a play? The trade of the stage? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Su Xiao's mind. It's a ticket, she exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Che smiled. He looked at Su Xiao's eyes, which brightened with realization, and slowly took out something from the deepest part of the canvas bag filled with various strange goods. It was an old ticket, already yellowed and worn at the edges. The paper was rough, and it had some blurry printed words on it, Thingnian Society, and Section B, C3. When did you get this? Su Xiao's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock.
She recalled the entire process of passing through the ghost market.
Jiang Che's every transaction was seen by her, but she was sure no villager ever handed him a ticket.
Seeing her shocked expression, Jiang Che slowly revealed the overlooked truth. Most villagers have obsessions that are like ordinary candle flames burning, yet very weak.
Only one person is an exception.
In Jiang Che's mind, a scene surfaced. It was a villager in a long gown, looking like a bookkeeper. He, like the others, numbly handed Jiang Che a rusty abacus. But in Jiang Che's naming vision, he clearly saw that the obsession represented by this villager's black aura was denser than anyone else's, almost palpable. And the source of that black aura did not point to the abacus in his hand, but to a nearly invisible, carefully protected place in his arms. At that moment, I judged that what he really wanted to sell wasn't the abacus in his hand but the desire in his arms. Jiang Che calmly narrated, so when I slipped him some ghost money, I said something to him. I said, "Sir, the abacus is for making a living, not for sale."
But there are other things that can fulfill your wishes?
Then, he hesitated for a long time before taking out this ticket from his arms and handing it to me.
And the moment I took the ticket, the black aura of obsession on him completely dissipated.
After hearing Jiang Che's account, Su Xiao was utterly stunned. At that moment, her brain finally understood the vast gap between her and Jiang Che. She was struggling to find a way out using knowledge and logic, within the rules set by the strange place. While Jiang Che, with compassion and wisdom, was understanding the core of the strange place, saving those trapped souls, and making the rules serve him from the root. He was not clearing a level, he was settling matters. In the command center of Long Country, Professor Lu Zhenghua, after hearing Jiang Che's explanation, excitedly slammed the table, his old face flushing red.
Deep foresight. This is true deep foresight. From the very beginning, he never set his sights on getting through that path, but on finding the key to open the last door. This insight, this mentality, a true national hero. Truly a hero unmatched.
In the mixed gaze of admiration, shock, and even a hint of fear from Su Xiao and the global audience, Jiang Che slowly walked to the stage holding a yellow ticket. In one corner of the stage, there was an old wooden donation box covered with dust. Without hesitation, Jiang Che gently dropped the ticket that had carried a soul's 100-year obsession into the donation box's slot. Just as the ticket fell to the bottom of the box.
Clang!
A loud and clear sound of drums abruptly roared on the empty stage. Immediately after, it felt as if thousands of invisible musicians struck their instruments all at once. Suona, arrow, pipa, countless sounds intertwined to play a lively and extraordinary grand performance filled with the essence of human life. On the stage, the tattered curtain seemed to be slowly pulled open by an invisible hand. Though the stage was empty, everyone seemed to hear the melodious singing and see graceful actors, with flowing sleeves dancing elegantly, and powerful warriors, dominating the scene. A silent, grand performance that existed only in obsession, after 100 years, finally took the stage again. As this booming opening resonated, the long-closed vermilion door, symbolizing vitality, emitted a drawn-out creak as it slowly opened inward. Inside was a gentle and warm white light, representing return. Just as Jiang Che pulled Su Xiao, preparing to step into the door of life, a staggering figure appeared at the other end of the stage. It was Amon, the descendant of the Nile Kingdom's priests. He looked disheveled, his once splendid linen robe was now tattered, and the golden scepter in his hand lost its luster. Clearly, he paid an extremely heavy price to pass through the ghost market. He saw the slowly opening door, saw the white light behind it that symbolized hope, and his eyes burst with overwhelming joy of survival. However, when he exerted his last ounce of strength and struggled to rush to the gate, he despairingly discovered that it seemed like there was an invisible, insurmountable transparent wall between him and that white light.
He had no key. He lacked the ticket that would allow him to enter and watch the show.
He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Che and Su Xiao calmly stepped through that door. Then, as the silent great performance came to an end, the drum sounds faded, and the vermilion door slowly closed in front of him, filled with cruel mockery.
Amon collapsed to the ground, letting out a desperate wail.
He had not died, because dawn was approaching. When the first ray of morning light shone into this ghost village, he would be deemed alive, narrowly escaping. But his final rating would only be a pitiful, almost rewardless, D-level. He exhausted his divine power, judged evil, yet in the end, lacked even the qualification to watch a show.
Chapter 44, S-Level Evaluation and the Curse of Commerce.
Amon was teleported out of the instance, his face filled with confusion.
In the next second, a cold mechanical voice echoed globally, the final judgment was here. Second Eerie Challenge, main instance sealed door ghost village, calculation begins. Nile Kingdom's chosen one Amon, rating D, no rewards, no penalties for the national fortune. Nordic Alliance's chosen one Bjorn, failure. National fortune penalty initiated. Sakura Country's chosen one Shinomi Etsukihiko, failure. National fortune penalty initiated.
Eagle Country's chosen one David Cohen, failure.
National fortune penalty initiated. A series of cold failure announcements brought the global atmosphere to an extreme low. Countless citizens watched their country's dim livestream and fell into a deathly silence.
Finally, the judgment arrived at the last moment. Dragon Country's chosen ones Jiang Che and Su Xiao, perfectly solving the core of the instant's trading obsession, guiding the souls, reshaping order, rating, S level.
S rank.
Though it cannot compare to the earlier Fire of Inheritance, this is still the most crushingly high praise in this twisted realm. In the Dragon Country Command Center, restrained yet excited applause erupted. Professor Lu Jinghua and the old general exchanged smiles, understanding everything without words. Meanwhile, in the command centers of other countries around the world, there was a dead silence. They numbly stared at the screens, waiting for the national fortune reward that could tip the scales completely.
Dragon Country's national fortune reward has been distributed. Dragon Vein Commercial Node +1. On the screen, a dynamic satellite map appeared.
The focus lay in a barren mountainous area in the western part of Dragon Country. A geological exploration team, after an unexpected landslide, shockingly discovered a grand ancient architectural complex that had been buried.
After urgent identification by experts, everyone was dumbfounded.
This turned out to be an underground Silk Road never recorded in any historical documents. It lay like a sleeping giant dragon, perfectly avoiding all natural obstacles, and the grandeur and wisdom of its engineering were simply unbelievable. Even more crazily, the end of this underground trade route directly connected to a previously undiscovered natural deep-water port. This meant that a golden passage linking the inland of Dragon Country to vast overseas realms had been opened.
Its economic value is immeasurable.
This news exploded like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting the global financial market. The relevant stock prices in Dragon Country surged to their limits in just 1 second. And this was just the beginning.
Personal rewards have been distributed.
Chosen One Jiang Che received a special item, Ghost Market Money Mother.
Chosen One Su Xiao received a special item, Key Compass. In Jiang Che's hand, a primitive copper coin appeared out of nowhere. Ghost Market Money Mother.
With just a thought, endless ghost coins can be produced using mental power. It is a divine tool for bizarre transactions. In Su Xiao's hand, a palm-sized exquisite compass materialized. Holding the compass, her perception was infinitely magnified. The faintest fluctuations and energy anomalies around her could be clearly displayed on the compass. This is a weapon for scholars to see through illusions.
The bounty for Dragon Country is a heavenly feast.
And for the losers, the hellish punishment has just begun.
National Fortune Punishment, Commercial Curse has arrived.
Eagle Sauce Country, New York, 5th Avenue. A noblewoman had just spent tens of thousands of dollars on a limited edition handbag. She elegantly carried the handbag, getting into a luxury car under the envious eyes of her friends. However, just as she was about to show off the handbag, her smile froze on her face. The handbag, which was supposed to be hand-sewn by top artisans, began to melt at a visible speed, eventually turning into a cheap plastic imitation emitting a pungent chemical odor.
Ah!
The piercing scream shattered the facade of high society.
This was just the beginning.
The elites on Wall Street were shocked to find that the recently signed billion-dollar contracts had turned into waste paper overnight. The geniuses in Silicon Valley despairingly saw that the latest developed chips had mysteriously turned into a block of sand. From luxury goods to everyday items, from financial securities to high-tech products, an unprecedented fake goods incident erupted.
True and false, value and lies, the boundaries were completely blurred. The entire country's commercial credit collapsed overnight. Social unrest began. This is the most direct and ironic punishment for their arrogant distortion of the essence of trade in the instance. Cherry Blossom Country, Tokyo. Renowned for its meticulous and rigorous social order, it also suffered a devastating blow.
In the Ginza department store, all high-end cosmetics had turned into colorful mud.
Countless housewives opened their new high-quality rice cookers only to find an empty shell inside.
The entire society plunged into a great panic of seeing is not obtaining. The most basic trust between people has crumbled. The Nordic alliance has suffered a fatal blow to its craftsmanship spirit. The precision instruments they took pride in, top tier upon leaving the factory, turned into a heap of scrap metal once they reached customers. The cars made from the finest steel would inexplicably transform into fragile cast iron, falling apart while driving. The business curse acted like a silent plague, precisely striking at the economic lifeblood of every failed nation. This bizarre punishment resonated horrifyingly with the core concept of trade in the copy.
The global landscape was violently shaken. Dragon Country once again won with an overwhelming posture.
The whole world, after experiencing shock and anger, finally painfully admitted a fact: on the track of the strange realm, the folk wisdom of Huaxia holds absolute dominance. Jiang Che mode, a term filled with Eastern mystery, overnight became the core topic of frantic research for top think tanks in every country.
They replayed every action of Jiang Che again and again, trying to decipher the successful methodology that they completely could not understand from his seemingly casual moves.
And the arrival of the business curse made the leaders of failed countries at their wits' end, on the brink of collapse. The fear of the strange realm and the dread of dragon country reached an unprecedented peak.
Everyone understood that the world could not go back. A new era, an era led by Eastern wisdom, has arrived. Chapter 45, next copy. That flicker of blue robe.
White light gathered, and the figures of Jiang Che and Su Xiao appeared in the command center.
What welcomed them was thunderous applause.
S-level evaluation, crushing victory, and the Dragon Pulse business node that could change the fate of nations made every elite of Dragon Country present feel pride and honor from the bottom of their hearts.
However, amidst the celebration, no one noticed that Jiang Che's face was paler than any previous return.
The Fengmen village copy, seemingly calm at first glance, actually drained Jiang Che's spirit far more than the last time. To see through the villagers' obsessions and find the only key, he had almost kept his reputation ability on the whole time. This continuous probing into causality greatly exhausted his mental strength. During the long debriefing meeting, Jiang Che remained calm and unhurried.
But sitting beside him, Su Xiao keenly sensed his hidden weakness beneath the tranquility.
She saw his hand holding the teacup slightly whitening at the joints as if he was fighting against dizziness in his head. During a break in the meeting, while everyone was intensely discussing around the sand table, Su Xiao quietly got up and walked to the tea area. Moments later, she returned to Jiang Che's side with a cup of hot water infused with calming herbal medicine. She gently placed the water cup in front of Jiang Che.
"Thank you."
Su Xiao's voice was soft, carrying a hint of tenderness she was unaware of.
"You saved me again."
What she referred to was not just the time she risked her life before the trap, but also when she was shaken by the rules, losing herself. Jiang Che's words, "Don't be afraid, look at the blackboard," pulled her back from the abyss of fear. Jiang Che looked up, gazing at Su Xiao before him. Under the light, her always calm pretty face was now full of genuine concern. A trace of warmth flowed through his heart.
"It's nothing."
He smiled, reaching for the cup of hot water. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cup's wall, unintentionally, they lightly brushed against Su Xiao's fingers that had yet to retract.
Both of them jolted as if electrocuted, their bodies momentarily stiffening.
That sensation was fleeting but incredibly clear. Su Xiao's face flushed instantly, swiftly retracting her hand, nervously averting her gaze, yet her heart unexpectedly raced wildly. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment, then quickly withdrew his gaze and picked up his cup, lowering his head to take a sip. The warm water washed away some of his fatigue, but could not calm the ripples that had arisen in his heart.
A feeling that needed no words quietly rippled between the two of them. The review meeting was still ongoing. Jiang Che's spirit had recovered quite a bit.
His gaze fell upon the personal reward he had just received, the ancient ghost market money mother.
He rubbed the copper coin, lost in thought. A huge doubt surfaced in his mind.
From the master's path obsession in Ninth Study Room to the transaction obsession in Fengmen Village. The core of the two side quests pointed to the same thing, obsession. A powerful human obsession strong enough to distort reality and create eerie realms.
Something's not right. Jiang Che's brows furrowed tightly. Lin Wenjing's resentment, the lingering emotions of the villagers in Fengmen Village. Although these obsessions are strong, at most they can form earthbound spirits. They are not strong enough to construct such a vast, even reality-affecting eerie space. He always felt that behind these independent obsession side quests lay a deeper, more terrifying existence, like a banker. It was collecting, amplifying, and using these obsessions to create traps used to test or harvest human civilization. This thought made Jiang Che's heart sink suddenly. And at that moment, the scene he had caught a glimpse of when he returned unexpectedly resurfaced in his mind. That alley raining eternal rain. That solitary figure in blue, holding an oil paper umbrella. Earlier, he thought it was an illusion. But now, as he connected the clue of obsession, a chilling premonition surged as he realized. Could that blue figure be the root of it all? Was it the banker hidden behind all the eerie realms? This idea was too shocking. He had no evidence and could not tell anyone. He could only bury this huge suspense, along with the ghost market money mother, in his heart. He knew that in the next eerie realm, he must seek the answer. However, he did not expect the answer to come so quickly. Just as the review meeting in the command center reached its peak. Buzz. In the conference room, the huge light screen unexpectedly lit up again. There was no countdown, no rule updates, not even a hint of any kind. On the screen, a few blood-red large characters suddenly emerged, filled with eeriness and ominousness. The third Eerie Realm challenge is about to commence. Quest name, Xiangxi Corpse Driving Road. These 5 words struck like a black lightning bolt, instantly piercing through all the celebration and clamor in the command center. The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. Then, a dynamic image unfolded on the light screen. A winding, rugged, eerie ancient path vanished into the endless fog. The moonlight was pale, with not a hint of warmth. On the ancient path, a team dressed in official garments from the Qing dynasty, yellow talismans on their foreheads, marched forward in a row, bouncing as they went. At the front of the team was an expressionless corpse driver in black shorts,
shaking a soul-capturing bell in his hand, chanting something as he led the team. Among the rigid cargo, one figure seemed out of place. That was a woman in a green skirt, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, her posture proud and lonely. Like the other corpses, she had a yellow talisman on her forehead and her eyes tightly closed, but there was no corpse aura around her. Instead, she exuded a profound solitude that was entirely different from the entire team. Though he could only see a profile, Jiang Che's heart leaped violently the moment he saw that familiar shade of green. It was her. That figure he had glimpsed upon his return, standing in the rain-drenched alley with an oil paper umbrella. She. It really exists. Moreover, she will be the core of the next copy. Chapter 46, The Corpse Path of Xiangxi, accompanied by the gods. In the real world, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. New York Times Square, the huge advertisement screen is instantly replaced by a flurry of snow. On the bustling streets of Shibuya, Tokyo, at the busiest intersection, all building screens darken simultaneously. From the Champs-Élysées in Paris to Red Square in Moscow, all screens connected to the internet around the globe are forcibly taken over in the same second. After 7 days of silence, the global light curtain lights up without warning. The eerie realm descends once more. On the light curtain, a line of blood-formed scarlet characters slowly emerges, chilling to the bone, imprinting on everyone's retina. The Corpse Path of Xiangxi. And around the main screen, dozens of mirror copy live broadcast rooms of varying sizes are arranged, like stars surrounding the moon, tightly surrounding the main screen in the center. Damn! The opening lightning strike. The Corpse Path of Xiangxi. Just hearing this name makes the back of my neck feel chilly. Something big is coming. All the elites from major countries are in this main copy. It's gods clashing. God Jiang and academic genius Su Xiao have teamed up again. A powerful combination. This wave is stable. Look at the split screen. Dragon Country B team. It's Fat Wang and Dr. Lin. They've entered the mirror copy. Indeed. Each country has at most 2 slots in the main copy, and our other 2 slots entered the mirror copy. This is Tianji's horse racing. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the bullet comments erupt like a volcano. After experiencing the crushing victory of the last copy and the various benefits brought by the national fortune in the real world, the mindset of the Dragon Country people has transformed from initial fear to a kind of mad anticipation mixed with tension. They look forward to that young man who can always create miracles to bring surprises once again. The clamor of the bullet comments is isolated from reality. As the transporting white light dissipates, a mix of earthy and decayed cold air, combined with the unique scent of fallen foliage in the mountains, suddenly rushes into the nostrils. Jiang Che opens his eyes and finds himself in a narrow muddy ancient path deep in the mountains. The soil beneath his feet is a dark red color, as if soaked in blood for hundreds of years, sticky and slippery to the touch. On both sides, ancient trees claw and reach out, their withered branches casting sinister, twisted shadows under the pale moonlight, like lurking ghosts. The air is damp and cold, and each breath feels like inhaling the chill from an ancient tomb, penetrating into his lungs. Dingling. Dingling. The monotonous sound of a copper bell echoes in the dead silence of the mountains. This sound is not loud, yet carries an eerie penetrating power, as if not transmitted through the air, but directly striking at one's soul, causing unease and distraction. Jiang Che quickly scans his surroundings. This is a strange procession. At the forefront is a corpse driver wearing a bamboo hat and a raincloak. He is hunched over, his face indistinguishable, only mechanically shaking the soul bell, leading the procession forward. Behind him is a row of zombies with yellow talismans on their foreheads, dressed in Qing dynasty clothing. Their arms raised, they hop forward with the sound of the bell, landing silently as if stepping on cotton, barely making a faint cracking sound at their joints. And Jiang Che, Su Xiao, and more than a dozen other chosen ones from various countries are enveloped by an invisible force, becoming escorts of this procession. The atmosphere in the team is terrifyingly oppressive. Father Michael from Eagle Sauce Country is softly reciting prayers, and the holy water on his fingertips drips onto the dark red soil, producing a barely noticeable sizzling sound, rising a faint wisp of white smoke, as if the droplets have landed on a red-hot branding iron. Not far away, the priestess from Cherry Blossom Country, Ayasaka Mizukura, glances at him warily, her hands clasped tightly around an ancient divine object tucked in her sleeves. She could feel that this land had a natural rejection of her divine power. The shaman descendant from the bear country, Dimitri, was like a true giant bear. He grabbed a handful of soil and sniffed it at his nose, his brow furrowed. There was no breath of life in this soil, only death and resentment. The alchemist from Gaul, Nicholas, pushed up his monocle and curiously observed the yellow talisman on the zombie's forehead, trying to analyze the composition of the red cinnabar and the energy circuit of the runes on it. These chosen ones from great nations were all cautiously probing this completely unknown territory in their own civilizational ways. They were on guard with each other, their gazes crossing filled with silent games. Jiang Che's eyes swept over them one by one, finally falling on a few slightly excited candidates from small nations. One of them was a descendant of the feathered serpent priest from a South American country, stroking the snake-shaped totem on his chest, his gaze filled with confidence. Another was a druid descendant from Ireland, attempting to communicate with the dead trees around him, clearly still unaware that this nature had long since perished. They all brought their own gods to walk the road of Huaxia. Jiang Che understood in his heart, those who are cautious might leave with their bodies intact, the arrogant, however, might not even know how they died. The think tank behind the big nation candidates must have thoroughly flipped through all the information about the theme of Xiangxi corpse driving and formulated countless plans. So what they were showing now was cautiousness based on the unknown. On the other hand, the few candidates from small nations who had survived by chance in the mirror copy grew confident from their previous victories, believing even more that their unique inherited powers could handle everything.
Unbeknownst to them, in a world governed by rules, arrogance is original sin.
Jiang Che, a low voice came from beside him, pressed down very low, carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Something seems off. Jiang Che turned his head to see Su Xiao tightly furrowing her brows. Her professional demeanor forced her to suppress her fear, switching to the observational mode of an archaeologist. Look at that female corpse, Su Xiao said softly. The other corpses are wearing standard Qing dynasty funeral garments. The fabric is rough linen. This is regulation. But the style of the skirt on this female corpse, although imitating the Qing style, look at the few cloud patterns on the cuffs and hem. These are typical of the quick stitch method in Ming dynasty Su embroidery, which is extremely intricate and definitely wouldn't appear on ordinary funeral garments. Moreover, the wooden hairpin on her head is made of peach wood, styled as Jing Chai Bu Kun, representing the status of a betrothed but unmarried woman, not a corpse.
She seems a bit different from the other goods.
Following Su Xiao's guidance, Jiang Che's gaze fell again on the only blue figure in the group. It was a woman dressed in a blue skirt, her figure delicate. Even mixed among the rigid corpses, one could still see a hint of elegance from her living days. A yellow talisman was also stuck on her face, covering most of her features, leaving only a pale and delicate chin exposed. Like the other zombies, she jumped forward with the ringing sound, but her posture lacked stiffness, adding a hint of floating that was beyond her control. Jiang Che's heart stirred. Su Xiao's observational skills once again provided him with a crucial clue. He silently nodded, signaling that he understood. Under the lead of the corpse driver, the team officially stepped onto this eerie road to the unknown.
Chapter 47, Rules and Taboos.
Just as everyone's thoughts varied, filled with dread towards this eerie team and the road ahead. That cold mechanical voice rang in all chosen ones' minds once again, and for the last time, announcing the core rules of this instance.
Before dawn, the goods must be delivered to the mortuary.
The ringing must not stop, the yellow talisman must not fall, the team must not scatter. No matter what happens, absolutely do not look back, and absolutely do not talk to the cargo. 3 rules, each word as cold as ice, like 3 invisible shackles, instantly tightening around the necks of every survivor. The voice carried no emotion, yet it was more terrifying than any demon's roar, for it represented an undeniable order. At the moment the rules were announced, the atmosphere in command centers around the world instantly tensed to the extreme. In Eagle Sauce Country, the National Underground Strategic Command Center. An elderly behavioral analyst suddenly stood up, pointing at the line on the screen that said, "Do not talk to the cargo." He circled it with a red laser pointer and said firmly,
"This is the key.
According to our model simulations, this is likely a sound wave triggered trap. The cargo carries a type of sound wave receiver that we cannot understand. Once it receives the sound wave frequency of a living person, it will be activated, leading to unpredictable consequences. In Cherry Blossom Country, at the Prime Minister's residence's underground command center. A thin, old shrine elder in hunting clothes held a completely different opinion. His ancient voice carried an undeniable authority.
No, you Westerners don't understand. This is not sound wave, this is the binding of word spirit.
The gods and spirits here have the power to twist the meanings of words.
Any words, whether good or evil, can be misinterpreted as provocation.
We must silently recite the purifying heart spell of our Shinto in our hearts to build a spiritual barrier, isolating all spoken words from leaking out.
This is included in ISE's contingency plan. She knows what to do.
In Dragon Country, Professor Lu Jingguo listened to the simultaneous interpretation of the analyses from these 2 nations' experts, and simply shook his head wearily.
They are all wrong.
He murmured, his expression extremely grave, completely wrong. They are still using their own logic to fit this world, but they do not understand that some rules do not follow logic at all. He spoke solemnly to the generals and experts beside him. In Xiangxi, the practice of corpse driving forbids the living from speaking to the dead because our ancestors believed that the words of the living carry yang energy. This yang energy can disturb the 3 souls and 7 spirits that the talismans barely suppress within the corpse, leading to unstable souls, light cases resulting in a startled corpse, heavy cases leading to burst corpses.
This is not a trap, this is a rule.
It is a respect for the dead that has been passed down for thousands of years. Inside the instance, at the moment the rules were announced, Jiang Che activated his ability, naming. The scene before him instantly changed. In his vision, the world shed its mottled colors, leaving only the most essential qi. Michael, Nicholas, and the other living contestants were wrapped in light golden vital energy, like candle flames flickering in the wind. The more tense and fearful their emotions were, the more the candle flames flickered violently, as if they would extinguish at any moment. In contrast, the bodies of the zombie cargo were enveloped in a lifeless, visibly grey-green energy, like a frozen swamp, not carrying a hint of flow. The only exception was the blue-clad female corpse that Su Xiao had pointed out. Her body bore neither the gold of life nor the grey of death. Instead, it emanated a type of chaotic, lonely nothingness that Jiang Che had never seen before, seemingly independent of life and death. That aura resembled an eternal night sky devoid of stars, ancient and vast yet imbued with a profound loneliness, as if abandoned by the entire world. This energy made her appear so out of place within the team, yet also so appropriate.
She indeed has a problem.
Jiang Che felt a stir in his heart, growing more convinced of Su Xiao's judgment. He subtly tugged at the corner of Su Xiao's clothes, signaling her not to act recklessly and to avoid looking directly at that blue-clad figure.
The team continued to move forward on the muddy ancient path. After roughly 10 minutes, the surrounding fog seemed to thicken even more. The monotonous sound of bells and the faint thud of zombies landing became the only sounds in this world. An extreme silence amplified the fear in everyone's hearts. At that moment, beneath a huge, completely dead locust tree by the roadside, something new appeared. A white candle was stuck in the soil. The candle had burned down halfway, and the pale wax strips solidified around it, like dried tear stains. That tiny flame flickered eerily in the still air, as if waving at passers-by, or silently crying. This abrupt sight made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. A descendant of a necromancer from a small Southeast Asian country, who had survived in the previous mirrored instance with a strange insect manipulation technique, saw this candle and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. In his view, this candle was the core of some evil ritual, a gathering point of the dark energy in this place. As long as he could destroy it, he could not only purify the path but might also gain some kind of instance reward, bringing glory to his country. In such a grand national arena, he desperately needed an opportunity to showcase himself. Out of this good intent and greed, he quietly squeezed out a drop of blood, black as ink and emitting a foul smell, from his fingertip. He held the blood drop on his fingertip, a cruel smile curving his lips, and flicked it with his finger, sending the blood drop, accompanied by an almost imperceptible whoosh, precisely toward the flickering candlelight. However, just as the drop of blood was about to approach the candle, ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. The soul bell, which had been keeping a monotonous rhythm in the hands of the corpse driver, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented sharp and urgent ringing. The sound was no longer a guide but a summons for death. The necromancer's descendant's body stiffened suddenly, and the greed on his face was instantly replaced by endless terror. He let out a sharp, inhuman scream, and his body shrank visibly in an instant. His skin tightened around his bones like tree bark devoid of all moisture, his once plump eyes sunk into two dark pits. He opened his mouth as if to plead for mercy, but all that came from his throat was a huff-huff of escaping air. All his vitality seemed to have been drained by an invisible force in an instant. In just 2 seconds, a living person transformed into a terrifying dried corpse, striking the ground with a thud, crumbling into a pile of black bone powder and dust. This sudden death, so abrupt that it left no time for reaction, struck every survivor's heart like a heavy hammer. The bell then resumed its monotonous and oppressive rhythm, as if nothing had happened moments ago. The corpse driver's team did not pause for even a moment, continuing to hop past the pile of black ashes. Chapter 48, Meal for the Living.
The necromancer's ashes were blown away by the wind, and the team moved forward, the atmosphere sinking to freezing point. The unknown fear had transformed into despair under known rules. Every detail could be a deadly trap. In the team, the surviving chosen ones from the small country no longer had a shred of confidence, only icy fear beneath their feet. They closely followed the larger country's competitors, not daring to glance around, fearing they might be next. After walking for an unknown length of time, the corpse driver halted once more. His hunched figure, under the moonlight, looked like a gravestone. He slowly took out a large bowl made of coarse pottery from his bosom. The bowl was filled to the brim with steaming white rice, the grains plump and still giving off heat,
emitting a fragrance of rice.
On this road of the dead, the scent of rice carries a deadly temptation. The corpse chaser didn't eat, but instead walked to a slab of green stone by the roadside, carefully placing the bowl of rice down. After finishing this, he turned back to the front of the group, as if he had just completed a routine task. At the same time, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. "Living people, please do not touch the dead's food." With this rule, everyone was stunned.
Living people? The dead's food?
These two words, like two poisoned daggers, pierced everyone's blind spot and thought.
Father Michael from the Eagle Sauce country frowned tightly, gripping the cross.
To him, this bowl of rice was a sacrifice, the dead's food, which they, as living people, naturally could not touch. The priestess Azumi from Cherry Blossom country shared the same thought, even taking a step back. However, the youth named Shimu, a descendant of the feathered serpent god priest in South America, did not think so. In his culture, offering food to the earth was a sacred ritual. He looked at that bowl of rice, a glimmer of reverence passing through his eyes. He believed it was a test from the land god of this place and an opportunity for approval. He was eager to go forward and bestow blessings. At that moment, Jiang Che moved. He tugged at Su Zhao's sleeve, and when she cast a puzzled look at him, he calmly said, in a voice only they could hear, "He is going to die." These 4 words carried no emotion, yet they pierced through Su Zhao's blood, freezing it immediately. She turned sharply to look at Chimu, who was preparing to step forward, then at Jiang Che's overly calm profile, her voice trembling, "Why?" Jiang Che did not look at her, his gaze still fixed on that bowl of rice in the distance, as if he were reciting a script. "The rule says, living people please do not touch the dead's food. This is a word trap. The core is the definition of living people and the dead. Everyone instinctively thinks we are living people, and the rice is a sacrificial offering for the dead. But they are all wrong." Jiang Che's voice was light, yet carried the insight to overturn everything. On this dark road, in this team, the only living person is the corpse chaser. "What?" Su Zhao exclaimed in shock, immediately covering her mouth tightly again. "That's right," Jiang Che continued, "the corpse chaser is a living person, he needs to eat to replenish his yang energy and block the yin energy. So, that bowl of rice is not a sacrifice, it is his earthly meal, his working food." "Then what does the dead's food refer to?" Su Zhao felt her brain was insufficient to process this. "We, along with those zombies, are cargo that needs to be escorted. From the moment we set foot on this road, according to the rules, we are no different from zombies, we all belong to the dead. So the real meaning of the rule is us dead people cannot touch the living persons, the corpse chasers, food. That South American contestant thinks this is a sacrificial offering, wanting to show respect. But he doesn't understand that by going up, he is touching the corpse chaser's bowl. To snatch a living person's rice bowl and clash with the guide, what do you think will happen to him?" Jiang Che's words shattered Su Zhao's worldview like a bolt of lightning. She stared blankly at Jiang Che, her heart shaken violently. So it could be understood this way? Just as her shock reached its peak, Shimu had already approached the green stone. His face was filled with reverence as he took out a feathered serpent bone totem from his bosom and began to chant a prayer in Mayan. He gently touched the totem to the bowl of rice. He wanted to use the power of the feathered serpent god to bestow blessings on this sacrifice. Just as Jiang Che's words fell, Chimu's fingertip just grazed the edge of the bowl. In the next second, the prophecy came true. Sizzle! As if a drop of water fell into boiling oil, that bowl of white rice suddenly began to boil the moment it came into contact with foreign divine power. The rice quickly melted, turning into a pool of pitch black, exuding foul-smelling bubbles of black blood. No! The reverence on Chimu's face was instantly replaced by endless fear. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but it was already too late. A cold, eerie power surged into his body through his fingertips like lightning. His body suddenly stiffened, the skin quickly losing its color, turning into a lifeless dark blue. The eye sockets were deeply sunken, the muscles shrank within seconds. Ha! Ha! He made indistinct sounds from his throat, his body twitching violently. A wet yellow talisman appeared out of thin air on his forehead, sticking tightly. In the end, all his struggles fell into silence. He slowly turned around, arms raised, his body stiffly hopping, silently joining the zombie ranks, becoming a new companion. Su Zhao was shocked, covering her mouth, her whole body cold, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief as she looked at Jiang Che. This man was not analyzing, he was prophesying. In the Dragon Country Command Center, Professor Lu Zhenggui excitedly slammed the table, his old face turning bright red. Jiang Che is right. He is completely right. This contestant is wrong. Deeply wrong. His voice spread throughout Dragon Country via live broadcast. He used his own beliefs to interpret our Huaxia rules, this is deadly arrogance. That bowl of rice is for the corpse chaser to eat earthly food. He mistakenly treated it as a sacrificial offering to the dead to bestow blessings, clashing with the guide, so he naturally became merchandise. Professor Lu's words formed a perfect dual confirmation with Jiang Che's prophecy. In the Dragon Country livestream chat room, the bullet screen went totally crazy. Wow! Wow! Jiang God is awesome. He really got it right. This is no longer analysis, this is a dimensional strike. He seems to have activated a full map hack. I'm dumbfounded, I thought Jiang God was on the 2nd level, the eerie realm was on the 5th level, and after all this, Jiang God is in the atmosphere. I declare, Su Zhao, the top student, is looking at Jiang God with a strange expression now. In the eerie realm, Su Zhao looked at Jiang Che's profile, with no doubt left in her heart, only awe like gazing up at a high mountain. This man was not guessing, he was stating one gruesome fact after another that was about to happen. Chapter 49, No Turning Back. Chimu was assimilated into a walking corpse, quietly merging into the line of death. This descendant of the feathered serpent priest, carrying the hope of a nation from the South American continent, ended his brief eerie journey in such an absurd and tragic manner. In the team, there was a deathly silence. The remaining chosen ones from small countries turned pale as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
If the first death was an accident, then this second death happened under Jiang Che's precise prophecy, bringing a devastating psychological shock.
They looked at Jiang Che with eyes that had shifted from initial vigilance and disdain to deep fear.
What exactly does this man from Dragon Country know? The team continued forward, guided by the monotonous bell of the corpse chaser, deeper into the mountain forest. The surrounding mist seemed to thicken without notice.
At first, it was just a thin layer, like a girl's veil, but soon the mist became dense, like unbreakable milk, dyeing the entire world in a tragic white.
Visibility dropped sharply. Within 3 meters, the figures became vague.
The ding-ding, ding-ding sound of the guiding bell became the only guide in the darkness. But in this thick fog, this bell did not bring comfort. Instead, it felt like a death summons, making the heart skip a beat with each ring.
The atmosphere was more oppressive than ever before.
Stay close to me, don't fall behind. Jiang Che's voice was low yet exceptionally steady, clearly reaching Su Xiao's ears. Su Xiao instinctively moved half a step closer to Jiang Che, nearly pressing against his back. Only by feeling the warmth from his body could she find a hint of security in this cold mist. At that moment, deep in the fog, without warning, singing began to sound. The singing was ethereal and melodious, bearing a kind of purity unlike this world, as if it were the clear spring of a mountain stream, or the lark in the woods. The language of the song is very old, a language that no one present can understand, but the praise for nature and the joy of life contained in that melody can cross the barrier of language and reach the heart. In the line, a druid heir from Ireland, a young man named Finn with long flaxen hair, suddenly trembled. For the first time, a look of incredible ecstasy appeared on his face, which had been tense with fear.
It is the song of Sid.
He murmured excitedly in heavily accented English, "It is the forest fairy calling me."
My heavens, I actually heard the call of my hometown here.
In his inherited culture, Sid is a term for fairies, a darling of nature, and the source of druid power. He listened attentively, and the expression on his face became more and more intoxicated, as if he had forgotten where he was, forgotten the walking corpses that might erupt at any moment around him, forgotten that this was a terrifying dungeon with a death rate exceeding 70%. A fervent light flickered in his emerald eyes. He believed this was a fortuitous encounter. It was the strange Eastern world recognizing him, the son of nature. As long as he responded to this call, he could connect with the natural spirits of this place, thus gaining powerful strength, and even break through the core of this dungeon. However, just as he was about to turn around and walk in the direction of the singing, Jiang Che's calm voice, without a trace of ripples, sounded again in Su Xiao's ears. This time, he did not intentionally lower his voice, as if he was speaking directly to that Irishman. Walking the shadow road, it is most taboo to look back. Jiang Che's gaze remained fixed on the unfathomable dense fog ahead, his tone flat as if telling a story unrelated to himself. An old saying goes, when walking in the wild mountains at night, if family calls you from behind, do not respond. If you hear the sound of gold and silver falling, do not pick it up. For those are not your family, nor your treasures, but spirits in the mountains and water ghosts in the river, using your deepest desires to lure you back, deceiving you into their path. A person has 3 lights of yang, 1 above the head and 2 on the shoulders. As long as the yang lights do not extinguish, ordinary ghosts and monsters will not dare to approach. But once you look back, one of the yang lights on your shoulder will go out. By then, the yin energy can seep in, and your soul will no longer be your own. He paused, as if sensing the doubtful gaze from the Irishman, the corner of his mouth curved into a barely noticeable arc, and continued. What he is hearing now is probably the fairy song from their hometown legend.
Unfortunately, that is a lie.
Jiang Che's words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring over Finn's frenzied head. He suddenly turned his head, staring fiercely at Jiang Che with a mix of anger and doubt in his eyes.
What do you know?
He snarled in a low voice, this is our druid heritage.
It is nature calling me.
You, an Eastern person who only knows how to play tricks, do not understand the sanctity of this. Jiang Che did not respond to him, only shook his head gently.
Summer insects cannot speak of ice.
For a person who firmly believes they have heard a divine message, any advice is futile. The melodious song became clearer and more beautiful, as if it were right beside him. The look of fervor, almost obsession, returned to Finn's face.
He no longer hesitated. He resolutely turned around.
He broke the rule written in blood-red letters, no matter what happens, absolutely do not look back. He joyfully took his first step toward the direction of the singing, attempting to respond to that ethereal call from hometown. However, just at the moment his body completely turned around. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, reaching an extreme high pitch. The chilling sound of bones snapping suddenly rang out.
Finn's ecstatic expression froze.
His body remained in a forward-stepping posture. But his head instantly twisted 180 degrees at an angle completely contrary to human anatomy. His pair of emerald eyes were fixed directly on his teammates behind him, staring at Jiang Che and Su Xiao. In those eyes, all the joy and obsession had faded away, leaving only an indescribable, ultimate fear and confusion.
As if questioning, why?
The next second, the sparkle in his eyes quickly dimmed, like a candle flame extinguished. He maintained this eerie posture of moving forward with his body while his head faced backward, silently following at the end of the line, becoming the newest companion in this squad of death. The star of hope from the small country was fragile beyond belief in front of the mysterious rules of the East. That melodic singing came to an abrupt halt at the very moment he completely died. The thick fog seemed to grow even colder because of it. Su Xiao stared blankly at this scene, feeling a chill surge directly from her soles to the crown of her head.
Jiang Che's second prediction had, once again, come true without a single error. Chapter 50, Is Jiang Che a prophet? The fog bizarrely dissipated after the death of the druid youth Finn. The road ahead appeared clear once more to everyone.
But this clarity brought no sense of safety. Instead, it sank the hearts of the survivors deeper into despair. The team continued forward under the monotonous ringing of the gravedigger's bell. The atmosphere was dead silent, broken only by the faint thuds of jumping zombies and the heavy breaths of the group.
The survivors' spirits were on the brink of collapse.
Especially the last remaining chosen one from the small country, a descendant of philosophers known for their wisdom, who was now pale and trembling uncontrollably. His companions died one after another in a way he could not comprehend at all. And that youth from the dragon country seemed like a scriptwriter outside the story, predicting their deaths accurately time and again. This was no longer simple fear, this was a higher dimension of cognitive oppression from an unknown domain, enough to crush any mentally sound person. The look in his eyes toward Jiang Che had shifted from initial wariness and disdain to deep fear, reverence, and a hint of plea. Not just him, even the severely wounded candidates from the great countries forced themselves to appear calm, but their gazes at Jiang Che were equally complicated.
Father Michael from Eagle Country, Shaman Dimitri from Bear Country, Alchemist Nicholas from Gallia.
They were all top figures in their respective civilizations, seasoned champions of numerous battles. But at this moment, they had to acknowledge a cruel fact.
In this bizarre Eastern scenario, all their experiences and contingency plans seemed like a joke.
And that seemingly harmless youth from the Dragon Country held the true truth of this place. Su Xiao's heart was also going through a violent storm. Her scientific worldview had completely collapsed in front of Jiang Che's astonishing predictions, only to be reconstructed. She was no longer the top student from the archaeology department trying to deconstruct everything with logic but began to actively try to think using Jiang Che's folk cosmology.
Living People's Meal tests the understanding of yin and yang identities. Do Not Look Back tests the reverence for 3 souls and 7 spirits. Her brain worked rapidly, no longer just recording and analyzing but starting to understand the deep logic behind Jiang Che's every judgment. She was transforming from an observer into a true partner. At this moment, the corpse runner ahead suddenly stopped in his tracks. He took out a worn-out straw sandal from his chest and casually threw it into the muddy ground by the roadside. This is an old rule passed down among the corpse runners of Shangxi, called beating straw sandals, which means the team needs to rest briefly to let the corpse energy settle and allow the living to catch their breath. Extreme fatigue and thirst surged over the survivors like a tide. Just then, a sight appeared that lifted everyone's spirits.
Not far away on the mountainside, a clear spring water was slowly seeping out from the cracks in the rocks, gathering into a small puddle. The water in the puddle was crystal clear, and one could even see a few patches of lush green moss. On this road filled with death and decay, this spring was truly a miracle of life, a gift from God. The descendant of the Greek philosopher, after a long period of dehydration, had a throat so dry it felt like it was about to smoke. Upon seeing this clear spring, a spark of survival ignited in his eyes, which had dimmed from fear. He staggered forward, wanting to drink the water. However, at the moment he took his first step, he unconsciously made a gesture that even he wasn't aware of, a glance at Jiang Che. He wanted to read even the slightest change in expression on the face of that Eastern youth.
Jiang Che was quietly looking at him.
He didn't speak, nor did he give a warning. Just in that moment of eye contact, he gently shook his head, almost imperceptibly.
This action was so simple.
Yet it felt like the final judgment from God, instantly making the Greek contestant shudder as if struck by lightning. The foot he had stepped out with halted abruptly in mid-air.
His face went pale in an instant.
He remembered his 2 companions from the same small country who had met a tragic end.
He recalled Jiang Che's 2 eerily precise prophecies of death.
A chilling fear coursed from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head.
He dared not move again, cold sweat soaking through his back.
Stiffly, he slowly retracted that foot, and then, in terror, he backed away from the seemingly sweet spring water.
Just a second after he retreated.
Drip! A drop of clear spring water seeped from the rock wall and fell onto a protruding stone below.
Sizzle!
A sound so slight it was almost inaudible, like strong sulfuric acid corroding flesh, rang out. The hard stone, upon contact with that drop of spring water, was corroded into a small hole, emitting black smoke. That was no spring water. It was clearly some deadly poison disguised as spring water, capable of melting rock. Witnessing this scene, the Greek contestant could no longer hold himself together, his legs turned to jelly and he collapsed onto the ground, quickly wetting himself. He was scared out of his wits. Upon seeing this, the other contestants from major countries looked at Jiang Che with completely transformed expressions. If the previous two predictions could still be interpreted as coincidences or some brilliant analysis, then this time, Jiang Che silently prevented a deadly tragedy with the simplest of head shakes. He was no longer the opponent that needed to be wary of. He had become, in this scenario, like a prophet, capable of determining life and death. The global livestream room erupted after a brief silence. Oh my god. He doesn't even need to speak. A look, a gesture, saved a life. It's terrifying. This is no longer a prophet, this is the Grim Reaper. He lets you live, he lets you die, you die. I declare, starting today, Jiang Che has a new nickname, Eastern Prophet. A brief rest. Soon it would end. The corpse driver picked up the straw sandals on the ground and once again shook the guiding bell in his hand. But this time, the sound of the bell was no longer monotonous and depressing. Instead, it had become urgent, chaotic, and even carried a hint of fear. As if ahead, there existed something that even he, the guide, felt immense dread towards. All the survivors, including Jiang Che, felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 51, Abandoned Temple. Evil God. The thick fog, after the death of the druid youth Finn, strangely dispersed. As if his vibrant life force was the last fuel keeping this mist alive. The road ahead once again became clear before everyone's eyes. But this clarity did not bring any sense of safety, instead, it caused the survivors' hearts to sink deeper into despair. Because the road ahead was blocked. A gigantic and dilapidated abandoned temple loomed, like a monstrous beast lurking in the darkness, firmly blocking the only mountain pass. The temple had been abandoned for an unknown number of years, the vermilion walls were peeling off in large patches, revealing dark blue-black bricks beneath, covered in slick moss. The glazed tiles on the roof had long since shattered, and a few black crows quietly perched on the sagging eaves, their glass-like eyes emotionlessly watching the funeral procession. Su Xiao took a glance and gasped. She immediately whispered to Jiang Che, "The design of this temple is wrong. It isn't the style of any dynasty from our central plains. Look at those eaves curves and the stone statues at the entrance. They bear a resemblance to the evil god temples from the southern seas." Everyone followed her gaze and saw two weathered stone statues standing at the entrance of the abandoned temple. These statues were not carved as traditional lions or cheilants, but as a twisted form that was neither human nor beast. It had a human body, yet insect-like limbs, and a head with goat-like twisted horns, maintaining a strange smile on its face. Just looking at them gave rise to a deep-seated physiological discomfort. The most terrifying thing to everyone was the corpse driver at the front of the group. This guide, who had been like a precise machine without any emotional fluctuations, stopped walking 100 meters away from the abandoned temple. His hunched figure, under the pale moonlight, resembled a silent gravestone. Everyone was horrified to discover that his hand, which had always shaken the guiding bell in a steady rhythm, was trembling chaotically for the first time. He was afraid. This thought surged through all the survivors like a jolt of electricity. If even this eerie guy felt fear toward this existence, what on earth was hidden in that temple? Caw, 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 caw. A strange, intermittent chicken crowing sound, seemingly out of nowhere, came from the depths of the dead silent temple. That sound was hoarse and dry, completely lacking the sharp clarity of a rooster's morning call, but rather like a dying old man squeezing out broken syllables from the depths of his throat with his last breath. Though it was midnight, this eerie crowing felt like poisoned steel needles violently stabbing into the eardrums of every survivor, causing their hearts to tighten suddenly. At the same time, that cold mechanical voice, carrying the authority of final judgment, sounded again. "Abandoned temple ahead, the god has perished, evil beings have taken over. When the golden rooster crows, the living must not enter." The new rule fell down like a mountain, crashing down. The living must not enter? The alchemist Nicholas from Gaul, after a brief shock, revealed a hint of a sneer. He immediately recalled the critical analysis from the think tank before entering the instance. Any unusual sound could be a trap of the rule, and in the realm of alchemy, sound was merely a type of physical wave that could be easily blocked. As a meticulous alchemist, he instinctively judged the predicament in front of him as a kind of attack based on sound waves. As long as I can't hear the rooster crow, the judgment of the rules will naturally be ineffective against me. This thought firmly settled in his mind. Without hesitation, he executed the most reliable defense plan. He took out from his chest a valuable alchemical artifact made of moonstone and tranquil crystal, a silent sphere. He infused his mental power into it, and the crystal sphere instantly radiated a layer of visible, rippling invisible force field, enveloping him entirely. Within the force field, all was silent. The piercing rooster crowing was completely isolated.
A confident smile appeared on Nicholas's face.
He even provocatively glanced at Jiang Che not far away, as if to say, "Look, this is the power of wisdom and technology, your mysterious Eastern tricks are ultimately unworthy." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward confidently towards the dilapidated temple. The live stream from Gaul was instantly drowned in cheers.
Amazing! Nicholas found a loophole in the rules. I knew it, alchemy is unbeatable. What nonsense rules will be crushed before absolute science?
However, the moment his foot stepped into 100 meters of the dilapidated temple.
Crack!
A crisp sound, like breaking glass, came from the silent sphere in his hand. The expensive alchemical artifact's surface instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks. An invisible, uncontainable force of the rules, like a flood breaking its banks, pierced through the thin silence field and struck heavily against his chest.
Puff!
Nicholas's body was as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, sent flying as he spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair. On his chest, an alchemical talisman passed down through generations for hundreds of years, used to take on fatal blows, dimmed instantly after blocking this deadly hit and turned to ashes. He crashed heavily to the ground, barely preserving a life, but his face was pale as paper, in an utterly disheveled state, clearly having lost the strength to fight again.
The first attempt ended in a disastrous defeat.
This outcome fell like a bucket of ice water over the heads of all the survivors, dousing their hopes, and echoed in the hearts of countless viewers in Gaul.
It cruelly proved that merely isolating sound was ineffective. The hearts of the survivors sank even deeper.
That dilapidated temple loomed like a giant beast waiting to devour, completely blocking their path forward.
Chapter 52. The rooster crows at midnight, not as a herald, but as a death knell.
Gaul's alchemist Nicholas was slammed to the ground like a broken sack, his life unknown. His expensive alchemical equipment was completely destroyed, and the sacrificial talisman on his chest turned to ashes, barely preserving a life.
The first attempt ended in a disastrous defeat.
This outcome fell like a bucket of ice water over the heads of all the survivors, dousing their hopes, and echoed in the hearts of countless viewers in Gaul.
It cruelly proved that merely isolating sound was ineffective. The hearts of the survivors sank even deeper.
That dilapidated temple loomed like a giant beast waiting to devour, completely blocking their path forward.
Cough, cough, cough.
Nicholas awoke amidst violent coughing, every cough bringing out mouthfuls of blood and fragments of internal organs. He looked at the silent sphere in his hand that had already become useless, his eyes filled with the bewilderment and madness of a collapsing scientist's faith. Impossible, this doesn't comply with the laws of energy, why can the power of the rules ignore physical isolation? He murmured to himself, his spirit clearly suffering a tremendous shock. In the team, a deathly silence reigned. The eerie gat-cat crowing sound once again echoed from the depths of the desolate temple, mocking their helplessness. In this atmosphere of despair, capable of swallowing all hope, Father Michael of Eagle Sauce Country slowly stood upright. On his weathered face, there was no trace of fear, instead, a flame of fanaticism, increasingly resolute, burned brightly within him. Nicholas's failure, in his eyes, was expected. Foolish alchemist, Michael snorted coldly in his heart, trying to use mortal science to understand the realm of gods and demons, how arrogant. This will only lead to failure. What unfolded before him fully confirmed the top priority simulation of Eagle Sauce Country's Holy Shield Advisory Group before entering the dungeon, a typical evil spirit haunting the holy site, with its core being a highly condensed mass of negative energy. To deal with such a thing, any physical isolation and defense are futile, the only solution is to use a higher, purer divine power for complete purification. Without hesitation, he decided to implement this plan that he had long since mastered. He raised high the silver relic box, now covered in cracks, his blue eyes filled with devotion and fervor towards God. From a distance, he faced the ominous desolate temple and loudly chanted the most powerful exorcism prayer from the Bible in solemn Latin. We expel you, all unclean spirits, all powers of Satan, all hostile forces from hell. As he chanted, a dense, divine, milky light shot up from the almost shattered relic box. The holy light gathered in the air, like a sword forged from pure brightness, with supreme majesty to purify all evil in the world, piercing deep into the desolate temple. At that moment, in the live broadcast room of Eagle Sauce Country, cheers erupted like a tsunami.
Oh God! It's the holy light! It's the miracle of Father Michael! This is true power! Let those eastern monsters tremble in the glory of God! Purify it! Michael! Purify this filthy land! In the command center of Eagle Sauce Country, the 4-star general wore a confident smile. In his eyes, this showdown already had no suspense. However, his actions completely enraged the evil beings in the temple. Gak! A golden shriek exploded from the depths of the desolate temple, filled with endless resentment and anger. It was no longer the intermittent crowing of a chicken, but a death scream emitted by some terrifying creature thoroughly enraged. The shriek turned into a visible, tangible sound wave shockwave, sweeping towards Michael. Holy light and sound wave, two completely different energies, crashed violently in the air. Boom!
There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a strange silence that swallowed everything. The holy light barrier hastily built by Michael collapsed under the assault of the golden soundwave, like snow under sunlight, unable to last even a second before being swept away and melted. The relic box in his hand let out a mournful cry under the unbearable burden. The cracks on it expanded again, spreading like a spider web, almost completely disintegrating. He personally was hit like being struck by a hammer, thrown violently by the unstoppable soundwave, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. He crashed heavily into the muddy ground over 10 meters away, his pure white holy robe already stained with blood. He struggled to rise but coughed up another mouthful of blood, completely losing his fighting strength. Two completely different methods, one physical isolation and one energy purification, both suffered utter defeat before the rules. The survivors fell into complete despair. They found that all of their plans, all the hidden cards, became a joke in the face of this strange Eastern rule. They were like a group of modern soldiers holding firearms, rushing into a future battlefield armed with nuclear weapons. All resistance seemed so ridiculous and powerless.
Silence.
In the overwhelming silence of despair, Jiang Che looked at the tragic fate of the two and gently shook his head. He turned to Su Xiao, who was already pale with fear beside him, and softly uttered a line that left everyone present, as well as billions of viewers around the world, utterly confused.
The rooster crows at midnight, not to herald dawn, but to summon death. Chapter 53, Breaking 1,000 Pounds with Wits. The rooster crows at midnight, not to herald dawn, but to summon death. Su Xiao's lips trembled slightly. She looked at Jiang Che in confusion and quietly asked, "What does that mean?" In our folk customs, there's a saying, the weasel pays a New Year's visit to the chicken. But actually, there is a more sinister saying, the vengeful spirit learns the rooster's call. Jiang Che's gaze calmly fell on the ominous abandoned temple. His voice was flat yet carried a sense of knowing everything, as though he were recounting an ancient story unrelated to himself. When the rooster crows, the yang energy rises, and the yin evils retreat. This is the rule of heaven and earth. But some deeply vengeful evil beings understand this principle and go against it. It learns to crow like a rooster at midnight, not for any other reason, but to deceive the passerby's soul. It tricks your soul into thinking dawn has arrived, and when it's time for your soul to leave your body, it takes the chance to invade and seize your flesh. So, the rule says living beings may not enter, not because of the sound, but because as long as you are alive, as long as your soul is still in your body, the moment you step into its territory, you will be targeted and become its next possession. Jiang Che's words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly tearing through the fog in Su Xiao's mind. She finally understood. Nicholas's silent sphere isolated physical sounds, but could not block the summons of death directly aimed at the soul. And Michael's holy light purification was utterly wrong. He attempted to purify a predatory evil being with sacred power, which was like rushing into a lion's mouth to snatch away food. It's no wonder he would provoke it. Then what should we do? Su Xiao's voice trembled slightly. She grasped the key point. Since living beings cannot enter, are we trapped here? A mysterious smile curled at Jiang Che's lips. The rule says living beings may not enter, but it never mentioned that the dead cannot enter. This statement made Su Xiao's pupils shrink suddenly. She looked at Jiang Che and saw him once again reaching into the canvas backpack, which could be called a four-dimensional pocket. Seeing this familiar motion, Su Xiao was no longer surprised. Before entering the instance, the logistics team experts of Dragon Country had laid out almost the entire inventory of folk customs props before Jiang Che. And Jiang Che rejected none. Whatever he thought might be useful, he stuffed into his backpack made of special materials, which looked small but had an astonishing capacity. At that time, Su Xiao thought he was bringing too many complicated items and even found it somewhat ridiculous, like a bundle of red string, several stacks of yellow paper, and even a bag of glutinous rice. Now it seemed, each item had its profound purpose. Jiang Che took out a palm-sized paper rooster made from the cheapest red paper from his backpack. The rooster was extremely crudely made, with a red body, yellow beak, and black bean-sized eyes. It looked like a cheap toy for children from a rural temple fair. In such a terrifying and eerie atmosphere, this red paper rooster's appearance seemed out of place, even somewhat comical. The few surviving contestants from great nations looked at Jiang Che with the eyes of a madman. They couldn't understand how, in a place where even relics and alchemical creations were ineffective. What significance is there in taking out a toy for children? However, Jiang Che's next action left everyone breathless. In the bewildered gaze of the global audience, he placed his index finger to his mouth, and without hesitation, he bit down hard. Hiss! A drop of bright red blood, containing his own vibrant yang energy, seeped from his fingertip. Without the slightest hesitation, he precisely placed this drop of blood on the red paper comb of the red paper rooster. Empower it! At the moment the drop of blood merged with the paper comb, the originally unremarkable red paper rooster seemed to come to life. Its cheap red color, under the pale moonlight, emitted a faint yet incredibly pure yang energy. After doing all this, Jiang Che walked over to the closest zombie cargo. He steadily placed the blood-crowning paper rooster that he had just empowered onto the cold, stiff shoulder of that zombie, carefully adjusting its position so that the rooster's head faced the abandoned temple ahead.
He gently patted the zombie's shoulder, as if giving some instructions, and said in a light tone, "Let this brother help us scout the way." With that, he gave it a gentle push. The zombie then hopped along, heading towards the terrifying abandoned temple that had left everyone helpless.
This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding.
The zombie, shouldering a comical red paper rooster, hopped forward along the silent ancient path.
The image was bizarre to the extreme, yet carried an indescribable, absurd harmony.
The global live broadcast room, after a brief silence, erupted into a frenzy.
My God! He actually had the zombie scout for him?
Is this a desecration of rules?
Or, have we misunderstood from the very beginning? What is this maneuver? I cannot understand it, but I am deeply shocked. Using magic to defeat magic? No. This is using rules to defeat rules.
In the Dragon Country Command Center, Professor Luzhengua stood up excitedly, his old face flushed, his voice trembling with excitement.
Wonderful! Wonderful! This is simply a stroke of genius. Did you see it? This is crafty ingenuity. This is using rules to counter rules. Nicholas and Michael both thought about breaking the rules with force, one wanted to isolate, the other wanted to purify, and as expected, they were all backfired by the rules. Yet Jiang Che, from the very beginning, saw through the essence of the rules. Professor Lu passionately explained to the world while pointing at the screen. Firstly, he exploited the logical loophole that the dead do not count as the living, letting the zombie scout for him, perfectly sidestepping the living must not enter ban. Secondly, and most importantly, he understood that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and furthermore, the core of the folk custom of the rooster heralds the dawn. The evil entity in the temple was imitating the rooster crowing, playing the role of the rooster. So, Jiang Che scented another rooster. He empowered the paper rooster with his own yang energy blood, thus granting it the function of a rooster. He used a fake rooster infused with yang energy to counter the evil rooster in the temple, not to defeat it, but to confuse its function, making it go silent. Without bloodshed, this is true wisdom. This is the unique wisdom passed down through thousands of years of our Huaxia civilization. While Professor Lu excitedly explained, within the strange domain, the zombie with the blood-crowning paper rooster had already hopped into a range of 100 meters from the abandoned temple. Caw, caw, caw. The eerie crowing sound was still ringing out. But this time, it had no effect on the zombie. As the zombie smoothly passed through the mountain mouth and safely reached the other side of the road, the filled with resentment crowing in the temple abruptly stopped. It was as if an invisible hand was tightly choking the neck. The path was open. The chosen ones of the small nation were all exterminated. The surviving contestants from the great nation were all injured, with their trump cards lost. Only the duo from the Dragon Country remained unscathed, walking forward with composure. Chapter 54, The Biggest Boss of the Instance? The team passed through the Golden Rooster Ridge Pass, leaving behind the ominous abandoned temple far in the distance. The path was open. But the hearts of the survivors were heavier than ever before. All the survivors keenly realized that the real test was just beginning. The temporary safety gave the survivors' taut nerves a moment to breathe, but it also made the suspicion and fear within the team stir even more ominously. Everyone's gaze intentionally avoided, yet they couldn't help but glance at the silent figure in blue, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. She had become the biggest unknown in the group, and the heaviest threat. Among the survivors, they instinctively kept their distance from her, forming an eerie vacuum zone with a diameter of over 5 meters around her. Even the mindless zombie cargo, as they leaped forward, seemed to instinctively avoid her side. In this suffocating silence, one person's mentality was quietly twisting. He was the only other relatively intact survivor in the team aside from Jiang Che and Su Xiao, the chosen one from Greece, Alexios. As a descendant of ancient Greek philosophers, he had always prided himself on his wisdom and logic. But in the previous crises, everything he was proud of was crushed by the young man from the Dragon Country, Jiang Che, in a way he could not comprehend. Especially during the previous paper rooster incident, the impact on him was transformative. He witnessed how the alchemy of the Gallic nation and the holy purification from the Eagle Sauce nation were utterly defeated before the rules. And Jiang Che resolved the issue effortlessly with just a cheap paper rooster and a drop of blood. This breaking 1,000 pounds with cleverness Eastern wisdom left him feeling unprecedented shock and birthed a pathological desire. He believed that the reason he often found himself in a passive position was because he lacked a faith token like the paper rooster that could communicate with the rules of this place. He began to observe Jiang Che's every move frantically, trying to emulate that successful methodology. At that moment, an opportunity that seemed divine in his eyes appeared. The team was passing through a narrow path overgrown with thorny brambles. The blue-clad woman in the center of the team accidentally caught the hem of her blue skirt on a sharp dry branch. Sizzle! A barely noticeable sound echoed. A small piece of blue fabric, only the size of a nail, was pulled from her skirt by the branch and lightly fell into the muddy ground. This process was extremely quick and exceedingly ordinary.
Aside from a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of Jiang Che's eye, no one noticed this detail. Except for Alexios, who had been staring intently at the blue figure, trying to find an opportunity.
His eyes lit up suddenly.
That piece of blue fabric that fell in the mud was no longer an ordinary rag in his eyes.
It was a derivative from the most terrifying existence. Could it be that, like Jiang Che's paper rooster, it was a kind of faith token that could communicate with the rules?
A mad thought began to wildly grow in his mind. Jiang Che can use the paper rooster because that chicken, in a sense, became part of the rules. And this piece of cloth, it itself fell from the most terrifying existence.
It is closer to the core of the rules than the paper rooster. As long as I can get it and use it as a talisman, can I ignore those damn rules like Jiang Che? This thought was like a deadly vine, instantly wrapping around his sanity. He was captivated by his own cleverness. He believed he had finally found a shortcut to mimic Jiang Che and even surpass him. He began to subtly adjust his position, inching closer to the piece of blue fabric that had fallen in the mud. His movements were discreet, but how could he hide from Jiang Che? Don't move.
Jiang Che's voice was light, yet it felt like a bucket of ice water splashed onto Su Xiao's curious thoughts.
Su Xiao was stunned. She also saw the piece of fabric and was about to ask Jiang Che what it was. Why, she asked in confusion.
Because, it is not an object. Jiang Che's face, for the first time, became incredibly serious. That is forbidden. Su Xiao was half understanding, but out of absolute trust in Jiang Che, she immediately stopped, no longer looking at the piece of fabric.
However, Alexios did not share this awareness. He had already walked beside the piece of blue fabric. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner joy and tension, and slowly crouched down. He extended his hand toward the fabric, which he believed represented life and shortcut. In the global live broadcast room, every viewer's heart was in their throat. What is that Greek doing? Is he going to pick up that piece of cloth? It looks unremarkable. Could there be a problem?
It seems Jiang Che just said something to Su Xiao. Their expressions looked so serious.
Just as Alexios's fingertips were about to touch the blue fabric,
a sudden change occurred. There were no warnings, no screams, no dark energy, and not even a slightest wave of energy.
Alexios's body froze suddenly. His outstretched hand, starting from his fingertips, rapidly lost all life force.
His skin, flesh, and bones all instantly lost all moisture and luster, turning into a grayish-white, rock-like substance. Immediately, this strange weathering spread along his arm to his entire body at a visible speed. He made a sound from his throat that was vague, like sand was choking him. He wanted to call for help, wanted to retreat, but his body was no longer his own. Under the horrified gaze of all the survivors, a living person turned into a lifelike gray stone sculpture in just 3 seconds, maintaining a crouching posture. However, this was not the end. When the cold night wind blew, that newly formed stone sculpture, as if eroded by thousands of years of wind and sand, silently transformed into a handful of fine gray dust, completely dissipating into the air with a gust of wind.
Both form and spirit were annihilated.
Not a trace of existence was left behind. This death, which seemed to extinguish even the soul, was more terrifying than any bloody death before.
It clearly conveyed a message to everyone. Everything about the green cloth was absolute taboo.
Do not look, do not listen, and absolutely do not touch.
Gulp.
The survivors' faces turned completely pale. They swallowed frantically but felt their throats were so dry it was about to smoke. They finally understood that in this instance, the greatest threat was not the visible traps, but this teammate who had remained silent along the way.
The team continued forward, yet the atmosphere had shifted from repression to complete despair. Every face showed signs of numbness.
They were no longer the elite challenging the instance, but more like a group of death row inmates heading to the gallows. Mechanically following the sound of the corpse chaser's bell, moving step by step, waiting for the final judgment that would come at an unknown time.
Father Michael from the Eagle Sauce country had even given up on useless prayers, tightly gripping the nearly broken sacred box, his eyes hollow.
His faith, for the first time, wavered before absolute power. The alchemist Nicholas from the Gallic country was gasping heavily on the side, looking at the woman in green with eyes filled with the fear of surviving a disaster. His pride in logic and science was completely shattered at this moment, turning into useless fragments scattered on the ground. The global live streaming room was also shrouded in this atmosphere of despair.
It's over, this is completely over. Even touching a piece of her clothing will lead to death. How can we fight?
This woman in green is not even in the same league as those previous strange beings.
She herself is the rule. God Jiang. God Jiang is also silent. Is he also powerless?
In this silence that could swallow all hope, the priestess Ayase Shinto Sakura from the Cherry Blossom country slowly stood up from the ground. A sallow flush appeared on her pale face, her eyes filled with the fanaticism of a Shinto believer.
Chapter 55, The Gods of Takamagara.
She had been heavily injured from the backlash before, her spirit exhausted. This extreme pressure had instead forced her into a desperate situation. A glimmer of madness flickered in her eyes.
No more waiting. Instead of passively waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative. She was going to execute the highest plan, the purification of the core. In her eyes, Jiang Che was merely exploiting a loophole. This woman in green was the heart of the scenario. As long as she purified her, everything would come to an end. The foreign demon god shall return to nothingness under the brilliance of my Amaterasu. She ignored the astonished looks from the other contestants, step by step, dragging her injured body, slowly walking toward the green figure that everyone was avoiding. A prideful test based on civilizational differences was about to begin. Ayase Shinto Sakura dragged her injured body, step by step, towards that blue figure. Her steps were slow but incredibly firm. With each step, she exuded the piety of Shinto, as well as the madness of someone pushed into a corner. What is the priestess from Cherry Blossom Country trying to do? Has she gone mad? Is she going to provoke the most terrifying existence? Is she looking for death? Don't forget, she is the ace of the Cherry Blossom Country. There must be some trump card we don't know about. In the global live streaming room, everyone's eyes focused on this petite figure. Jiang Che slightly frowned, subtly pulling Su Xiao back a half step, away from the center of the impending storm. She is going to execute their plan. Jiang Che's voice was low, but unfortunately, she has been wrong from the very beginning. Su Xiao nervously looked at the back of Ayase Shinto Sakura and whispered, "Will she die?" "I don't know," Jiang Che shook his head, "but the cost will definitely be far heavier than she imagines." Finally, Ayase Shinto Sakura stopped about 5 steps away from the woman in green. This was a safe distance calculated precisely by her and her think tank, ensuring her spell would be effective while leaving her a tiny moment to react in case of an accident. She took a deep breath and pulled out the ancient sacrificial bell, about the size of a palm, wrapped in a white shimanawa. Dingling. She gently shook the sacrificial bell in her hand, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. This sound was completely different from the monotonous and oppressive sound of the corpse chaser's soul bell. It seemed to carry a power that washed the soul, refreshing the cold and thick air around. The gods of Takamagara above. She closed her eyes and began to softly chant the core purification incantation from the ancient texto Arai in a very old language. As she chanted, the sacred bells in her hand shook faster and faster, and the sound became denser and denser. Soft, milky white light, as if it could wash away all the filth of the world, radiated from her, enveloping her completely, making her look like a goddess descending to the mortal realm, pure and inviolable. In the livestream room of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the screen was instantly flooded by frenzied comments. "It's the breath of Takamagara. This is the highest level of purification spell of Ise Shrine. So beautiful. This is the true power of our Yamato people. It must succeed. With the light of our Shinto, we will purify the resentful spirits of foreign lands. Let the whole world see who the true king of the mysterious side is." In the command center of the Cherry Blossom Nation, an elderly chief priest with white hair was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He looked at the screen and murmured in a tone close to that of a pilgrim, "Ise, you are doing well. Let the brilliance of Amaterasu shine upon this ignorant land." However, in the Dragon Nation's command center, Professor Lu Zhengguo looked at this scene, and his face suddenly turned pale. He jumped up from his chair, pointing at the screen and shouted, confused. "Foolish. Arrogant. She treats the figure in green as something just like those evil beings before. This is the greatest disrespect. She doesn't understand at all. In our culture, when faced with these mysterious entities that might be our ancestors, the first duty is respect. It is ritual, not expel, and certainly not purify. She is judging an ancient existence that does not belong to her system with her standards of divinity. This is a provocation. This is seeking her own death." Professor Lu's roar echoed through the meeting room. Within the strange realm, the ritual of Ayase Sakurazaka had reached its climax. The holy white light around her gathered into a soft beam, like the rising sun, slowly drifting toward the silent figure in green. She was extremely cautious. This light was not a direct attack, but rather a tentative exorcism based on purification. In her view, even the most powerful vengeful spirit, when facing this divine light from Takamagara, would at least reveal its true form or be temporarily suppressed. However, she was wrong. Terribly wrong. At the moment when the holy white light was about to touch the green figure's body, an unexpected change occurred. The figure in green showed no reaction at all. But the plain yellow talisman on her forehead suddenly glowed. A dark light, as if it could swallow all light, flashed from the talisman's vermilion brush strokes. The purifying light that the Cherry Blossom Nation had high hopes for was like a cow sinking into the sea. The moment it touched that dark light, it was completely swallowed, without raising a single ripple. Immediately following that, an indescribable terrifying power surged back along that white light, with unimaginable speed. Puff! Ayase Sakurazaka let out a scream that was so chilling it did not sound human.
The replica of the Yada mirror, said to reflect all curses, on her chest could not even shine before it was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks.
Bang!
A crisp sound of shattering echoed. This replica, regarded as a national treasure by the Cherry Blossom Nation, completely collapsed, turning into a sky full of silver dust. Although the artifact had blocked the deadliest blow for her, the backlash power still struck her fiercely. She flew backward, crashing heavily into the muddy ground several meters away. Collapsed on the ground, blood began to seep from her 7 orifices. That pair of eyes, which had been gleaming with intense fervor, had begun to fade. At this moment, only endless fear remained. Although she survived, her spirit was weary, like a doll with its soul taken away, completely withdrawing from this cruel competition.
The audience was silent as death.
This failure, more than any death before, filled the heart with fear and despair. It clearly proved that, in front of this woman in green, even the top mysterious powers of great nations were like child's play, utterly helpless. Chapter 56, A Cup of Clear Water, A Moment of Cause and Effect.
The audience was silent as death. Ise Shenying's miserable defeat was like an invisible hammer, violently shattering the last shred of luck in the hearts of all survivors. If before, the deaths of the small country's contestants could be attributed to their own arrogance and ignorance,
then at this moment, the fall of the Cherry Blossom country's ace which cruelly proved a fact to everyone. In front of this woman in green, any form of testing, attacking, or even purification was a path to self-destruction.
She was an absolute taboo.
For the first time, true despair appeared on the survivors' faces. The team continued forward, but the atmosphere had completely turned from oppression to numbness. They subconsciously distanced themselves from that figure in green, as if she were a terrifying source of plague, a touch would mean death. They preferred to face visible monsters rather than provoke this completely incomprehensible, terrifying existence. Father Michael from Eagle Sauce Country had even given up his useless prayers, just tightly grasping the nearly broken holy relic box, his gaze hollow. His faith wavered for the first time in front of absolute power. Alchemist Nicholas from Gallia leaned against the side, gasping heavily, his eyes towards the woman in green filled with the terror of survival after a catastrophe. The global livestream was also enveloped by this atmosphere of despair.
It's over, this is completely over. Even the witch from Cherry Blossom Country lost so badly, who else can deal with her? This woman in green is not even on the same level as those previous oddities. She is the very rules themselves. Jiangshun. Jiangshun hasn't moved either, is he also powerless?
In this silence that could swallow all hope, Jiang Che moved. When everyone else avoided that figure in green, he took a step towards her.
This action instantly drew everyone's attention. What is he going to do? Is he crazy? Didn't he see what happened to that woman from Cherry Blossom Country? Jiang Che. Don't be impulsive.
In the Dragon Country livestream, countless viewers gasped, their hearts racing to their throats. They could not understand why Jiang Che would choose to advance when everyone else was retreating.
However, there was no hint of impulsiveness or recklessness on Jiang Che's face.
His gaze was calm as water, as if he was just doing something utterly ordinary. Amidst the puzzled eyes of global viewers, Jiang Che confirmed all the details about Ming Dynasty clothing and widow hairpin with Su Xiao beside him, then made his decision. He took out an ordinary rough ceramic bowl from the backpack, and a bottle of mineral water that was still half full. Gurgle, gurgle. He twisted off the cap, slowly pouring the clear spring water into the rough ceramic bowl, filling it about 8/10 full. Then, under everyone's mixed gaze of shock and confusion, he held the bowl of clear water in both hands, step by step, steadily walking towards the green-clothed figure that everyone avoided. He stopped about 3 steps away from her. This distance was neither far nor near, expressing both closeness and respect. He slowly squatted down and steadily placed the bowl of clear water placed on the slippery mud in front of her feet. After doing all of this, he slowly stood up, stepped back 3 paces, and came to a stop. He didn't chant spells like Ise Jingu Sakura, nor did he pray like Michael. He simply bowed deeply to the figure in green clothes, who had her eyes tightly closed and her forehead pressed against a yellow talisman. Then, with a voice that was not loud but loud enough for everyone present and billions of viewers worldwide to hear clearly, he said, "The journey is hard, the realms are separated, a cup of clear water is a sign of respect.
Miss, please." Silence. The entire world seemed to be muted at that moment. All the survivors stared blankly at Jiang Che.
Their brains had completely crashed. They had imagined countless possibilities: attack, defense, probing, escaping. But they never dreamed Jiang Che's response would be offering a bowl of water.
What is this? Is he pitying her? Or is he provoking her? In the global live broadcast, after enduring 10 seconds of absolute silence, a tsunami of exclamations erupted out of nowhere. What the hell? Did I see what? He is giving water to the most terrifying boss? My brain can't take this. Can anyone tell me what kind of operation this is? I'm dumbfounded. It's over, has the god of Jiang gone mad? How is this any different from seeking death? Eagle Sauce Country's bullet comments, incomprehensible behavior. Based on our psychological model analysis, the success rate of this behavior is 0. He's dead for sure. Yet, just as everyone believed Jiang Che was surely doomed the next second. Ding-a-ling. The sole recruiting bell held by the corpse escort, which had maintained a steady rhythm, suddenly paused for a moment without warning. Although it was only half a second, this anomaly was instantly noticed by everyone. Then, the green-clothed woman, who had been unresponsive to the outside world, her slender body trembled imperceptibly. This tremble was extremely faint, so subtle that if Su Xiao hadn't been watching her closely, it would have been almost undetectable. But she definitely moved. In the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, Professor Lu Zhenghua looked at this scene, and his tense old face, which had been strained from anxiety, instantly blossomed with endless joy. He slammed his hand on the table, pointed at the screen, and in a voice nearly roaring, said to the camera. He called it right. Su Xiao judged it correctly. He called it right. You don't understand anything? You people who only analyze data and build models in the West, how can you understand the true essence of our Chinese civilization? Professor Lu trembled with excitement, pointing at Jiang Che's upright figure on the screen, his voice hoarse with enthusiasm. He is not seeking death. He is not provoking. He is not even pitying her. He is respecting. In the oldest hospitality tradition of our Dragon Kingdom, there is an etiquette called respecting the guest's tea. Whether the guest is friend or foe, rich or poor, as long as they enter my door, I must first offer a cup of clear tea, representing my hospitality and respect. And this etiquette applies equally to treating a guest from another world. Jiang Che's action seems to violate the rule of not speaking to goods, but it actually adheres to a deeper level of rules, that is respect for fellow travelers. From start to finish, he never regarded her as a lifeless cargo, nor did he see her as a grievous spirit needing purification. He treated her as a fellow traveler, a person worthy of respect. So, he is not feeding water, he is practicing the ancient etiquette of respecting the guest's tea. This passionate and fervent explanation from Professor Lu was like a bolt of lightning, instantly cutting through the fog in everyone's heart. Global audiences, at this moment, were utterly shocked. They finally understood the true meaning behind Jiang Che's action. It was not sympathy, not provocation, but a respect that stemmed from all life. The team continued to move forward. The girl in the green dress had no obvious response. But everyone clearly felt that the bone-chilling cold around them seemed to have, truly weakened a bit. Jiang Che, walking in the team, remained calm. But in his heart, he was far from as relaxed as his appearance suggested. He knew he had bet right on the first step. But this cup of water, offered out, was not just a gesture of respect. It was more a cause and effect. Chapter 57, The Bridge of Sighs and What is Cast Aside. The team continued to move forward. That bowl of clear water seemed to have played a certain role. Although the girl in green remained silent, Jiang Che could clearly feel that the bone-chilling cold around them had indeed weakened slightly. On the path the team was walking, that vague sense of being watched also disappeared. However, this temporary peace did not last long. As they walked out of the thorny narrow ancient path, the sight ahead made every survivor's heart sink once again. A stream of rushing black water, like an insurmountable chasm, lay before them. The river was pitch black, thick as oil, with no ripples on its surface, yet it exuded a chilling aura that could freeze the soul. In the river, one could faintly see countless pale, twisted faces floating beneath the surface, emitting silent wails. Even more despairing was the fact that there was no bridge over the river. At least, there was no bridge that the living could walk on. Amid the horrified gazes of the crowd, a foggy, hazy wooden bridge, formed from countless eerie white bones, slowly emerged from the thick mist on the riverbank. The bridge was constructed of spine bones, pale and gruesome, connected together. The bridge's piers were built from countless heads of various sizes stacked together. Countless pale arms reached out from beneath the bridge, desperately grasping at its body, as if they would drag any passerby into the abyss at any moment. At the bridge's head stood a stone tablet, covered in bloody moss. On the tablet, in what seemed like still wet blood, were scrawled 3 big characters. The Bridge of Sighs. These 3 characters, to any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, represented the endpoint of life and death, the necessary path for all souls to tread on their journey of reincarnation. The Bridge of Sighs, here, this is actually the Bridge of Sighs. Su Zhao's voice trembled with a hint of uncontrollable fear, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Jiang Che's sleeve. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice echoed again, bringing the latest and most brutal rule of this dark path. To cross the Bridge of Sighs, one must sacrifice an item. This item must be something you cherish, to show sincerity. Sacrifice, a cherished item? The survivors looked at each other, despair and agony written all over their faces. For these battle-hardened chosen ones, what is a cherished item? Without a doubt, it was their weapons for survival, their last resort.
In the team, the descendant of a Greek philosopher, Alexius, was on the brink of mental breakdown after the previous life and death scare. At this moment, he looked at the horrific bridge piled with bones, then at the ancient staff in his hand that had accompanied him for decades, handed down through his family, and a pained smile appeared on his face.
A cherished item, sincerity. He murmured, despair filling his eyes, I understand, this is asking us to completely give up resistance.
With a wretched smile, he stepped forward and, under the complex gazes of everyone, threw his staff, decorated with the emblem of the goddess of wisdom Athena, fiercely off the bridge. The staff fell into the pitch-black river, not creating a single ripple, and was instantly swallowed by the murmuring souls below.
Alexius successfully crossed the bridge of sighs.
But when he reached the other side, he was no longer the chosen one carrying a nation's hope. He was unarmed, his eyes hollow. Like a soulless corpse that has lost all faith, completely reduced to a lamb waiting for slaughter. Seeing him successfully cross the bridge, another survivor from a small Nordic country suddenly flashed a look of determination in his eyes. He pulled out a piece of compressed biscuit wrapped tightly in oilcloth from his pocket. This was his last food. On this desperate road, food is life. He thought, nothing is more precious than life. With gritted teeth, he threw the compressed biscuit off the bridge. However, at the moment the biscuit fell. Splash! Under the bridge, countless pale ghostly hands, like sharks smelling blood, suddenly shot out from the dark river water. They grabbed the Nordic survivor's ankle and yanked him down violently.
No! Why?
He barely had time to let out a confused, desperate scream before he was instantly pulled into the river. The dark river surged for a moment and then calmed down, as if nothing had happened.
A cold mechanical voice then gave the most brutal explanation. Food, essential for survival, not a thing you cherish. Judgment, heart not sincere. This result sent a chill down the spines of all survivors.
It turned out this bridge tested not only sacrifice but also the understanding of the word cherish. The surviving competitors from big countries were caught in a fierce internal struggle. Their remaining trump cards were treasures of their respective civilizations, their last reliance. Each thing they discarded made their hearts ache like being twisted. Nicholas from Gaul tightly held a moonstone containing the essence of the moon, the core energy for all his alchemy. Michael from the Eagle Sauce country gently touched a nearly broken sacred box, which contained his last sacred oil. They hesitated and struggled, unable to make a decision for a long time.
At that moment, Jiang Che moved.
He looked down at the countless wandering souls beneath the bridge, deep in thought. He didn't look at the valuable cultural items in his backpack but instead took out a plain brush from his pocket. The brush had a bamboo handle, and due to years of use, it was extremely smooth on the surface. The wolf hair brush tip was a bit split, looking ordinary, even somewhat shabby. This was the brush he used most affectionately after practicing calligraphy for many years. In the puzzled stares of everyone, he took this old brush and walked to the edge of the bridge. Without any hesitation, he gently threw the brush off the bridge. He watched as the brush fell slowly, speaking in a calm yet nostalgic tone. Sacrificing what I love, to honor the departed. The moment his voice fell, a miracle happened. Where the brush fell, the river water below unexpectedly stopped churning. The struggling souls beneath the bridge seemed to have heard some comforting incantation and calmed down a bit. A path, paved with grim white bones, appeared clearly and firmly, leading straight to the other side.
This scene left everyone dumbfounded.
In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the barrage exploded instantly.
Wow! Wow! It's happening again. Another incomprehensible yet shocking move. Sacrificing what I love, to honor the departed. I'm crying, truly crying.
John God's vision is really beyond what we mere mortals can compare.
I understand.
This bridge is testing not how valuable the item you throw away is, but the heart you have when you sacrifice it.
Su Xiao looked at Jiang Che's back, her eyes sparkling with realization.
She immediately understood Jiang Che's intention. Crossing the bridge is not about the value of the items, but the mindset of letting go, the respect for these souls. She took out a slightly faded safety coin threaded with a red string from her pocket. This was the only relic her mother left her, something she had worn since childhood, never leaving her side. A hint of deep reluctance flashed in her eyes.
But soon, it was replaced by an unprecedented resolve.
She walked to the edge of the bridge, gently tossing the peace charm that carried all her longing down into the depths.
She closed her eyes and softly said, "Let go of my yearning, in exchange for peace."
The peace charm fell, also recognized by the bridge of helplessness. The two exchanged a smile, and on this bridge leading to the underworld, their spirits reached an unprecedented harmony. They walked side by side, calmly and unhurriedly, across the bridge paved with bones. Behind them, the surviving contestants from the great nations watched the two effortlessly crossing the bridge, their faces revealing an incredibly complex expression. In the end, they gritted their teeth, reluctantly and unwillingly, tossing down their damaged but still priceless sacred objects and alchemical materials, one by one, into the depths. They also successfully crossed the bridge. But their eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. They, after all, still did not understand.
Chapter 58, The Ferryman of the River of Forgetfulness and the Yin Yang Boat Fee. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, everyone reached the opposite bank. There was no road here, only a dark muddy shore extending into the endless fog.
The sand and stones underfoot were icy cold, emitting a rich, foul smell, as if they had rotted souls. Ahead, the black river flowed endlessly, wide and sticky, without a ripple, innumerable pale and twisted faces bobbing under the water, creating a silent hellish scroll.
What now? There's no way forward. Su Zhao's voice was tinged with tension as she instinctively moved closer to Jiang Che. Jiang Che said nothing, simply watching the dark river surface quietly. At that moment, a long creak came from deep within the fog. An old black boat, like a ghost, silently emerged from the mist, finally stopping at the shallow beach in front of everyone. At the bow stood a ferryman clad in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat. He was thin as a bamboo pole, holding a long bamboo pole, completely still. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hat, hard to see clearly, but everyone could feel a cold, numb gaze scrutinizing every living person on the shore from beneath the hat. It's the ferryman.
One of the survivors let out a low cry mixed with excitement and fear. However, before they could rejoice, that cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed again in everyone's minds. To cross the river of forgetfulness, a fare is required.
Objects from the Yang realm are useless here. Objects from the Yang realm are useless here?
This rule fell like a bucket of ice water, dousing the flicker of hope in everyone's hearts. In the group, the Greek chosen one, Alexius, who had discarded his last weapon on the Bridge of Helplessness, instantly lost all color from his face. He stumbled forward, pleading with the silent ferryman in a trembling voice, "Ferryman.
I have nothing left.
Please, take me across, I'll pay any price just to survive."
The ferryman did not answer.
He slowly lifted the bamboo pole in his hand.
Then, he lightly pointed it at Alexius's chest. This motion seemed casual, devoid of any warmth.
But Alexius's body was struck as if by a high-speed train, and with a loud bang, he was flung backward, falling into the dark river.
Splash! The river instantly boiled.
Countless pale ghostly hands, like sharks sensing blood, suddenly reached up from the depths. They grabbed Alexius's body and tore at him frantically.
Ah!
A shriek, short and sharp, came to an abrupt halt. A living person, within seconds, was torn into pieces by those water ghosts, leaving not a single complete bone behind. The pitch-black river water surged for a moment, then returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened.
This scene left all survivors chilled to the bone.
They finally understood that on this road of darkness, there was no mercy, no luck. The only outcome for breaking the rules was one death. The remaining participants from powerful countries turned pale with fear. Although they had abandoned their core sacred objects on the Naiha Bridge as trump cards, they naturally still had other backup items with mysterious powers. The alchemist from Gaul, Nicholas, gritted his teeth and took out a thumb-sized moonstone, radiating a soft glow. "This is the Moon Soul Stone I refined from the essence of the moon for 10 years, containing the purest power of the stars," he said loudly, as if showcasing the value of his goods to the ferryman while boosting his own courage. He carefully placed the moonstone at the bow of the boat. The ferryman moved. He reached out a hand, dry and twisted like a branch, picked up the moonstone, and then tucked it into his robe. Nicholas breathed a sigh of relief and had just thought of getting on the boat when he realized that the entire black canopy boat began to shake violently after the ferryman accepted the offering. The greedy and strange aura hidden beneath the ferryman's hat heightened.
"Not enough, far from enough."
A raspy voice came from under the hat.
Nicholas's face instantly turned pale.
Next, the priest from Eagle Sauce Country, Michael, stepped forward and placed a small bottle made of pure gold, containing his last sacred oil, at the bow.
The ferryman accepted it as well.
But the shaking of the black canopy boat became even more intense, as if it could capsize at any moment. The greedy aura from the ferryman grew thicker.
The survivors finally despaired and realized they were wrong.
The worldly treasures they offered had not only failed to satisfy the ferryman but seemed to stimulate his greed even more.
In this desperate predicament of being trapped, Jiang Che moved.
Ignoring the other's awkwardness, he calmly walked to the bow.
"Dragon country person, what else do you have?" Nicholas asked in a tone almost mocking. "Your broken brush was tossed on the Naiha Bridge, what else can you produce?" Jiang Che did not respond to him.
He simply took out a stack of ready-made ghost money, printed with astronomical numbers, from his seemingly four-dimensional canvas backpack.
These were the most ordinary, cheapest kind of yellow paper money, rough and unrefined.
In front of the shimmering alchemical materials and sacred objects, this stack of paper money looked so ridiculous, so worthless. However, Jiang Che treated those ghost coins as the world's most precious treasure, holding the stack of paper money in both hands, respectfully presenting it to the ferryman. "You work hard, separated by life and death, let us get what we need." His voice was calm and strong, filled with respect for the rules.
A small token of appreciation, not a courtesy. A miracle happened.
Upon seeing the stack of ghost money, the ferryman's greedy aura disappeared without a trace. His body, hidden under the hat, trembled suddenly, and then slowly straightened up, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and seriousness. He extended that dry hand, not to take the treasures offered by Nicholas and Michael, but to solemnly accept the seemingly worthless paper money from Jiang Che's hands.
He even slightly nodded at Jiang Che. In the next second, the originally shaking black canopy boat became as stable as a mountain. This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding.
In the Dragon Country Command Center, Professor Lu Zhenghua trembled with excitement, pointing at the screen, passionately explaining to the world.
Do you see? This is the difference in civilization. This is the realm of wisdom. Things of the Yang world are useless here. The rules are very clear. They are still trying to trade using their own logic. Still trying to bribe the ghosts and gods of the underworld with the treasures of their own world. Only Jiang Che understood from the very beginning that this is the Yin Road, and one must follow the rules of the Yin Road. Ghost money is the hard currency here.
At this moment, the global livestream was completely shocked.
I'm stunned, so it can be done like this? We were still thinking about energy crystals and sacred items, but they directly used hard currency.
The experts from Eagle Sauce Country fell into a collective silence, while the think tank from Cherry Blossom Country started frantically flipping through ancient texts. On the Black Humbreast boat, Jiang Che and Su Xiao had already settled down peacefully. However, Nicholas and Michael looked pale as death. The boatman casually threw back the moon soul stone and holy oil bottle they had previously offered, as if discarding two pieces of worthless trash. Ultimately, under the threat of death, they had to borrow some ghost money from Jiang Che to qualify for boarding the boat. Chapter 59, The Bell Falls into the River, the Yin Road ends. After paying the Yin Yang boat fee, the Black Humbreast boat became exceptionally stable. It moved like a silent, withered leaf, drifting quietly towards the pitch-black riverbank shrouded in endless thick fog.
On board, there was a deathly silence.
The surviving competitors from the great nations, after experiencing initial embarrassment, fell into silence. They looked at Jiang Che's calm back, their eyes filled with emotions they could not describe with words. There was fear, there was reverence, there was unwillingness, and even a hint of jealousy they didn't even want to admit to themselves. Su Xiao sat beside Jiang Che, her mood equally unsettled. She watched Jiang Che as he calmly took out water and food from his backpack, sharing half with her. Don't think too much, Jiang Che seemed to notice her gaze, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and handing it to her, his voice not loud, but exceptionally steady. Drink some water, the road ahead is still long. Su Xiao took the water, lowered her head, and sipped it slowly. In the global livestream, the atmosphere was equally weird. The Dragon Country's livestream had long been drowned in a sea of 666 and Zhang God is awesome comments. While the live streams from other countries were dead silent.
Their audiences, their experts, numbly stared at the screen, not knowing what to say.
Previously, they could find theoretical support for their competitors' actions within their own cultural systems. But the scene of Jiang Che paying the boat fee with ghost money completely shattered all their logic.
This was no longer a simple technical or tactical gap.
This was a cognitive downsizing blow. The Black Humbreast boat, in this bizarre silence, slowly made its way to the center of the river. The surrounding fog became denser, even taking on a sticky quality. In the river, those floating pale faces seemed to become clearer, their hollow eyes staring intensely at every living person on the boat. At that moment, the coffin bearer, who had been standing at the bow like a statue, suddenly began to tremble violently without warning. His tattered poncho shook intensely, as if enduring some great pain, or resisting some invisible horror.
Ding 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 ding.
The soul-calling bell in his hand shook more violently, emitting a sharp, urgent ringing sound. This bell no longer served to guide, it felt more like a desperate warning.
What's happening?
All the surviving passengers felt a tightness in their hearts as they suddenly awoke from their numb state. They were horrified to see the coffin-bearer's body entwined by a black mist formed from the grievances of the river water. His arm holding the soul-calling bell was bulging with veins, yet still twisted and deformed under the enormous force, inch by inch. The bones let out a shocking crack sound.
He can't hold on much longer.
Su Xiao exclaimed in panic. Jiang Che's face, for the first time, became incredibly serious. As the guide on this Yin road, the corpse driver himself was part of the rules. But at this moment, the resentment of the Wangchuan River seemed to have grown so powerful that even the rules themselves could not completely suppress it.
Clang!
A crisp metallic sound of something falling into the water echoed, cutting through the dead silence of the river. The corpse driver's hand, already twisted and deformed, could no longer hold on to the ancient copper bell. The guiding bell slipped from his hand, tracing a parabola in the air, and finally fell into the pitch-black river water, not even creating a ripple, completely swallowed.
The sound that maintained the order of the group came to an abrupt stop. In the instant the bell stopped ringing, the whole Wangchuan River boiled over completely.
Splash, splash, splash. Countless resentful souls that had sunk in the river for thousands of years seemed to break free from their last shackles, thoroughly stirred. Dark ghostly hands, like bamboo shoots after rain, surged up densely from the riverbed. They madly slapped the boat's hull, scratching the boat's wooden planks, trying to drag this lone vessel carrying the living into the abyss. At the bow, the body of the raincoat-clad ferryman suddenly stiffened, and then, like ice and snow exposed to sunlight, rapidly turned into a pool of foul black water, merging with the boat beneath him.
This boat had completely lost its guide. Despair descended. God! It's over. We are all going to die here.
The survivors let out desperate screams. At this moment, Dmitri, a shaman descendant from the Bear Country, flashed with a hint of madness and determination belonging to a warlike nation. He looked at the boiling ghostly whirlpool before him and knew that conventional methods were completely ineffective. He swiftly drew his ritual dagger from his belt and without hesitation, slashed open his palm, letting blood spray out. He decided to use the sacred blood that contained the shaman lineage to summon the power of the spirit of Siberia from his homeland, attempting to forcibly suppress the resentful souls in this water with greater violence. With his own blood, he quickly drew a totem filled with primal and wild energy on the swaying bow.
In the name of Taiga Forest. In the spirit of Lake Baikal. I summon you, great spirit of Siberia. He roared in an ancient Tungusic language. As he finished the ritual, the ancestral shaman totem made of mammoth ivory in his hands suddenly erupted with blinding icy blue light. A force from the far northern lands, filled with the breath of snow and fierce winds, thundered down. However, his action not only failed to suppress the resentful souls in the river, but instead felt like throwing a red-hot iron into a barrel of gunpowder. The river water churned violently. A cold power, full of moisture and resentment, clashed most violently with his foreign divine power filled with snow and wildness. Boom! Around the black-sailed boat, half was a surging black water, and half was solidified frost. Two completely different powers of rules engaged in direct combat beside the small black-sailed boat. The ancestral shaman totem in Dimitri's hand let out a mournful cry, unable to bear the intense energy collision. Crack! A clear crack spread from the center of the totem. Put! Dmitri sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his eagle-like eyes dimming instantly. His tall figure swayed and heavily collapsed onto the boat's deck, completely losing consciousness. However, his actions only made the water ghosts in the river even more frenzied. The black-sailed boat, under this increasingly violent assault, began to emit a creak sound that made one's teeth ache. At the joints of the planks, cracks began to appear. The river water, mixed with resentment, started flooding into the bottom of the boat. On the boat, the cargo of silent zombies, lost without the guidance of the bells ringing, began to twitch restlessly, as if they were about to explode into violence at any moment. The entire boat was on the verge of capsizing. Chapter 60. The boat is drum, paddle is mallet, restarting the law of yin and yang. It's over, completely over. The alchemist Nicholas from Gallia was slumped on the deck, watching the flooding river water, muttering to himself. Father Michael from Eagle Sauce Nation tightly closed his eyes, beginning his final prayer. In the global live broadcast room, the atmosphere was at its most oppressive. There's no way out, this is truly a deadlock. The boat is sinking, the water is full of ghosts, and there's a group of zombies on board about to lose control. How can we survive? River God, it seems even he. Everyone's gaze was focused on the young man from Dragon Country, who had created countless miracles from the beginning. However, this time, he just stood there quietly, watching the boiling scene before him, speechless, as if he too was at a loss for what to do. At the moment when everyone, including Su Xiao, thought everything was about to end, Jiang Che suddenly moved. He did not look at the frantically waving ghost hands outside the boat, nor did he pay attention to the collapsing canopy boat beneath his feet. He turned suddenly, grabbed Su Xiao's shoulder, and in an unprecedented, almost commanding tone, shouted fiercely. Don't look at those ghost hands, look at the zombies. This sharp shout resonated like a thunderclap, exploding in Su Xiao's mind, which was already filled with fear and despair. Su Xiao was stunned by his words. She instinctively forced herself to shift her gaze from the terrifying river surface to the cargo of zombies violently twitching on the boat. To her surprise, her wise mind instantly captured a critical detail that everyone had overlooked. Those zombies, their twitching seemed chaotic, yet each moment of twitch triggered an attack from the ghost hands outside that was several times fiercer than before. And during the intervals of the zombies' twitching, the ghost hands' attacks would correspondingly weaken. I understand now. Su Xiao's eyes instantly burst with unbelievable brilliance. She gasped, those water ghosts, their targets are not us living beings. Their goal is the souls of these zombies that are about to go out of control. Exactly. Jiang Che's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. The purpose of the soul-calling bell has never been to drive away ghosts, but to calm the souls. He looked at Su Xiao, unraveling the mystery at a rapid pace. The bell sound isn't for the ghosts, it's for the corpses. It is their metronome, their heartbeat.
Now that the heartbeat has stopped, the soul is unstable and about to leave the body, which is why these water ghosts, who specialize in devouring lonely souls, have come. As long as we let them hear the heartbeat again, everything will return to normal. Before the words fell, Jiang Che had already moved. He snatched the bamboo paddle left behind by the raincoat boatman, not to row the boat. Under the incredulous gaze of millions of global viewers, he strode to the bow of the boat, facing the ghostly wind filled with wails of resentful souls, using all his strength to slam the heavy paddle down onto the deck of the canopy boat like a warhammer. Boom! A dull, drum-like roar exploded. This sound was rich and powerful, filled with a sense of strength, momentarily overpowering the screams of hundreds and thousands of vengeful souls. The entire boiling river surface paused for a moment at the sound of this mighty crash. On the boat, those violently twitching zombies suddenly froze. Outside the boat, the ghostly hands frantically scratching also seemed to be startled by this sudden sound, their attacks slowed by half a beat. It worked! In Jiang Che's eyes, a glint of brilliance shot forth. He did not stop, instead, he adjusted his breath and once again raised the paddle in his hand. Don! 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 He no longer exerted all his strength but instead maintained a slow, steady, yet unwavering rhythm, striking the boat's deck again and again. The sound was no longer a violent roar but a beat filled with order and regularity. It was steady and powerful, like a great bell from an ancient temple, forcefully establishing a new order on this river filled with deathly silence and resentment. An order belonging to life. Su Xiao watched in astonishment, and she instantly understood Jiang Che's intention. The role of the soul-calling bell was not the sound itself but to provide a stable, continuous beat for corpses and wandering souls, so they wouldn't lose their way, so their spirits wouldn't leave their bodies. Jiang Che, unexpectedly, used the paddle as a mallet, the boat as a drum, perfectly replacing the role of the soul-calling bell in this most primitive way. He had found the heartbeat again for this yin-yang ferry that was about to sink. As the steady drumbeat sounded, an incredible scene unfolded. On the boat, those previously restless and violently twitching zombies slowly began to calm down. Their bodies no longer shook erratically but started to regain a rhythmic beat that aligned with Jiang Che's drumming. Their nearly departing souls were pulled back into their bodies by this powerful heartbeat. Outside the boat, the furious resentful souls in the river seemed to lose their target after losing the temptation of food. Their rate of attack began to gradually weaken. Those countless ghostly hands no longer frantically clawed at the deck but became bewildered, eventually sinking one by one into the pitch-black depths. The boiling forgetting river actually calmed down slowly in this steady drumbeat. Inside the command center of Dragon Country, Professor Lu Zhenghua watched the scene, trembling with excitement. He pointed at the screen, his voice hoarse with emotion. The calm of the storm. This is the true calm of the storm. He isn't driving away the ghosts, he's resuming the laws of yin and yang. He redefined the rules for this yin path with the most masculine of drumbeats. The global live streaming room, after a brief silence, was completely drowned in an emotion called admiration. My God, he actually calmed an entire river of resentful souls just by striking the boat deck? This is no longer wisdom, this is a miracle. A miracle belonging to the East. I declare that from today on, I am a believer in Jiangshan. The river surface returned to calm. The black awning boat, though battered, finally stopped sinking. Sweat beads began to form on Jiang Che's forehead. This sustained, mentally demanding pounding took a toll on his physical strength. Su Xiao watched Jiang Che's upright figure amidst the winds and waves, his beautiful eyes filled with a unique brilliance. This man could always find that one path to life that everyone else could not see in the most desperate situations. Jiang Che slowly stopped striking, turned around, and met her gaze. He softly said, "Don't be afraid." Su Xiao nodded vigorously. Chapter 61, The Path of Heartfelt Inquiry. The bow of the black awning boat finally bumped gently onto that stretch of black mud. They had reached the shore. There was no cheer or relief as imagined. The surviving chosen ones stumbled down from the ferry that had carried endless fear. Each person's face was left with only the numbness of survival and a deep-seated fatigue. The storm on the forgetting river had almost exhausted all their trump cards and mental strength. The alchemist Nicholas from Gaul looked pale as paper. His once meticulously dressed tailcoat. At this moment, everything was already soaked by the river, covered in mud, and the family alchemy amulet on his chest had turned to ashes. The priest of Eagle Country, Migu, tightly held the silver relic box, now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, his eyes hollow. They, along with a few other survivors, looked like defeated roosters, heads drooped, spirits low. Only two people were exceptions. Jiang Che and Su Xiao. Jiang Che remained in simple casual clothes. Aside from a few beads of fine sweat on his forehead from continuous knocks against the boat, he appeared calm, his eyes clear as before. It seemed that the life and death test, which could break even top warriors, was for him merely a slightly bumpy river crossing. Beside him, Su Xiao, although her face was a bit pale, those beautiful eyes that always sparkled with wisdom held no trace of the previous panic and fear. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of stability. As long as she could stand behind this man, it felt as if no storm could shake her at all. This extreme calm contrasted sharply with the extreme embarrassment of the other competitors, piercing their hearts like invisible, sharp thorns, leaving them feeling a burning shame. As everyone had different thoughts, some checked their injuries while others stayed alert. The thick fog ahead slowly began to part silently to the sides. A winding mountain road paved with blue stone slabs appeared before them. At the end of the road, shrouded in mist, was a faint outline of an ancient building. Its flying eaves and upturned corners resembled a giant beast lurking at the mountain's peak, quietly waiting for the offering to arrive. That should be the destination of this journey, the ancestral hall. However, at the starting point of the mountain road, all footsteps suddenly halted. Beside the road, 3 half-human high square stone platforms had appeared, though no one knew when. The stone platforms were made of an unknown rock, presenting a bluish-gray hue, their surfaces covered in mottled moss worn by the years, exuding an aura older than any before. On these 3 stone platforms, 3 of the most common and top-quality livestock patterns in Huaxia sacrificial culture, cow, sheep, and pig, were carved using a primitive and rugged knife technique. The appearance of these 3 stone platforms instantly turned the atmosphere extremely eerie. At the same time, the cold mechanical voice once again echoed in everyone's minds, delivering the final rule before reaching the ancestral hall. 3 sacrifices pave the way. With a clear conscience, one may proceed. Please offer your heart's flesh. Heart's flesh? These 3 words hit every survivor's heart like a heavy blow. They had just been forced to abandon their most precious life-saving items on the Naiha Bridge. Now, this last stretch of the path to their destination required them to offer heart's flesh? Were they asking for flesh and blood, or their very souls? Damn it! What does this mean? The alchemist from Gallia, Nicholas, pressed his pained chest, gritting his teeth as he growled. As a meticulous alchemist, he instinctively rejected such vague and ambiguous rules. In his view, every rule should have its strict logical closure, and such ambiguous language was a low-level trap. But Nicholas still fell into deep thought. Soon, a glimpse of understanding flashed in his eyes, soon replaced by an arrogance belonging to top scholars. Emotions? Memories? So that's it, another one of these pretentious idealistic tricks. He scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. In his view, anything that exists, whether material or emotional, there must always be some form of energy. And as long as there is a form of energy, he can use alchemy to simulate, or even, create. He wanted to use absolute reason to break this ridiculous Eastern superstition. Dragging his injured body, he struggled to walk to the 3 stone platforms, and from a storage box made of spatial gems in his chest, he took out a pure and flawless philosopher's crystal. Cradling the crystal in his palm, he pressed the other hand against his chest, closed his eyes, and began to chant a complex alchemical incantation in ancient Latin. As he recited, strands of faint golden light were slowly drawn from his chest, then like moths to a flame, they all surged into the crystal. That was the most precious memory of his life, the ecstasy and pride he felt when he successfully crafted the legendary philosopher's stone on his 30th birthday. He tried to use alchemy to strip, purify, and finally solidify this emotional memory, which was enough to support him to reach the pinnacle of academia, into a crystal of emotion that could pass for the real thing. The light of the crystal grew brighter and brighter, almost dispelling the surrounding gloom. However, just as he was about to complete the final step of the crafting, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The 3 stone platforms, which had remained silent, erupted with an energy filled with deathly stillness and mockery, without any warning. That aura struck Nicholas's body like an invisible giant hand. Puff! Nicholas's body was struck like a giant hammer, sending him flying again, and he spat out an even denser arrow of blood in midair. The crystal of emotion in his hand, which was about to take shape, instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, and with a bang, it was completely crushed to dust. No why. He fell heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with the confusion and madness of a scientist whose faith has collapsed. My alchemical array was correct. The law of conservation of energy cannot be broken. Why did I fail? The rules answered him in the cruelest way possible. Taking shortcuts, with a heart lacking sincerity. The first attempt ended in a tragic defeat. In the team, Father Miguel from Eagle Sauce Country looked at Nicholas's miserable end, his eyes flashing with disdain. Foolish alchemist, trying to deceive the test of the gods with mortal tricks, how arrogant. In his view, the phrase "a clear conscience" resonated with the concept of repentance and the doctrine he believed in. This was a chance given by the gods for sinners to cleanse their souls. He straightened his already tattered holy robe, walked to the stone platform, and with a fervent expression unique to fanatics, raised the nearly broken sacred box in his hands and began to confess loudly. My Lord, I confess. I confess my arrogance, I confess my greed, I confess that I have taken lives from enemies on the battlefield. I confess that I once stole bread from my neighbor during hunger. His voice was loud and compelling, covering everything from national duty to trivial matters, as if he were truly conversing with the gods above, dissecting all his life's sins thoroughly. However, he confessed for a full 5 minutes, tears and voice both full of emotion. The 3 stone platforms, however, remained as cold as before, unmoving, showing no reaction whatsoever.
As if silently mocking his one-man show. The second attempt failed once again. The survivors were plunged into utter despair. If even giving up the most precious emotions and confessing all sins were ineffective, then what exactly was this so-called flesh of the heart? Did they really have to dig out their own hearts with their own hands? Amid this silence that could swallow all hope, a calm voice. Breaking the deadlock. They are all wrong. It was Jiang Che. He looked at the 3 ancient stone altars, then glanced at the anxious and confused Su Xiao beside him, and spoke calmly. Wrong to an absurd extent. Chapter 62, This is not a transaction, but a remembrance.
They are all wrong to an absurd extent. Jiang Che's voice was not loud, but it was like a stone dropped into a silent deep pool, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The survivors, still lost in despair, all raised their heads, looking at this excessively calm young man from the Dragon Kingdom with a puzzled gaze. Su Xiao quickly walked to his side, lowered her voice, and urgently asked, Jiang Che, did you see something? What exactly is this heart's flesh? Her voice carried a hint of dependence she herself was unaware of. Unknowingly, Jiang Che had become her only spiritual support in this land of despair.
Jiang Che did not answer directly but pointed at the 3 stone altars and asked in return. What do these 3 offerings, the cow, sheep, and pig, represent in our ancient times?
It is the highest ritual of sacrifice, Su Xiao immediately replied, a knowledge within her area of expertise. It is for the great sacrifice ceremony, which is usually only used when the Son of Heaven sacrifices to heaven, earth, the state, and ancestors.
That's right.
Jiang Che nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. But you see, the 3 offerings on these stone altars are only carvings, they are virtual. So, what it seeks has never been a real sacrificial offering.
Then, what does it want?
Su Xiao instinctively asked, feeling as if she had touched the edge of the truth, yet separated by a layer of window paper.
It wants the heart.
Jiang Che's gaze became deep and distant, as if he could see through the stone altar before him, witnessing the souls that had already vanished on this dark road.
It is asking for our heart. It is asking us, surviving from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, if we still hold a shred of reverence for those who fell before us on this journey? Reverence?
Su Xiao's body shook violently. She looked at Jiang Che's profile, and a thought that was unbelievable yet perfectly reasonable struck her like lightning, cutting through all her confusion. Jiang Che calmly took out 3 pieces of prepared yellow paper, a pen with an ancient style of vermilion, and a small porcelain dish containing high-quality vermilion from his canvas bag. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, he picked up the pen, dipped it in the vermilion, and his wrist waved elegantly. His movements flowed like clouds in water, devoid of any mundane atmosphere yet filled with an indescribable sense of ritual. In just a few strokes, 3 simple yet expressive sketches sprang to life on the paper: a yellow cow bowing its head to plow the ground, a gentle sheep grazing, and a clumsy, plump pig. After drawing the offerings, he did not stop. With that vermilion pen, he wrote on the bottom of the 3 pieces of yellow paper 3 names long forgotten by others.
The first name, Chimu.
The one who, before the living food, because of his belief in the feathered serpent god, went to bless the corpse-carrying craftsman, ultimately being assimilated into a walking corpse, a descendant of a South American priest.
The second name, Finn.
The one who, in the thick fog, stubbornly turned back because he believed in the false song of the elves, and in that moment of turning back, had his neck broken and became a walking corpse, an Irish druid.
The third name.
The one who, at the start of the scenario, due to greed and arrogance, attempted to use his curse-casting skills to sabotage the guiding candle, ultimately being drained of all vitality, reduced to a pile of bones, a Southeast Asian shaman. He actually remembered the names of every dead contestant from the small countries.
He even remembered clearly how they died.
Su Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. She stared blankly at Jiang Che, her heart surging with unprecedented waves of astonishment.
All along this journey,
everyone was only concerned about their own life and death. Who would care about those cannon fodder who died because of foolishness and arrogance?
But Jiang Che remembered them all.
After doing all this, Jiang Che held those 3 sheets of yellow paper, each inscribed with names and drawings of offerings, and slowly walked to the stone altar. He respectfully placed the yellow paper with the cow drawing on the cow-shaped stone altar. He placed the yellow paper with the goat drawing on the goat-shaped stone altar. He placed the yellow paper with the pig drawing on the pig-shaped stone altar. Then, he slowly took 3 steps back, tidied his clothing, and stood still. He faced those 3 stone altars, those 3 names long forgotten by the world, and deeply bowed at a 90-degree angle. His clear and steady voice echoed in the dead silence of the mountains, resonating through the live broadcast to every corner of the globe. The deceased have passed, but the living must move forward. Borrow the way of the 3, to open a path for us. He paused, his voice becoming even more powerful, like a heavy drum, striking hard against every soul. This is not a transaction, but a remembrance.
The moment his words fell, the room The three ancient stone altars suddenly erupted with dazzling, yet gentle and non-blaring white light. The light soared into the sky, like a sharp sword, instantly dispelling all the thick fog that had shrouded the mountains. A clean and tidy stone staircase appeared clearly before everyone, leading directly to the solemn and majestic mausoleum at the mountain's peak. The path was opened. At this moment, in the global livestream, all the viewers were frozen in shock. They stared at the tall figure on the screen, their minds blank. They had thought of countless possibilities, but never imagined that the key to breaking the deadlock was remembrance and respect. Su Xiao stared blankly at Zhang Che's back, her beautiful eyes filled with indescribable shock, as well as a hint of admiration she had not even noticed herself. She stepped forward, standing beside him, and with a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, softly said, "You not only saved us, but also gave those who have died the final respect." In the livestream room of the Dragon Country, after a brief moment of dead silence, it was instantly flooded with a barrage of respectful comments. "I'm a big man, and I cried, really cried. This is the true greatness of a hero, this is the spirit of our Huaxia." He actually remembers every name of the deceased. He even remembers how they died. What a great spirit. Vision. This is vision. We win not only through clever tricks or schemes. What we win is this great spirit that can contain the world. God Zhang. From today on, you are my only faith. I will never regret joining Huaxia in this life. Amidst everyone's shock and admiration, Zhang Che simply looked calmly at the mausoleum that appeared even more solemn in the sunlight, slowly uttering two words. "Let's go." He paused, as if stating a fact that could not be simpler. The true test has only just begun.